Futures back in negative territory once again, coming off a pretty ugly session yesterday. We did get a bounce back after the consumer price index, CPI, the latest reading on inflation, comes in at a 40-year high yesterday. We just get this morning PPI on the producer side going to be a little bit higher than expected, it looks like, as well. 1.1% versus 0.8 expected there on the month-over-month number. When you take out food and energy here, 8.2% versus 8.1 expected. Again, producer price index data just coming through, waiting on initial jobless claims up there as well. 244,000 versus 235,000 expected. So as we said, back to the downside we go. We're at yesterday's low, in fact, coming off of that CPI number. All about the banks this morning. We're watching JP Morgan, we're watching Morgan Stanley, both missing expectations with their latest quarterly earnings. We'll talk about the entire group here coming up. Netflix back on watch as well, back to the downside. Remember, late in the day yesterday, they announced they were going to partner up with Microsoft for their ad-supported business, an ad-supported version of the streaming platform. Netflix shares, though, back to the downside with the overall market. Chip makers, however, showing a little bit of strength early on here. TSM out with a better than expected report. It's Thursday, July 14th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, there we go. Look at more negativity. As we mentioned there, 1% for the NASDAQ, about the same for the Dow and the S&P. 1.5% for the Dow, in fact, leading the way right now. Crude oil, 1.9% back to the downside after a very volatile week as well. Again, if you missed it there, PPI numbers out for the final June look here. PPI 1.1% versus 0.8 on the month over month. And then the bigger number, the year-over-year number, 8.2 versus 8.1 expected for PPI. So kind of in line with what we were seeing yesterday with the CPI number. But here we go again, guys. Back to session lows. Welcome to Thursday. Good morning. It is shaping up to be a little bit more negative, but I mean, a little bit positive here for the overall market on that number.
Yeah, actually, I mean, a slight bounce off of those lows. We're just finding this out right now, by the way. Looks like Twitter is having some issues. Not the stock. I should make that clear.
Yeah.
Welcome. Twitter, the site in the application, seems like it's down and has been so for, I want to say 5 or 10 minutes. Maybe it's been a little bit longer than that. Not really affecting the stock or anything like that, but I mean, I know you're trying to send the sticky note out.
I just said, like, oh my God, it said failed to send.
Failed to send. You have to keep hitting refresh.
It's still sending that. It's still saying that.
Twitter's not moving. DWAC's not moving. The first thing I thought was like, oh, maybe DWAC will like go up and there's an easy long.
Maybe it just sent right
But
now.
who knows? Down detector saying lots of people experiencing issues. So we just get that one out of the way.
Something went wrong. Reload.
Yeah. Well, something went wrong with the bank earnings, and we'll get to those as well. Not a good look. I had that hope that that we could get a good print and we could break out from where we were. The other thing has happened.
Good call.
That being said, we're going to be provided with some trading opportunities, definitely in those banks. Some of the EV names are going to be on tap. Tesla back down on that 700 level, and I'm going to be looking at GameStop. It did that rejection of the 200 period. So, I mean, every single day after it's done that, it's been a disaster day for GameStop. Of course, when I do it, the short, we'll see how it goes. But yeah, there's a lot to look at, and there's going to be a lot of volatility, I think, once again here today. You got to like the fact that we're bouncing a little bit off of those lows, like that 830 bottom just kind of held there on yesterday's 830 bottom on the ES just held.
Yeah, I sort of thought that today would be hey guys, what's up? I thought today would be a little bit of a down day here, and it's starting to be like that. We talked about that yesterday, but I don't know. Maybe we can start head back up to the upside off that number. But yeah, bank's not helping out. I'm trying to get out the sticky note like we just mentioned, so be patient with that one. Hopefully that'll come through very, very soon. We are short AMC, we're short Amazon right now. So obviously the way I'm looking at this thing is short into today. But let's just see if that works. We don't have to be committed to any sort of positions again. We were just monstrous yesterday. Was great to have some of those longs come through yesterday, and we'll just see if it can happen one more time here today. But I think it's going to be more down to the downside. But Taiwan Semi came out, and that's what I'm trying to get it out. You can see, like, we are trying to, and this is what my Twitter page looks like right here. Retry, something's wrong. So we'll wait to see if that can come out. But TSM, and we're going to get to all this. I mean, Brendan has a laundry list of names on the watch list today that are actually all, there's a lot of big names on there. I mean, I'm short Amazon. That's on the watch list as well today. You can get that watches.tradertv.live. Alibaba's on the watch list. You already have DWAC up. We have some issues now happening with Twitter. But here's Taiwan Semi, TSM, finally a chip maker that is upside. If you want to, you can come to the chart here quickly, Fahad. There it is, TSM. So today, off that bottom level of 75, back up to $83 today. So that's a nice one, saving it a little bit by 1.8%. Talking about how it might be some of the best situations in the 10 quarters for the forecast forward. So, Brendan, let's see what happens here. We can't get the sticky note out, but the watch list is out. Watches.tradertv live. Make sure you sign up for that. And do we want to tease something yet, or wait on the watch list?
Here's a look at Down Detector right now, guys. Absolutely parabolic if you search for Twitter. So I'm going to join in on the complaints. Thank you for submitting, no problem. Twitter outages being reported all over the place right now. So we'll wait and see what happens with Twitter, but let's jump into a few other things. That's the watch list, guys. We'll get to that coming up. I hit the wrong button, so let's do this one instead. There we go. Here's the headline this morning coming in that I saw first off. Futures fall as JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley kick off earnings on a sour note, guys. So overall, the market, I mean, it was down anyways when these reports came out, but not good for both. I mean, Jamie Dimon, I think, saying all the right things. They're being cautious, not forecasting anything that would blow things out of the water, obviously, with the current state of the environment.
And look, Jamie Dimon's been the most bearish of all the CEOs. Like, he's in that position, you got to be a good risk manager, and I think he's certainly shown that he's willing to do that. And obviously, you're not going to like suspending the buyback. You're not going to like some of the numbers. The slowdowns that you've certainly seen when they're increasing their loss provisions, right? That's a smart move for the banks to do. So when they do that, they're going to weigh in on the earnings, and that's going to head them to the downside. Unfortunately, when you just look at the trade here, and I'm probably going to look at JPM as opposed to Morgan Stanley, simply because what you have here on the daily chart, which is not gapping down, but breaking down below this 110 level on the daily, that just gives you some cover, overhead cover, whereas Morgan Stanley is a little bit off of those lows, so just a bit of a more simplistic concept to short in front of that previous 110 area, 109 to 110, the target zone for JPM here for me to be able to sell off. It's just one of those situations where, if we're going to have if everyone expects that we're going to have a recession, and a lot of people think that we're already in it, then it's going to be tough times for the banks, right? And as they prepare for that, it's going to weigh on their earnings for this quarter and possibly the next. I think they're making all the right moves and saying all the right things. It doesn't necessarily believe. I think I'm buying it today. And that sometimes that's just the way that it goes. I don't think it's a buy today. If it gets above 110, then I'll be wrong in this particular case. But whether it's JP or Morgan, it's more or less the same story. Is a bit of a recovery in Morgan Stanley. And the only reason I don't like it as much, you could say, well, look at that 75 to 75 and a half. It's just where we're sitting. And I said this yesterday. I didn't want to be trading Morgan if it was still diddling inside of this range. If it was breaking down below, if we opened below 74, maybe, 72 is a big level as well. Or if we were testing that 50 period, I think that would make a little more sense to me to find a trading vehicle there. So I'm going to be very particular going over to JPM, and wow. I just noticed like a big spike up there and a nice spike up in the futures. NVIDIA is getting rather close to my short level, this 153 from the last couple of days. But that came quickly because last time I checked, we were at 150 on NVIDIA. Nice little $1.50 spike in the chips. They got the strength today, I think.
That's what I was saying about the chips. I mean, I think you can look at AMD up there at that $80 level. That's going to be another one to consider one more time here. And I think that could be a breakthrough here on $80. So watch out for that $80 mark. We have written down, and you can't see the sticky note here, but I guess we're going to talk about banks first, so we can do that quickly. JP Morgan and Morgan Stanley. So, JP Morgan came out, and I think, wasn't it, what am I doing? There we go, because Taiwan Semis is in NASDAQ. JP Morgan and Morgan Stanley. So JP Morgan, Jamie Dimon came out and said, what, we were in some sort of a shitstorm or something? What did he call it? apocalyptic, what do you remember?
Tsunami, didn't he?
Tsunami, was it?
Yeah.
Tsunami? I don't know what it was, shitstorm. I don't know what it was there, but
Isn't that what a tsunami
you know,
is?
and he's right. So, you know, if you listen to him, I mean, how long ago was that when he mentioned that? Maybe a month and a half, 2 months ago or so. So again, you know, when he's talking like that, and the stock is up here at 120, 130, you know, it's not maybe it wasn't 130. Maybe it was 130 when he was talking like that there was a little bit of a problem brewing here in the economy and for the bank. So, you know, you read the tea leaves there, and now he comes out. So we should not be surprised. A hurricane. Hurricane. That's what it was. Tsunami, slurricane, hurricane, all this stuff. So a nice little move down to the downside right now for these guys. So I don't know if we're in that hurricane now, if we're in the eye of the storm, or where we are, but it's been a pretty brutal move down. Get rid of that. It looks more dramatic here. Pretty brutal move down here since the beginning of the year, man. We peaked down in January at 170. I mean, we were higher before then, but since that 170 mark, look at us just respect this 50 period. There's that little bit of a bump up there into 130, but like Neil was talking about, some of the loan losses and the provisions and things like that. Well, I mean, maybe this is that flush in the banks, but, you know, rising rates, their net interest loans should be higher. They should be making more money. You know, I've noticed, and especially when we trade these banks, you know, they have the earnings calls going through and stuff like that. That can dramatically change, you know, what happens in the banking industry and what happens with these moves, right? So we're going to wait to see what they come out with on their call. I don't even have anything written down on the sticky note for the banks. I'm not super excited about them today. I want to see the movement of these banks because down 3% seems to be too much for me on this kind of a play, considering where JP Morgan's come from. So I think 108 might be the bottom there, but again, you never know when these things start to come on. So let's just give this a second, see what happens for JP Morgan and Morgan Stanley. But remember about Morgan Stanley, they raised their dividend and they created a buyback of, I think it was 20 billion when their market cap is only 70 billion. So they kind of showed the writing on the wall as well, that maybe things were a little bit better in their side of things. But again, that was, if you look at that 130 mark for JPM, that's still 90 here for Morgan, and you're still down to 75, basically breaking lows again on all these banks. So, you know, it's not as rosy as we feel, I think, anyways, out there. Investment banking, we're bad on both these accounts, both for JP Morgan and for Morgan Stanley. I don't think that holds out very well for Goldman Sachs on the investment banking side of things. So it's too late to buy the banks. You might have to play the 3-day rule here on this one. It's too early sort of to buy the banks. I'd wait for a couple days, let the 3-day rule come in, let them get hit a little bit more, and then maybe we buy them. JP Morgan maybe at 100 looks pretty good. Morgan down a couple bucks into 70 maybe as well. But I'm not sure it's time to deploy capital. I mean, yesterday before the CPI number, it was 3% chance of 100. Right, the 1 point, the 100 basis points. Right. Now it's 70-something%. It looks like it's almost 100% guaranteed that we're going to get, it's not 100%, but it's pretty close. We're going to get 175 basis points in the next 2 months. 175 basis points. Like, that is amazing amounts of increase. Canada ripped the Band-Aid off a little bit yesterday. That wasn't great. The Canadian banks yielding 3, 4, 5% as well in the dividend, but they're starting to head to the downside as well. And yeah, man, housing is going to be a problem now as mortgage rates continue to get hit.
They go up, yeah. And there's no way there's no spillover. Like, this is going to affect the overall economy. Like, I go back to a conversation I had with a neighbor at a school event, or kids at a school event, and when we're talking about like a couple of houses in the neighborhood that hadn't sold in a little bit, and I flat out said, I go, yeah, I mean, you know, this market's coming down, our mortgage rates are just going to go up. And he looked at me like, yeah, but it doesn't have to happen. I'm like, yeah, it does. And the look in his face told me all I needed to know. It's like, that's what the average person, not everybody, but there's still some disbelief out there, and it's getting very real. And when was the last time the Canada was more aggressive than the U.S. in anything? So, you know, I kind of feel like that aggressive stance almost has to get taken here. Yeah, I don't know where and when I want to buy the banks again. I was kind of looking for an excuse if Morgan had a good print, and I feel like I was really just looking for an excuse and not being rational about it.
Yeah, Bank of Canada makes a move yesterday. All of the big banks in this country then immediately follow suit and up their prime rates as well. Goldman, guys, I double-checked. Goldman's one of the ones on Monday, so we'll get GS before the open on Monday. So it's not just us. Reuters now reporting as well. Twitter down, apparently, globally, right across the board. So pretty big outage being reported for Twitter. BMO, meanwhile, let's talk about the chip makers here. BMO upgrading AMD this morning for longer-term earnings potential. But as you guys said, it was TSM with a really good forecast.
We were just saying here, we heard about AMD there, and yeah, Taiwan Semi. We talked about that a little bit, but like, let's just have a quick look here at Twitter. So Twitter's down, right? Like you know, you can't send anything. Your profiles won't load. It's completely not usable. You know, Elon Musk hacked it. No, I don't know who hacked into it. I don't know why they're down yet. But like, Twitter's up. You know, like. That's very, very interesting to me.
Where's the tinfoil hat on this one?
That's very, very interesting to me. I don't know what could the what could the tinfoil hat have thinking about that? Like, why would it be up? I just don't know why it's up.
I have no
like idea. That's the whole thing. And then you mentioned
the first thing that came to my mind with Twitter down, like, and I want to get to the breakout happening in TSM, but the first thing that came to my mind was like, oh well, I can totally see if Twitter's down for a while, DWAC gets a pump today. And I'm sure there's no liquidity. It's not doing anything. I'm sitting on the bid just in case there's like I can catch a fill in front of the support. Like, look at what DWAC is doing. And don't get me wrong. Like, I understand it's been a weak stock, but you look at the 26.5 to 27 area, just barcoding, giving you support level. And if Twitter stays down half a day or something like that, you're going to tell me it's not going to make some kind of a move. So, I mean, if it breaks 27.50, maybe there's an entry on a breakout style trade, but I'm just surprised that nothing's really happening. I guess it's only been 20 minutes or so. People are just digesting. When Rogers was down here forever, I mean, I didn't even realize until I got into work and Brendan was telling me when Rogers was down, the whole country had internet down. So people are probably just realizing what's going on in Twitter. But I mean, I don't think, I don't think when you look at TSM, when you look at their guide, the only thing that I think could be negative about what they were talking about was they did say that maybe foundry growth has peaked. And there was a note about them talking about that. And so where I would lean to, I think there's going to be some relative strength in the chips today. Where I would lean to say that you might see some weakness might be with something like an Intel or Global Foundries. And I haven't even looked at either one of those two. But I think for the rest, you're probably going to look at some strength here, like an AMD. I like a 77 support. But you just look at TSM on its own here, in the midst of a breakout off of this 82 level, and it's. You might as well just be looking at this as well. You know, like longs in front of that 82 make a heck of a lot of sense. Like, I think this is where we're going to be leading today, the strength in the chips. Market bouncing off lows, but give me something with a positive catalyst. Like, we've been looking for something good out of one of these names. Like, we saw what happened when Micron guided poorly. And in this case, we get something the other way. So I don't see why it's not just the complete reverse of that, where the good guy drives everybody to the upside today. Although I'm a little tentative in thinking about Intel just because of what they said about the foundry, and I think that's what you're betting on for the next few years if you're making an Intel bet. But 82's off TSM looks pretty good. 77 support on AMD. The one short I will look at, I'm not getting away from NVIDIA short. 153 to 154. Like, this top here, until it breaks it, I think you're only buying off deep support. Until we break through like 154 on NVIDIA, I think shorting that level is probably going to make some sense. We could take that out today. It could be the equivalent of 80 going, but it's just been so good for like 3 days in a row. If it loses the fourth time, sometimes you just got to be willing to accept that.
So I have on TSM. Look, I really think it's great. I mean, it's on it's a New York name. That's what kept screwing me up. Okay. I kept typing NQ on it. First of all, Amazon coming back down in, so that's going to be hopefully a big trade for us. We are still short. We did get short Unity up here as well at 33.40. Yesterday, we did not hit Unity, and that was, it was a mistake. We had one red name yesterday. It was American Airlines. We did that in the last 10 or 30 minutes, I guess, of the show there. But here comes Unity coming right back down in. I like that trade. We're going to get out something at 33 here and then hopefully hold the rest for that 32.50 break at the bottom. So that's going to come out. That's just so funny. Like, I was sitting there getting my coffee and I was like, all right, I'm going to send out my tweet, and then didn't go out. And then I came out here and Neil's like, oh, Twitter's down. I'm like, okay.
It's just gone down.
It's just like I just gone down. We just missed it. But even if I got it out, it doesn't matter. You can't log into Twitter right now anyways. Okay, but TSM, that's what we're talking about here. So let's do that quickly. You know what? Great quarter, man. I mean, great discussions there. I wrote down here, great forecast, finally a surge in demand for chips projected. Profit surge, revenue surge, any dip, we need to be buying this thing. It hasn't dipped since we talked about that, so down to 82, I would think you could buy it as well down there. I really like, even if you just go back to yesterday, yesterday's close. It shouldn't go red today. So I mean, we shouldn't see an 81 break. That wouldn't make sense if this goes red today. It's good. There's a lot of talk about them. You just heard about AMD there as well. Was Intel a negative note? I saw that's on the watch list. I'll look at that again. I haven't traded Intel in a bit, so I don't really look at that too much. But this 80, where you have a lot of consolidation down here on Taiwan Semi, worst case scenario, the market comes back in, which would be great for me now, short AMC, Unity, and Amazon. Then we look at this 80 mark, and I think that's a loaded up, man. Yesterday, we bounced off 80 in that horrible CPI. I mean, down here on the CPI is 79. But, if you put on a bigger position here around $80, I don't think we break 79 today unless this market is really screaming. And if it is to the downside, then you'll definitely know that you don't want to be long any of these chip names. So I like that. And then I also do like a break here. You can see on the daily chart, you are starting to get a little jiggy with it here down at $84. So you're trying to break out above. If you could break this $83.50, $84, I really like that long as well. The breakouts haven't been great when you take them super early. So I don't think we'll do that today on Taiwan, because remember what we said about earnings? And I think it's going to be true for the end of time. We don't know the side that people are on. So are people caught offside here? Are they not long enough? And if they are, then the market rips up, right? If they're long already, then you can see some profit taking happen in some of these names, which could bring it to the downside. If they're not long, which they may not be for Taiwan, because a lot of people not expecting this kind of a move, that's where I mean, and I just sort of double spoke there because I said the wrong thing first. If they're not long enough, then you could get a bump to the upside here, because people piling in, looking at this and saying, we missed the bottom, FOMO happens, take it back up to this 50 period. So I really like this 84 break here on Taiwan Semi. It could also coincide with an 80 break on AMD. So I think the semis are back in play, and it's time to rock and roll with these ones.
All right, let's get some analyst moves for you. Here we go. There it is. AMD top of the list. BMO with the upgrade today on AMD. Costco on here. This Flywire I saw moving around a little bit in the pre-market as well. We'll maybe have a look at that coming up. But Cisco, interesting. JP Morgan to the downside on CSCO today, 2% already in negative territory. Nothing. Fastenal actually reported yesterday, but didn't really do much, guys. But nothing else too exciting.
Yeah, I thought there was. That's right. I thought there was something else that reported that we completely ignored. But look, Cisco. Whatever, for lack of a better term, this is not doing a lot of pre-market volume. It does have some things about it that normally set up for a trade, so it's casually on the radar. Looking at this $41 level here, if you were to break that, this is a stock that's in a pretty clean downtrend. So when you look at these floors potentially bursting, you had a wick bottom, obviously back there in May, and this could be headed down toward that level. So it's casually on the radar. But I mean, that upgrade of AMD, this is where, like I said, the chips is probably where we're gonna be. Relatively focused here today. So let's just go back and start thinking about those. Like Sean said, there's an 88 break. I think you can also look at buying dips. I like this and TSM. And just to go over it, because I did just mention Intel. I tend to think there were a couple of lines in there from TSM that were bearish for Intel. Just relative to the other names, and it's flat to slightly down on the session. If it takes out 37, I don't really want to be short any of the major chip names today, to be honest with you. But if we take out that 37 level, this is another one. If it wasn't for the fact that we had that 830 number, sometimes you look at an event like that where you wipe out a bottom and then it immediately recovers, and you just say, okay, well, that was a one-off shock type of event. And really the support at 37 got reestablished late in the day on volume. So there is still that chance that we could be breaking down through 37 on Intel. I don't love the notion of being short one and then maybe long the other two, but it's going to be hard to ignore. If we start going red on the session and there's a chance to short off the 37 level in Intel, I'll probably be taking a look at it. But I'd rather be looking for that long in TSM and AMD than betting against them. But if those two lose, I'm more apt to turn to a short in Intel than either of those two names.
Yeah, I think that was a good point there, what we were talking about there with that Intel news. So, just to talk about the positions that I am in here, because we didn't get a chance to look at. I mean, we are going to talk about Amazon in a minute. It's just I'm in this name here. So we shorted it initially a little too early when we first sat down there. We got into VWAP where it was. It has started to go back up to the upside there on Amazon. So we're going to have to watch out for this 110. I just don't think in rising rate environment that Amazon should really, again, yesterday's move up, the whole market bumped up there for a bit. Amazon was relatively strong, and I just think that yesterday was maybe that little bit of a move that wasn't required, I don't know, for Amazon. I feel like Prime Day, there's some, sort of things happening there in the background. And I'm not worried about this short. It's just, like, are we really going to break this 112 area today? I just don't see how rising rates are a really good thing, man. I mean, I know oil's come down here and gas is definitely coming down here where we are. So, and I'm sure it is where you are as well. But food prices, just cost of goods, even oil at these prices. I mean, gas, heating, anything like that coming for the winter months. We're hearing some big problems in Europe with Nord Stream 1, with some maintenance and Russian oil, and Macron was so negative today. It's just Draghi. Like, Europe is in a big problem, and Amazon's big everywhere across the world, right? I know they have AWS, and I think really that's what's holding this stock up, because retail's been a disaster. We've seen Gap, you've seen Walmart, you've seen Target, you've seen all these companies come out and just be like, man, this is a problem, too much inventory, this and that. Amazon continues to be super strong in the inventory side of things, just like Costco, as they have great management. They have great logistical plans and properties and everything. So, maybe they are holding it out, but I'm going to wait for 112 to break, man. And I know we're in it a little bit early, but I think like the early bird gets the worm here. If this market does start to tick down, I think Amazon does fly to the downside here. We're out of the money now, 40 cents. It's a pre-market trade, but now that I'm in this, I'm actually, got a little more shares here than I thought I would, and we're just going to wait to see what happens at 112. I didn't even think we'd be bumped up to 110 here, so I like this short AMC, short Unity, short Amazon right now.
All right, quietly yesterday, we had a pretty big day for Tesla shares back to the upside. I mean, Elon Twitter stuff aside, there's a positive note this morning on the AI side of things from Truist on Tesla. It is down on the morning still, but nice reversal yesterday back to positive on the day. It did come off at the end, but still holding 700 here, having a, I guess, decent start here.
I think their self-driving AI dude, who was on sabbatical, left the company there. Right. But overall, Tesla, it was one of the strongest. I don't know if it was the strongest name yesterday. I mean, you could probably pull out a few names that were maybe a little bit stronger, but certainly perception-wise, off of those lows, it had one of the most impressive moves there. And I just sort of look back, and the same thing I just said about those wick-off bottoms at the bottom of 830 for Intel. I think in some ways you can sometimes apply that to the top end of a breakout and the way that we've gapped down. So like that 710, which was a clean break yesterday, that's the one I missed. It was a 710 break yesterday at about 10:30 or so. Like now that's where we closed essentially yesterday, and then you've got this as your new resistance level. So I think 710 is what I'm looking at more so than 700. I think we need to hold above that price for any kind of a run, and then that becomes your support level for the day. Otherwise, it could be one of those like down days. And just because I don't think we'll get to this one, and you're right to sort of talk about that, Sean, the positions we have on. If you remember, I've been saying GameStop the last couple of days in this 200 period moving average. So very quickly here, like this 200 period average has been rejecting. It has wicks above, and then the next couple of days after we reject it, it's like 3, 4, 5 days in a row, it'll go to the downside. So this is a simple binary. Let's see if this holds one more time. We had the wick above in the afternoon yesterday. We were trading off of that in the AM show, so in the afternoon show. And then now we're below that price. So I'm just looking for the short. I got a 139.5. I actually am willing to add to it again. Probably more than I'd usually be into an open trade on GameStop based on that theory. But if we get back above that breakout price, above that 142, then I just want to be out of it. But if we reject it every single time it's done this, it hasn't given you $1 or $2. It's essentially been like, $4, $5 moves in the next day. Sometimes you're even getting like $10 in there as well. So I'm just anticipating that if its pattern holds, the risk to reward does line up pretty well. So that's the reason I'm in the GameStop short. Nothing to do with the NFT news the other day. It's just this 200 period.
Macron, someone said. Macron. And you are not supposed, Macron. What? Macron. Yeah, it's not, you don't pronounce the N. That's what I thought I did. I don't think I don't think I did pronounce the N there for anybody there. But yeah, Amazon continues to rip upside right now. So I don't know what's happening here. We are in Canada. We're supposed to also be able to speak French. So, but right there, $100. Are we supposed to? I don't know if we're supposed to or not. But second language, I guess there. Two official languages actually in Canada, French and English. Yeah. So just looking at that 112, that's going to be an area there. I don't. Are we on anything specific right now,
We're
Brendo?
talking Tesla.
We're just talking Tesla still. Yeah. Okay. I heard that. All right. So let's just go back. I want to talk about NEO. We traded this yesterday. The same kind of thing. I really like that $20 level there. So if the market does dip down, yesterday we hit some good longs on NEO. It was one of our better ones. We waited for the market to open and then hit this rate about 10:30. When it broke through 21.20, it did go up to 21.80, making that a high again. And then we hit it again in the afternoon, which was a good trade for all you guys live in the market before dropping the last little piece out when we broke through VWAP. But again, another good trade. There's that Michael Noss reverse smile there from Trade Ideas. But that's a name to watch out here for on NIO. The Chinese names have been really, really hot lately, and there's that $20 mark. So we'll see if it can come back down. We tested $20 back on the 6th. We tested it again here on the 12th. And then today, if, like I would keep saying, whatever, I don't know where this market wants to go today, to be honest with you. I thought we would be down more, but we're kind of just barcoding now. Nice move up on that number, but now it's a barcode. So I think NEO, any sort of a dip down into 2020, 25, 2040, something like that is probably worth a buy there on NIO. So if you're going to go anywhere electric, I would do that. You know what I did want to look at? Yesterday we didn't talk about this, but I thought Polestar came out yesterday and basically confirmed that they were going to deliver those 50,000 vehicles this year, I guess. I believe it's a year. I don't think it's a quarter. If it's a quarter, that's great. But it didn't really move that much yesterday. So Polestar yesterday actually, I mean, everything went up to the upside, but it just fell back down and came right back into that $10 mark again. So as you're seeing here, it might look better if I call it up on eSignal because we just have the changeover on the symbol there. Here it is here. So, big moves down. We were always wondering what it was doing when GGPI was down here at $9 because the deal was done. So that just floated back over to 10. Now remember, it was a SPAC, so $10 is the price that pretty much, the SPAC was guaranteed to play out at. But now that you are back into a name, Polestar, now it can go down as far or as high up or wherever. I guess it could go down now as far as it wants to. So I would be very, very careful with this name. I'm actually looking at Polestar as a possible short into here, this 984 mark, because like I said, I'm surprised it hasn't gone up a little bit more since flipping over into an actual stock, right? And so if that's not going to be the case, I'm wondering if people will start to sell this name. If the market starts to come back in, we've seen Rivian have a horrible last 6 months. I mean, all the EV names have had a horrible year.
Go EV is moving right
now. Go EV is moving right now. So, they're the Canoe awarded by U.S. Army Supply. Right now. So Go EV gets the Army deal, which is always shitty news for Palantir, but it looks like it's going to be good news for Go EV right now. As there we go, Brendan. He'll probably have some more on this one, but a nice move to the upside for Go EV if we're going to do a little bit more work on this before we get the Brendan bump here. $4 we've stopped at a couple times. Not a bad spot here for that $4. I think you might want to take this on the $4 break. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm taking this breaking through $4, Brendo.
Yeah, it looks like I was going to mention Twitter as well, guys. Interestingly enough, the website is still down, but the desktop application I use is working. So if you have like a TweetDeck or Tweetin or any of those, it's working, but the website appears to still be down. Here it is. Canoe getting a U.S. Army supply for an electric vehicle for analysis and demonstration, whatever that means. For Go EV. So that one had a big move early in the week as well on that Walmart deal, also for Go EV. Let's bring in Arun here, get a check of the overall market after another reading on inflation. We're kind of grinding along the lows after an initial move back to the upside here. Brought to you by, the Small Exchange. It is Thursday. If you're thinking about getting into futures trading, guys, check them out today. smallexchange.com. Sign up today. Great information always from the Small Exchange. Hey, Arun, what do we need to know?
Well, this market, obviously, it's coming off overnight. It kind of just went sideways for the most part. I think after 12 o'clock or so, it just went sideways up north of 3,800, but overnight's fallen off, but it's fallen off into a support range. So at this point, I'm going to say the bias is still to the sell side unless we go up north of 70. So 37.70, which is 15 points away. If we can get enough buy strength to cross that to the upside, I'm going to start looking at some longs here. 37.20 is the bottom end level that we've had in place for a while. I believe that's been in place since, if I can find it, it's been in place since late June. So 3720 is in play on the bottom end for support. So if we can get some sort of stability where we're at right now, then there's a possibility for a long back to the top end of the range, which sits north of 3,800. Remember, yesterday we were using 3835 spot on with that, but that's too close. So I'm going to slide that up a little bit here. 3840 is going to be your new level. So north of 3,800 up to 3840, that's going to be the range to work with on the shorts up there, and then 3870 going on down. So because the ranges are tight and the levels are not too far away from each other, especially these wide ranges, you're going to have to control the risk a little bit. So if you're going to get a one-to-one trade, then you got to get north of 70 and then a pullback, at which point you can bid in and try to play the long. As long as the risk makes sense, then the trade is valid. If the risk doesn't make sense, you just avoid it. Wait for the trades to either break either of those two areas, 3840 up, 3720 down. If we do get that 3720 down, it does open up a multi-day break, but at the same time, it all depends on what prices were put in before we get that break to go for the short, because there's another level sitting not too far away from that. So we're going to have to be a little bit more finesse with the trades today, especially given the wide ranges we're working with. But for now, bias to the sell side unless we break 3770 to the upside.
All right, thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow. JP Morgan saying they're not seeing cracks in credit yet. Making a few comments here. Looks like the overall call might be on right now, so I'll read through those. But just be careful if you're watching or looking at JP Morgan right now. Looks like the call might be on currently. Make sure you grab the watch list every day. We send it out before we come on at 8:30 for free. You can use the QR code there as well. Free watch list, guys, every single day. There's a new Twitter doc from the SEC as well. So I saw there was a statement this morning from the SEC directed at Elon because he hasn't responded to their last request for information, but we'll dig into that a little bit as well. Let's go to JP Morgan. As I said, the call appears to be on right now. A few comments coming through for JPM. So just a heads up on the banks, guys, but both JPM and MS missing with their latest quarterly results.
Yeah, I'm just tweeting out here that we went long the $4 break here on Go EV with a new headline just came out. We did post it up there for anybody that's having problems, obviously, with Twitter. There you can go on Instagram right here at Trader TV. Sean, we posted that up already on the sticky note right now with a few other fun things as well that are up here on the sticky note. So on Instagram. So definitely go find those out right now. Instagram at Trader TV. Sean, it's real. It's up there right now. You follow me. I put some stuff up there. Fun time at the Jays game last night as well. That was a lot of fun. We did get some out there at 410 there. So a nice move, or 409, sorry. Nice move back up to the upside there for Go EV. We did take out 20% when it did hit there. I do want to be able to hold this pretty much as long as we can to see if we do get that run into the open when, here, I'll put it back on Go EV, when we get that run for the open, when retail sort of can step in a little bit more at 9:30, but we'll see. I mean, retail is in now, right? I mean, we all have accounts that can be activated. I'm going to wait until this thing drops below this 325. So I'm going to be in this for a while. We'll see if that does happen. You talked about the banks, man, and I you know what? Now that you guys see that the sticky note is out, I don't even have the banks written, anything on there. I can recall trading the banks, and they just, for me, on the day of earnings, man, they don't trade that well. There's a lot that has to be figured out. There's some of the most widely held names in the world. I mean, everybody seems to have, like every ETF or anything, you know, everybody's in some sort of a bank hedge or something. So let's just wait to see where it trades. I mean, this is pretty choppy. You're not going to get more choppy earnings than this, really. I mean, you know, if these were each candles, like you have basically a 109.70 high, 107.70 bottom, and then just a bunch of in-betweens right now. So for me, for JP Morgan, I just, quite frankly, for all of them, Morgan, Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan, I don't have any clue of what to expect here. They weren't great quarters, but they weren't horrible either. They warned, they guided, it's back and forth. Like, I don't have an opinion on them, and I'm not going to talk about, I talked about rising interest rates already. Should be good for the banks, clearly not. There's a weak consumer out there. That's never a good thing. We see mortgage rates starting to go back up to the upside, and I don't think you buy the banks until they're loved again. And honestly, if you're going to look at a chart of this, I mean, there's not, like, banks aren't supposed to do this. Like, I mean, are they? Are they supposed to go down, what, 40%. Like this is a 170 high down now to 108. So you lose 70 on 170. Like, is that supposed to happen in 6 months? So I feel like there's more pain to come on some of these names. And I don't want to be a buyer until I really see others joining me. I mean, to be quite frank with you, the volume here at the bottom has been pretty decent, but a lot of red like all these days. If you look at the last 2 months, or not, forget about it since that move up, but since June 1st, so a month and a half, you have like three or four green days in here in a month and a half. So people aren't buying the banks. So I'm not going to step in today and do that either. So I still think you want to be looking at some of the value tech plays rather than these banks. But hey, if you're dollar cost averaging and you've been doing it, today you get a 3% move down in JP Morgan. To me, you know, if that's your plan, then I think you continue to buy it, because even if you zoom out, I mean, no matter how far you zoom out, there's COVID bottoms of $80, $85, you know, in and around here. So if you're going to find, you know, a mattress to land on, that's where I see it happening, right into here, $100. So if you want to wait for 105, 106, something like that on JP Morgan, then really that's what I would do. But I haven't gone through the earnings report or anything like that. So all I can do is look at price action for right now. And to me, it doesn't look great on these banks.
No, JPM, that other than Morgan Stanley, because Morgan Stanley, it's the same thing. The report was basically almost exactly the same. Disregard the comments from Jamie Dimon. We know what he's always going to say and be more bearish across the board. But this is just a simple breakdown trade for me on the daily chart. It's broken 110. It's broken this recent bottom. So I want to be fading in front of it. Nothing yet on the call has gone too crazy, but if it breaks 110, I know where I'm wrong. It's a short in front of that, and it's a short in front of that only. I wanted to just quickly go over GoEV before we went too far here. And I know now, of course, my trades don't show up. But if you remember when we traded GoEV a couple of days ago, there was that break to $5. The short was at 5, and then the short was at 4 in the afternoon. That was that afternoon rollover short. It was support on the way up, and that was the play into $5 that we gave, and then the short off of $4. So this is why I was all over 4. And I'm looking at this support. When it failed at $4, this was your support here at 380. I'm actually on the bid for a dip buy at 380, but we get below that, down about 370, I'm getting out of that trade. If I want to buy support there, that's a second play, not hanging on to the first one. I mean, that's just too much room to give it. At a hard turn off $5. And that was that 480 to 520 band that we were talking about on the daily chart in GoEV, and that was right in here. And it got right into that 40-cent range, ticked 480s, touched, tried to get to 5, rejected it. The short was at that 480 level on the way back down through, and then you saw what ended up happening to it the rest of the day. So I think this is where it's possibly headed in the best case scenario. 520 would be a pretty huge break if it can get there. I want to see specifics on how big that deal is, of course, because I think that obviously does matter. But GoEV, I'll be out of it if we crack that 370 down, but I'll reload at 380 on this trade, and I have taken some out in front of 20s.
Looking for any kind of number on that, but I don't see one yet. So will be important for Canoe as far as how large that contract is. Let's go to the chip makers. TSM with the earnings report. AMD with the upgrade today. It's from BMO, but still an upgrade. Was very strong yesterday as well. It's worth mentioning. But here we go. I highlighted this forecast revenue growth that could be the highest in 10 quarters for TSM.
Just a tremendous look. It's exactly the kind of news that you finally wanted to see, right? Like all of these sort of headwinds that have been coming through, and everyone's worried about a slowdown in demand and that the chip boom is done. Like I said a little bit earlier, they did have a note talking about possibly the top is in for like foundry growth, and maybe that's certainly true. I think that's why Intel's flat to down when everything else in the space is. Actually, now that I say that, NVIDIA just turned red as well. So I want to say everything else in the space, but NVIDIA just went red off of the 150, rejecting the 152 level. But TSM, for me, this is going to be a bounce play. If we do drop, I want to be long in front of the 82. That's my 3. But I'll show you on the daily and maybe even the 15-minute. It looks a little bit better on the 15 here, just to give you a hint. You had this obvious resistance that's just been sitting at 82, and now that you're breaking above it, I think that's pretty much a clean break in a multi-level time frame. So I want to be long in front of it. Hopefully we can hold up. The other play I like is going to be AMD to the long side. I think that's off of this resistance level, that's 77. So very similar like Tesla. Tesla would have had this as like 110, the price that we broke out on the way back up. AMD's was about 77, and then we held closing above that. So that's the first dip that I want to be buying on this particular name. If I do have a short that's not Intel, it's very likely to be NVIDIA. NVIDIA off this 153 to 154 high that has been put in all week. Every day this week, NVIDIA has been giving you a turn off this level and saying, if you're not short here, then you're not shorting NVIDIA. So that's the only place I'll be short in NVIDIA or an AMD, I think is right above that level. I suppose if you get up to that price, you're probably talking AMD 80s or so, and maybe that's a shortable level too. I just prefer NVIDIA because it's worked better.
Unity just came in again, so there it is. So yesterday we don't have Unity, today we do. Just got reloaded on the coffee, but it wasn't actually even a reload. It's I got mine so early, and I just tasting it. And I was like, that's too warm. So just got a nice one there, and talked to Katrina bits. We got some things brewing there as well on the sponsorship side of things and stuff like that. So that's fantastic. If any of you are out there and you want to, I don't know why I haven't done this yet. If any of you are out there and have a business or marketing budget or anything like that and want to talk about advertising or sponsoring the show, definitely send an email to marketing@tradertv.live for that one. Just talk to Katrina. We have a lot of interest coming through on that. So if any of you are part of, or your significant other or anybody you know looking to advertise, we did a good thing with Manscaped. We have a bunch of different sponsors going on right now. We did that one with... what was the watches? Lewis Daniels watches there out of the UK. And as you can see, I'm just needlessly promoting these things out of nowhere. So there you go. So we'll continue to do that for you guys as well. So
where's the Kirkland sponsor?
Marketing, well, Ian's going to be sponsored. Ian is now sponsored by Kirkland. As I saw him with the shirt on today. Did you see that? Is that why you said that?
No, I just got to know you use the vitamins. That's all.
Oh my God, that's crazy. Yeah. So that's a good point.
What? Ian's wearing a Kirkland shirt?
Yes. That's just ironic that you said that, because I was I saw Ian.
No, I didn't know.
Let me make sure. Ian.
I didn't know that. I mean,
yeah, there he is. You got the Kirkland on today. Yeah, he does. Yeah, there he is. See,
get out of here. Yeah.
We're just talking about sponsorship, so there we go. So not sponsoring yet, but we have the shirt on. We have the vitamins here. So if any of you, are interested in anything like that,
rule number one: don't give it away for free.
Yeah, exactly. There it is. Yeah. Well, Costco will give away. Yeah. We do a lot of crazy things around here. Another out on GoEV. So now we're out at 30%. It comes right back up. We actually got out at 8 that time, not 9. So we're gonna hold on to the 70% of this one. No getting out now. I saw you there, Mike Murphy, and yeah, I wish I could hold on to that Apple short that we had yesterday into the close, but we cannot hold on to anything here. Jamie Dimon sees range of scenarios for economy from soft to hard landing. You see, this is what I'm saying. How are you going to trade the banks when this is the kind of stuff's coming out right now? Sees a range of outcomes from soft to hard. Okay, what is this, a taco? All right, let's just go on there. You were talking about, did you talk about Taiwan semi? I know we did.
Yeah, we just
did a little bit there. So I'm going to move over quickly to AMD, just quickly here, because you have that 80 mark. I heard Neil talking about NVIDIA there. Why? What wick is that? I can't even use the daily charts for AMD, but it doesn't matter. I only need the 20-minute here. $80. So $80 hit on Thursday, Friday of last week. We came back in like a monster this week, down to 74, 75. We had that long yesterday, which was an absolute beast. AMD was the number one name on the show here yesterday. I don't know if it will be today. It may be, but I want to see it come up to this 80 mark and dance around a little bit here. I'm much more interested in Taiwan Semi. The sticky notes out. We talked about that. 80 dip buys, things like that. I don't have any bids on Taiwan right now, but I definitely like this name the most out of everything, as they are one of the only. Micron is a NASDAQ name, isn't it, as well? Intel's a NASDAQ name. AMD is. NVIDIA is. But Taiwan Semiconductors, of course, is not over there to New York. But I like this dip buy into $82. So I think if you get an 82 print that comes through and you're able to pick that up off the open, I like that, protecting this high right there from the 8th. So let's watch out for an 82 bid. Bringing it back down into 80, I think, is a no-brainer. If that does happen, you got to load up the long yesterday. 80 held in basically in that storm. Where is it? This is a daily range again. Where's my minute chart? Taiwan semis right here. Held yesterday into that storm of CPI. It held around that 79.80 mark before bumping up to $82. And then today we get that better report out. It's up 2% while the market continues to fall down. That's always a good sign. So let's see if the market weakness brings us back down to 82. First level to engage at is right there. Then we'll wait to see an 81 and change. And unlike everything else, I'm not going to be digging into this one too far. We'll put on a few positions into here, and then we'll really see what happens at 80. And if we take down 80, then hey, man, the market's going to be in some big-time trouble. We'll be banking on everything else. So I like Taiwan Semi here. I think it's a no-brainer to try it anyways at $82. So that's what I'm going to be doing.
All right, pretty quiet morning so far for Netflix, but it is kind of just hanging out up here around 175 once again this morning after that big move yesterday. If you remember, late in the afternoon, we saw a heavy volume come in. You can see huge buyers stepped up on that news with Microsoft. So they're using Microsoft for their ad-supported subscription plan whenever it does come to market. Hopefully this means a little bit sooner than later. 175, obviously a big level here for Netflix.
Yeah, Netflix is just chilling right now. It's not really doing anything crazy in the pre-market. No real moves to be had. I think there's a chance at a breakout, but here's the level I'm kind of looking at. I know 175 seems obvious, but you've been going back and forth through that level, up and down like 6 or 7 times this pre-market. So I don't think you've had any clear chance there. Where it broke out from on that news was right here at about 174, and that's the morning support. So I think that can be pretty decent. And if you look at where we're grabbing some longs, this 177 area, I think that could turn into a bit of resistance. Like there was a wall there in the afternoon that was good support right up until the end of the day. So 177, resistance, 174, I think makes some sense there. I just want to quickly go to Novavax because they got that approval, and I think we all know the whole story with some of these vaccine names where like the day that it happens or after it happens, you get a move to the downside. So you did have a significant bounce in the AM and then in the PM, and then it rejected that, and then the 67 level just went. Someone's asking, do I have a trade on it? Well, I did just put some on here below that 67 break. Ideally, I'd like to get more shares in around 67.50, but it's one of those floor breaks, sell the news type of events, and there's room to 65, then to 63, and we've seen this happen in the past. The playbook hasn't been as good as it was at the height of COVID. Like that was like every single chance that you'd get one of these vaccine names that would run up into a decision, and then all of a sudden they get the approval on whatever the next thing was, and then they would sell off that day. So I'm just going back to that here on Novavax.
I'm just lining up a few trades here on AMC. Yeah, as you talked about Netflix, Microsoft, that reminds me of Microsoft because yesterday when that had happened, we went long Microsoft and did really well on that name before obviously the market dumped down. So we actually put Microsoft on the board yesterday right here. Was able to, actually, no, we didn't, we got out, that's right. That's where we got out. We got out of a few of these crazy names. Yeah, see now some of these wicks are showing up even for me today. That's 252 there. We took that long. We took it long again there on some of these announcements there that they were partnering up with Netflix on that subscription-based platform. So we actually got out at the high of the day here pretty much for Microsoft, but that was 253. And then now today you're coming back in, and we've already broke down through 250. That was a big level there to worry about because here's the 20-minute chart. The last time we were down here, we hovered around 250 for a bit, but the 13th was just a crazy day, and this is where we absolutely got clapped on was it Monday, or I think it was Monday, I guess. What day is it today? Was it Tuesday? Whatever day this was, 13th. So all the way downside, boom, 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 boom. Microsoft got hit on that Morgan Stanley downgrade. It goes all the way and basically bounces off 249. Sure, there's wicks down here to 247, 248, but this 249 is an interesting level for me. So let's see if this market does fade out a little bit. Let's see if we can test some Microsoft longs at 249. So I want to look at that, and then ultimately breaking down through 247. I guess that could happen. So, we'll look at Microsoft down here at 249, but that's a name just ties in a little bit with that Netflix trade. So we'll wait to see if there is a day 2 move for Netflix and for Microsoft. I don't really think they're tied that much. Just that came to my mind there, and I do trade Microsoft quite often. I think it might be net since we started the show. I mean, I haven't traded in a bit, but it might be the #1 stock for me. But 249, I think, is worth looking at here if you're going to try to buy something today on any early weakness. I don't know if that's the right thing to do. I'm net short Amazon, I'm short AMC, I'm short Unity. And honestly, this Go EV trade, I don't really like it that much, to be honest with you, anymore. I thought that there was a good chance for it to go pretty early there, and it really didn't. So we got it at 30%. We're still fine. If I close the position right now, we would still be fine. But now on second thought, man, 375. I think I'm just going to get out if it dips back down below here. I was going to give it all the way down to 330, 340. I don't know, maybe I can be convinced to do that, but if you're not comfortable about this name here, you have the 50 period right here at 380, and you tick it down to 375. I wouldn't worry about this wick, but this 375 maybe is an area to get out if you are nervous about the log. I'll hold on to it. We're already out a little bit, and it's not a big position. Like normally if you see somebody. Oh shoot, it's already 9.24. If you see one of us in a position $3-4, normally it's a little more shares I feel than I have right now. So it's not a huge position. This is just one of those lotto tickets. Let's see where it goes. There's no way that I'm going to let this name fall all the way back down there and then take my 20% of my day or anything like that. It'll be a relatively small hit even if that comes down. Let me just put it this way. If I got out of Amazon now, it would be the same hit as if Go EV goes all the way back down to the bottom and takes out that low. So just to let you know the kind of risk and everything that I have on from Go EV to Amazon. So let's just see where we go now, but I'm definitely short Amazon, and I think the weakness in the market comes through today.
Yeah, a little underwhelming on that move to the upside for Go EV. Remember, 455 was the top going back 2 days ago. Big move down, worth noting here, guys, on oil right now, almost 4%. 3.8, in fact. It's gone from 95 straight through 92 now, or on its way to 92. So just a heads up. Crude oil markets getting a tick to the downside. Let's talk about Unity here. Yeah, just kind of grinding along yesterday's low after that big move down yesterday. There's a couple of negative notes on Unity, including Piper Sandler with a downgrade to neutral after what happened yesterday, that $4 billion all-stock deal for Iron Source.
I know we skipped over BABA. All I'm going to say about BABA, 111 has been an absolute wall. 111.25, if it ever breaks that price, is a breakout. Shorting in front of 111 until that's gone. It's the same thing like in NVIDIA. Unity, I think I'm winning a little higher. I guess, yeah, I'm winning way higher. I like that 34.50 area to 35. I think it's a short until it breaks that level. So any kind of a pop I want to be shorting into on Unity. We'll see if we can get it. I know Sean's already in it, but the deal's it's too expensive. They're not making money. It was just way too big of a deal as far as I'm concerned. So in a down day in the market, I think this still stays under pressure. It's that 35 level that has to crack before I would get away from the notion of the short.
Oil now falling to its lowest level since Ukraine, since the invasion, right? So oil right now, you can see at the bottom left here. I've taken away the what was that? The People's Trader icon here, so we can actually see oil a little bit more. So oil right now back down to $93. You can see really starting to make a move down here on a vote of confidence. I guess just went through on Italy as the Euro USD now back down below parity. So that's not great, man. I still think oil is a buy here. I don't. Out of all the sectors that have gotten hit recently, I said high value tech I like, and that's just the big names. Microsoft. I'm going to sneeze in a minute. Microsoft. I hope I hit the cough button on that one because I did. Did I?
Bless you. I don't know.
Negatory. I did. My finger. Can you hear me talking right now? Yeah. So cough button not working, Lucas. So how about that?
I hit that all the time.
Yeah. Look, cough. There. I'm holding it. Are you guys hearing me talk? So, anyways, I apologize on that one. There. We'll get that fixed up. I know Lucas probably put the Street Fighter thing on my stream deck, so I don't have to worry about that. I'll find that at some point here. But bless you. Sorry about that, guys. I did not mean to do that. I thought I was holding the cough button there. We have that, so a little bit professional. Hey, there's Tony in the background. What's up, Tony? Tony, sorry I wasn't able to see you last night, man. The kids were really loving the seats. We were 4 rows. Neil, those seats. I didn't realize that you were 1 over from the dugout. Like you were right, because they're better.
We get as close as we can.
Right. They're better than last year, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We get closer until we get a pay bump. Like if we go one more section closer to home plate, then I got to pay more.
That's how it works. Okay, so yeah, so you're pretty close right there. The market looks like it wants to go back up to the upside there. Thank you. So that Tony will fix the market. That's why Tony can't be on the show as much anymore, because he's in there doing everything he can to get this market right? So thank you, Tony, for that one as well. Oh, that's right. The reason why the cough button didn't work is because it was a sneeze. Duh. Thank you so much, iTrade Ames right there. Oh, we still haven't done small cap recap. Okay, over to Brendan quickly, man. The market's a minute away here.
Exactly, 1 minute. Let's go. TBPH up on some positive trial results this morning. Coming back in right now to some significant support areas around 940 to 950. So just be aware it's come off already, but we're bouncing off support. Above that, there's 950, 1050, 11. So wide range on this one. Popped up aftermarket yesterday, guys.
So a couple of things. I actually got a small partial fill in this thing at like 980, but not enough shares. I'm shorting this one in front of 10 if we do get it. And I just got into a firm with only a minute to go. It's like, oh, you want to go over all these names. A firm just made a huge pop. I didn't expect we'd see that 21 that closely.
Yeah, this is not
so
good.
Yeah, look, this is not one that I want to average into, but this is the level we played at the close in front of 21, so I just got 85s here. It's ticked above it and gets to like 21.10, but if we end up stopping out, I'm going to give it to like maybe the quarters at best. That's a pretty big spike. We took the GameStop trade. Again, this is just a rejection of the 200 period moving average. Every single day that it's done it, it's then flushed huge the next day. So I'm just sitting in that short looking for, like, this is the day after. This is the day after you've had big moves to the downside. Maybe it happens, maybe it doesn't, but I like that pattern. See if we can play it. Tony is on the bell. Should be a good one. He just caused a little bit of
Tony's on the bell.
He caused a spike in the market there. I got some shorts in on that little move. Hopefully they'll work
Thanks,
out
Tony,
for us there.
for that.
Yeah, why not?
All right, here we go. 9, 8, 7. It's going to be a good day here. They're getting ready to rock and roll. And 5, 4. Kill him with kindness, Tony. 3, 2, and 1. And there we go. Thank you, Tony. He's got his stripes on in the last couple of days. He really must like this tiger thing. He's got the tiger stripes going on there. Amazon absolutely ripping my face off right now to the upside as there goes the market, man. And normally we're long bias, but today we are not. Unity cracking lower. Unity, give me that 80, baby. Bang on Unity right there. So we'll go wow as Unity continues to go to the downside. So that's a good call. Amazon, not so much as the market.
Just got into TSM.
Yeah, did it take out that 83 or 84? Where is that?
No, I got it in front of 82. I got the last
How did
fill
I not
over
get
in
that?
GameStop, but TSM just tanked. Well, I don't want to say tanked, but TSM just made a big, strong move to the downside, and looks like everything. Well, I mean, it looks like the chip name's coming back in as the market caught a bit of a bounce. There's that 82 level. I just took it long in front of it. We could have a quick little stop out there. That Affirm trade for now looks pretty solid. Oh, for its AFRM. That Affirm trade for now. We got a pretty ugly spike up there. It came back down to 2060. If it gets there again, I'm going to have to take some profit out on Affirm because, I mean, that's a big spike up there in the market. Go EV is headed back in. That same 75 level, that's the only level I wanted to try and get a reload on. Looks like we're cracking below that. If we stop out here at 75, the short is off of $4. That $3.80 to $4 just becomes resistance once again. AMD just popped into.
Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, so we got a nice little trade there on Amazon, as you said, AMD and Amazon right now. So we got short there at 111. I told you we started a little bit early on that name, so we had to take something out when it came back into VWAP one more time. So that's doing that. Here we go again, guys. We just took another trade. We got out on Unity. Taiwan came all the way back in, right? So we are now long. It's a small position, but there it is, long at 81. What's my price right now? 81.80. So Taiwan Semi coming back in. We're going to wait for that 80 mark to hit because remember, we are just rocking right now. What up, AMC? There's a nice little short that we had on board that we talked about all over the sticky note as well. AMC back down huge right now. Let's put a bid out and we will take that bid. Yeah, buddy, we're doing it again. There goes Amazon to the downside, man. We are on fire right now again today. 109.20. Boom! What up now? This is a big move to the downside right here for everything. Unity down, 70 cents in the money. $1.50 now in the money on Amazon. AMC, 30 cents, man. We screaming, baby. This is going to be another good day, I'm hoping for anyways, as the market up and down. Take some profits now. This is going to be a jiggy one.
Oh, definitely. And watch out for, my chart won't load. Tesla broke that 710 level and is absolutely flooding. My stop got run on Novavax right at the open, and then it fell $2. So a pretty ugly one there. I had almost top on NVAX. Come on, chart. I want to show you guys Tesla. Tesla's screaming towards 700 even here. Load. My chart's not going to give it to me. I will show you. Oh, there it goes. Now it just came. Look at the move that just happened on Tesla. Right up to the 710 level. Hello, McFly, 710 on Tesla. I hate you, Affirm, because this was at 710 level, goes right there, and we're right back to 700. So unfortunately for me, I'm not in this one because I was over there getting into Affirm. And watch out for that GoEV. That 375 is still on the bid. It's about to get taken out any second now. That is going to absolutely flush through that level.
I'm so net short right now that it's crazy, but most of it is due to the Amazon trade. We got out double outs there at 109. That's that pre-market bottom. Let's see if we can fall even more into this one. This is a big win for me here. Hopefully we can hold out on that one. We did take another TSM here, but if this market's going to fall kind of like I think it's going to today, then I don't really need to be in any longs here. So the only long that we're in is that Go EV and Taiwan, and I don't know. This name is a sketchy one here for me now that I see this market pulling in, and it really came in a lot faster than I thought. Remember I said if the market was going to tank today, maybe we see that 80, but the market's not even really tanking, and we're already at that 80. So one more shot here, maybe give it down to like 79 and change here on Taiwan Semi, but I could have saved a little bit of money on this, but we are just monstrous right now. That Amazon trade really working out, man. That 80-50 bottom could be something as well. There's Amazon on the move down 108 right now. Holy crap. Welcome back, guys. I see Sharif in the background. Welcome back, Sharif, today. I hope he's short with me as well as this market continues to get destroyed. Unity now 66 cents in the money as well. AMC, Amazon $1.50 in the money. And Amazon is here. And just because, and I'm going to go to Brendan in a second, if you look at the sticky note today, which is now up on Twitter, yesterday, one of the number one names was AMC with the star beside it. What has the star beside it today? Amazon short. What's up, Brendan?
Microsoft to the downside a little bit here this morning, guys. There was circulating notes suggesting more layoffs possibly coming to Microsoft. Also, the NYSE tick, monster negative print there off the open. It was 1920 on the negative side. Usually 1,000 is considered a big reading. So 1920 negative on the tick off the open.
All right.
Well, everything's headed to the downside. We're about
like,
$20 on a firm here. It's about to hit the absolute bottom. GameStop, however, I don't know what AMC is doing, but GameStop is resisting. It's still resisting that top on the... Yeah, one of my charts is like actually frozen. There we go. That 142 level, it's still resisting that high. You still have that 200 period break. But when I see this not rejecting the way the rest of the market is, I'm kind of saying to myself, maybe it's not going to be as weak as possible. I'm going to maintain the stop at that 42. It looks like it does not want to flush with the rest of the market. I mean, everything is just absolutely tanking except for this GameStop trade.
Unity as well, man. Some nice little downside move happening in Unity. So we're going to see if we can take advantage of this one. We kind of called this play a little bit of a tricky one because we're down near that day's low from yesterday, 32.50. I put something on the bid at 32.50. No idea why we missed that down there, but now I'm at 52. So if it comes back in, I think that this is well worth it here. Amazon, the Tank City is on that one. Give me that 52, man, for Unity. There it is. A nice little win one more time. We'll hit the bang. Again, part of the contract. We got to do that. We are cruising again, man. One-time daily goal already met here today. So far, so good here on the market. Let's just see if it can continue to fall. We've got the names. We did take some nice outs there on AMC. Remember, this is going to be a name that's going to be a tricky one. We know the apes are on this, and everyone loves to trade them some AMC. So just be careful with it. My out's going to be 1540 up there on the upside. So we are going to watch out for that one. Unity's a good call there. Taiwan came up. I was waiting at 81.50, I believe, to get some. No, 81.25. And where did we stop at? 25. So maybe I should just. This is why traders use dark pools, right? I mean, and I'm not using them, but that's something that it literally stopped at 81.25 where my order was. So. Just to go show you that sometimes there is a little tricky things happening in this market. AMC, we just took another bid right there at 14.90. So let's see if that one can come back in. And then, yeah, what's really been happening is the crank down of Amazon. The number one name on the sticky note, the star beside it. Let's go. This is some more downside, please. I said it earlier, man. It's right on the sticky note. Today, look what we wrote down here. Today we may feel some pain. Okay, so there it is, downside, no surprise to this guy. Let's see where we go from here. We just need to get out of this Taiwan semi.
One thing that happens to me all the time, and it's just the way it is. I'm going to flush myself down the toilet. I didn't get back into Novavax here, and I'll show you what happened. We had the short twice off this 67 level. It ran stops and then absolutely tanked. But I'll tell you this right now. I'm going to take that stop out. And it's my job to get back into the trade because I don't sit there and average into it. I don't sit there and not adhere to my stop. I had a stop on GameStop. It didn't hit, so we're still in that short and it's working in the money. But if there is one trade that is going to haunt me for the rest of this day, It is Novavax headed right. It's already at the target of 63, which is absolutely ridiculous. Affirm is right back at that low, but it's finding a bid at $20. So Affirm, I'm not saying it's going to hold $20 here, but That's an even level. Every time we've seen, like I saw like Neo and a couple other names bounce off this 20. It bounced off it yesterday. So I'm just going to get another leg out here. And if we bounce back up, I'll be reloading this. There's always a 20 breakdown trade that can happen. Like if you flush through that level, you can also take it that way through. That TBPH, I need a nickname for that stock. I cannot be saying that like every single time. TBPH just popped back up. I said I wanted it in front of 10. Ignore all these wicks. It has had resistance in front of 10. So I am now sitting in front of that in $10. If it breaks through 10, I think I'd be looking at that 1050 level. Pretty key level for TBPH.
All right. Yeah, we're really printing, man. Look what we got on board right here, Unity, right? And I'm just going to print it out right now on the sticky note because there it is, another one. We're going to tweet this out right now. I mean, look at this short that we had on board for Unity, man. We really like that trade, and now it's all the way back down here. Here's the short. 32.50. You know, we're getting some out right now. We're still on board on this one. So there goes Unity to the downside, and that's going to be a good trade for us as well off the sticky note. And again, just yesterday's weakness coming into play here for Unity. AMC is an absolute monster as well. That's moving around. We're taking some profit on that one. But look at Amazon as well. You know, come into here. This is a great little short that we had. I mean, we didn't have it. We took it a little bit too early there off the open for Amazon. But you could see, you know, short again right there, and then the last piece in on the top, and then now you're looking at some bottoms here for Amazon. So let's see if this one can continue to work for us as well. I like both these names are the short side. I don't want to give them up, man. The NASDAQ's breaking. Oil's down 5%. This name just, look at Taiwan now. Let's go TSM, man. Now we're back into the money on this name. Holy crap. Longs we have working, shorts we have murdering the market. And there we go. Taiwan Semiconductor. Boom! There we go, man. Conviction. It's Conviction Nation, man. We talked about that. That's exactly, and Neil said the same thing there. When you have to have conviction on your outs, and then if it fails, sometimes you got to try to get right back in. Taiwan Semi, man, let's go. Here it is, another one, another out. Okay, Taiwan. So far, so good on this one, man. We talked about it, loving that 80 level. There it is. We took a bid at 81. Because we were net short, and we did talk about that, we were a little risky there on that long. But there it is, paying off, man. Trade the best names and get rewarded, baby. Let's go.
So just got that reload on TBTH. It popped up. It got to like 999 here. 998 and then rolled over. I was able to get some shares in the 80s, some in the 70s. Just popped back down to 950, so I took some out there. Just going to be taking some profit. But I want to go back to GoEV because that one had a monster flush. So we got stopped out. And then it holds the line right at 370 almost immediately. So I'm not entirely sure that this is necessarily done for the long side of the trade. But my condition was, if we broke that support, I'm looking for shorts at $4. If we pop back up to 4, then I definitely want to be taking a shot at this one. It's what worked for me last time. I adhered to my stop on GameStop. So GameStop does not roll over off the 200 period moving average. It actually breaks out off that 200 period moving average for the first time in a month. So watch out for the bullish side of that trade, Brennan.
A few things trying to show a little bit of strength here so far. Delta, the airlines did pop to the upside initially. We're trying to fade a little bit here. Remember, Delta, big move down yesterday off of earnings, but a few of the airlines have popped up already. NIO as well on a big reversal right now. Back through 21, that's still Delta. Back through 21 to the upside. Here we go for NEO, guys.
On Unity. Yo, shout out to Draper family there. Yeah, Draper family, great trade. Great, thanks Mike as well. I mean, I'm just talking about people on the chat here. They're talking about the great trade on Unity, the great trade on Amazon, the great trade on TSM. I mean, thanks guys. I mean, that's why I'm here. We've now made back everything and more that we lost on that Microsoft dump day. So yeah, man, I mean, I'm not going anywhere. I love this. And you know, I hope that you guys are able to see the consistency that I had. I think there was a run there in June where it was like 15 straight positive days. I had one of my best month of the year in June. And yeah, it's continuing one more time here this month. So let's just keep this party going, man. Look at that Amazon take. We're getting lighter and lighter on these names. Maybe there is going to be, I mean, we just took another out there, but maybe there is going to be a little bit of a bump back up here. So let's just start to empty out a little bit. We're $1.30. We're only $1.30 in the money on Unity, but we have 20% left on that stock. GoEV, whatever, man. I told you my play on that one. And remember I said, like, even if it dumps down, it's just a small hit. Well, Amazon actually dumped down, and now this GoEV is like, irrelevant to me, but we'll still trade that. And then right here, AMC, some good takes on this one as well. Not as much money as we had sort of hoped. Let's get some more out at 98, as AMC has held out pretty high here, but a good trade for me today on AMC. We started the short too early, but we did take it right off that there. And now let's see where we go here on AMC. I'm still looking at that 70 area as a possible spot to see about a break lower. I have no more bids on AMC, so I do have a short up here at 1530. If that comes through, we'll take that one.
Someone was asking about AAL there. Like, I think Brendan just talked about the airlines, but AAL, huge flush yesterday. 1440 was afternoon resistance. You're going to see, like, look at that level. It's got to get through there. You just had a wick top through 1440. Any bid above that price or consolidation, this is my 15-minute chart, by the way, any bid or consolidation above that price gives you room to run up until that 15 level. But I think you want to be very, very patient, especially with the market starting, continuing to flush here. Just going back over to that Go EV, because, I mean, TBTH starting to work out, but Go EV here, still in that channel. I still like it short, but it's got to be that $4 range. Once it's stopped out, I'm looking for the shorts at about $4, and there hasn't been much of a bounce. Tesla, once again, 710 is what it is. You can't hunt trades that are missed, but I'm also not chasing Tesla down here because now it's closer to the 685 support than it is to anywhere that I would like it short. And I don't like the $700 level today. I didn't. I liked 710, so that's what we have to go with. And if you miss it, you miss it. That TBTH, I do have, if TBTH gets back to $9, then this is where it could start thinking about a bounce. Like, you just look at the previous levels here on this stock. Like, once it breaks down out of this channel and gets down toward these lows, I think $9 could be a little bit of support for that TBTH. But working so far, I just need to be taking profit as it heads down towards that $9 area.
Microsoft isn't really doing too much. I mean, the market's taking. Meta is getting clocked a little bit here as well. Meta over there on the NASDAQ down, not down 0.84, it's down much more than that, down 3% now. Goes Meta to the downside, as there seems to be no faith in this name as that continues to march down to the downside here. Meta just absolutely clocked down to 157 and change. So you are coming into some levels here. I just don't think I want to go long on anything right now, but Meta coming in. If we can get some Meta love back down here to 156-ish, then maybe that's going to be something to look at. But Meta right now down to 158. I'm going to stay away. I'm going to stay in these positions that I have. I really like them. And so far, so good on all this. Give me another one, though, Brendan, as TSM is now $1.20 in the money.
Initial Prime Day numbers coming across right now, guys, from the U.S. So online spend across retailers touched $11.9 billion. That's 8.5% growth over the prior for Amazon, ticking back to the upside on that.
And here comes, by the way, NEO with a bit of a breakout there. Then a consolidation off that breakout price at 21.25. So anytime you see something like that, you have a couple of good days in a row. I think there's room to this 21.80 area. I think you just want to align yourself with the breakout price. So that's going to be those quarters. Ride the wave to the upside.
Yeah,
but however, there is one thing that I'm concerned about with those chips, those going up. It's, oh no, never mind. I thought with NEO going up, BABA would be closer to that entry point. We're still well below that 110 area. So no real worries there in Alibaba, at least for now. If the chips start coming to the upside, the short that I want on a pop is Intel. We talked about some of the notes in there from Taiwan Semiconductor, I think being negative for Intel in particular. So I'm looking for an Intel short. I don't think I'm getting 37s. That was a bit of a swing and a miss when it broke that level. But maybe looking at those 36 3/4, something along those lines, just to work a short on any strength in Intel. Not necessarily AMD or NVIDIA, but Intel for sure.
Yeah, so we got some more AMC here, and I don't know. This is my stop on AMC is at 1540, so it's getting really close to that level right now. I don't want to mess with this thing. I mean, yesterday we killed it to the long side. There's no way I'm giving this back today on AMC. We're actually still flat on the stock despite this move back to the upside because we did take some nice profits down there. But right now you can sort of see where my shorts at, or they're at 1520. So it's not in trouble yet. I'm going to put some more bids down here, maybe like 15 teens, like low teens, and then into the evens as well. See if we do get a little bit of a flush back in for AMC now as we're back into flat on that position. On that note from Brendan, I might have made a mistake there, but I did take a piece out when it was approaching that 109. It wasn't a stop order or anything like that. I manually took that out. Just a little nervous as Brendan talks about some of those Prime Day numbers. I just 8% bump, and now again, I don't know, wasn't prepared for the release of those numbers, so I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing or not, what was expected, but Amazon doesn't seem to have moved too much on that. What is moving, though, Neil, is the market. I mean, we try to find some longs.
Delta, oh my goodness, Delta broke that 30 level. I was looking at
like
AAL.
we went over to Meta there.
Wrong stock, man. Wrong stock.
Always...
Wrong stock. Delta, thank you guys in the chat for pointing this one out. Scott H throwing out Delta in there. I like this chart a little bit better. I think we talked about that yesterday, but it's breaking back out. Like this, look at this breakup price, 29.75. Yesterday's range, 29.75. Give me any kind of a dip so we can try to work along off that 29.75 level, and then we can maybe grab something on a dip. But that was looking at the wrong thing. AL, great. Delta levels a little bit better. But on that market pop, I've got to go back over to a firm. Like that $21 level. We managed to get all the way down to 20. Now we're right back top on a firm, as I will, first adjust my stop, because I don't want to necessarily overfill long. And if we get any curl here off this 21, I want to give it some room or some time to calm down, like it's doing right now. Load back in, hopefully to the shorts. This has been a level that's worked for me, so we're going to go back over to that there on a firm for the short side of the trade. I still haven't picked up any. Like NVIDIA just popped to 150 from 148.5. Like that's a pretty big pop, and it's rolling over at that 150 level, and I can't get shorts on Intel because it won't even go anywhere. Like Intel can't even get off this 36.5. So there's clearly some relative weakness in this name. And maybe I do have to chase it just a little bit to get into a short on Intel. I think that's the chip name that I want to be on the sell side of today. It's just a matter of finding my way back into this, or into this for the first time, I should say, not back in.
You know, I haven't even really looked at any chip stocks yet. Maybe we should do that. I want to look at Apple quickly before we go over to Brennan. Apple, okay, so Apple is relatively weak today, but not more so than the market. It's actually strong compared to the market. So if you think the market's going to go up, watch this 144.60. I'm going to do a little work on that. What's up, Brennan?
David Faber from CNBC, guys, apparently just talking about this judge that's been assigned to the Twitter Elon case, suggesting that this judge could be in favor of pushing this deal through in favor of Twitter. So Twitter just popped up there on a huge buy spike, guys.
Pushing the deal through.
That can't be true.
All right, David Faber. So we know that David Faber has calls, so that's good for him. Congratulations on that, David. But I don't know. We can watch Twitter. I like Apple here breaking through this 144.60. Let's see what this market wants to do. I mean, it has to break first, so it's not like I'm sitting here long Apple. I'm not yet. I want to see some action breaking above this 144.60. If we can do that, then great. And we'll hold Apple until it comes back into around here. I mean, the market is not wanting to go up yet, so let's just wait to see. It's got to be above this 50 period, which is sort of the math that I did here, Apple and the futures. So if we can get going above that, I think I like that as a push long. So let's wait to see if we can get that in, but that's what we're going to try to do right there. Taiwan Semi has made a move back up to the upside. That's a positive name for us today, so that's going to be good. AMD and AMC is still dipping around. Microsoft really isn't down as much as I thought it would. We talked about Meta down there on that number. Back into 158. It looks like that name was going to work. And there goes Apple right now. So the apple in my eye continues to make this move. So let's wait to see here. We are long. We'll take some out in the 70s if we can get it. But watch out. I mean, the market might have just bounced as well off that 50 period. So if Apple bounced off of this, the market's bouncing. So this is going to be a little bit of a sticky situation here for Apple as it's just bouncing with this market. So let's watch to see where our problem areas are going to be for this one. And I'm just thinking 144. 144 out for Apple if we do get that dip.
Yeah, the Shakib, if we get above 21.25, I'll be out on it. I'll be out on a firm. I don't know if I want to be long on that name. I grabbed the long on the dip on Delta there. It just came back above 30. I'll take some out because that's a huge parabolic move. You got to make sure you grab some profit. And I'm really curious. And by the way, I'm long Neo at 21.17, 16.5 actually. I rounded up in my head, but it's 21.16.5 I actually have on Neo there. And it looks like, and I'm wrong about this. I actually thought these single stock high leveraged ETF names weren't necessarily live. I know the SEC approved them.
Are they live?
Apparently, like TSLAQ is trading today. So I'm going to start to maybe looking at some of these and trying to understand like what's available and out there. I read the article. I knew they were coming live. I didn't realize that we'd see them live today.
No, you mentioned that yesterday.
Yeah,
and I was like, oh, they're actually doing this?
TSLQ. And again, I didn't know this was coming live today. I knew they got approved, but I'm watching TSLQ here trading. I'm not going to touch any of them because Again, I didn't really do much prep work for this other than read the article that they got approved. That should be a wild ride. Good for the people that want to go short overnight things and not want to run infinite risk. So I think they'd be a good vehicle.
Infinite risk, I love that.
No, but it'll be a good vehicle for trading, experienced traders to be sure. I think that can be dangerous for some retail, though. Just my 2 cents.
I don't think if you're, as a trading vehicle, 100%. We've talked about that a little bit a couple times, and we even warned Tony, like, you don't want to get into some of these levered products because when they go wrong real quick. Like yesterday on that number, man, I was short TQQ, right? On the CPI number because I can sit here and manage it. But if you're not able to manage some of these positions, you got to be very, very careful with them. And remember, they degrade over time because it's options and it's things like that. So they're not great tools to have in your portfolio to hold as a longer term. You probably would get better return if you didn't hold the levered as opposed. But again, we're just talking. You guys all know about that. Anyways, so AMC now. All right. I mean, continues to be a successful name for me. I mean, what else can we really say? We averaged in right there at 1530. You can see where the price we have is 1523. So that's how ironic. It's right back there. We just got a bid down there at 14s. We're just going to try to bid again down there to see if it goes. But again, a little nervous. How perfect did we pick that spot? We almost got stopped out there on AMC, but we didn't. So I'm kind of thinking that maybe it does want to run back up to that level. So this could be a stop out waiting to happen here for me on AMC. So we'll wait to see, though. I'm still waiting in the low teens, like I said I was before. And there it is right there. So I'm trying to keep it as straight up, honest with you as possible on the positions I have. Well, they're right there on the board. And other than that, man, Go EV just going nowhere. That wasn't bad. Down there to three. It's a bad joke when you're commenting on the quality of it. That's not good. But let's go over to Brendan, who always has the good ones. What's up, Brendan?
Your daily short report, as my screen just goes gray here. Alpha Tech Holdings, back to the upside here, was down significantly, 5.5% in the pre-market. Bonitas Research. My window's not loading, but trust me when I say Bonitas Research with a short report on this in the pre-market. Back higher, though, for ATEC.
By the way, the ones I found, these single stock ETFs, they're not doing any volume. There's nothing really happening, but I don't think anybody, again, I didn't know they were coming today. So I feel like nobody really even understands or knows that they're out there. I finally got into Intel to the short side on that little bit of a pop. So any pop to the upside in the market, obviously a good thing for your long trades, except for one, NEO testing the pre-market lows. And if we break those lows, I'm going to be out of it. I just missed a reload on a firm. So, like I said, if we break above these tops, I do have a stop in place. But I wanted to see us trading back below 21 for short trades. I haven't been shorting it above the 21 price. It's when we get back below and reject the high, that's when I like that short, is when we're rejecting the top as opposed to just shorting right into it. Going to go back over to Tesla on this little market bounce here. Nowhere near that 710 level. So all that relative strength in Tesla, I don't know where it went, but it can't get us back to the levels that we like over there on Tesla. Looks like it's somehow relatively weak today. So it flip-flops. One day it's relatively strong. Today, all of a sudden, it looks like one of the weaker names out there.
It's so funny. On the way in, I was like, I'm selling Tesla today, and then I was going to wait for the market to open. Obviously, we don't buy or sell trades in our own accounts while we're live on the air. And again, that's just, we do that because we don't want to be influencing stocks and stuff like that, and talking one thing on the show and doing something elsewhere, as there are people, I guess, that do that. And I'll leave that to you guys. But right now, look at this trade. Continues to be one of those trades today, and that's Amazon to the downside. You can continue to put that mustard on the hot dog because Amazon, boom, right down to the downside again, down to 108 and change off of some of that. We did, just to give you guys an update here, we did get some more shares into Apple, obviously at 25. We talked about that, averaging in until it breaks this 144. But as it bumped up here, the NASDAQ is still below, right? I was expecting the NASDAQ to be above. Excuse me, Hydration Nation, stand up. I see Shakib, and he's in the chat. So there's Hydration Nation. We'll have that in a minute. But we did get some of Apple out when it came back into the 40s, 45 and 50 area. We actually have a 50 print here as well. You can't see it, but I'm lightening this up. If the futures crank here, I mean, we don't have half. We have a little more than that. We still have about 70% of this Apple trade. So it will send my net spiraling down to the downside here on a 144 break. But we did take some pressure off there at that 40 area because because again, look at the NASDAQ. It's bouncing hard, actually pretty hard now off of that 50 period. So there's no way this Apple's going to win. NEO, I know you're in that one. That's at that key $20 level. So, I mean, I think you got to keep looking at key levels here, play them appropriately, and just go on from that. I mean, whether or not this market holds or not is going to be in the cards. So let's just wait to see. I'm long Apple and I don't mind it at all. Unity, we've already taken that profit down there. That's going to be a good trade for us. And then AMC, we did get some more out here. Profitable name, but I am a little bit nervous about this one as well today because it's holding up pretty good. In a down market, AMC up 0.6. The short could be wrong here. We killed the long yesterday on this name, and I think we can do it again if we can get above that 1550. But for now, we'll hold the short until we do break those levels.
Yeah, and by the way, look at GameStop. GameStop stopped me out at 142. We're all about the bad puns today. And all the way to yesterday's high. So it's doing the opposite, which is now breaking back out, off the 200 pre-moving average. That's a pretty bullish sign there. I'll give you this much. Thank you for the super chat, African Emporium. I'm glad somebody got the NVAC short because I promise you, and I like being self-deprecating at times, I promise you this, you will not find a worse trade in the market than this one today. It's completely impossible to have bungled NVAX any worse than I did. Like I had the short, I had the short twice. I had the short twice. Like it went in the money to $1.50 and I didn't take anything out. And then I got more shares in front of 67 and then it ran my stop and then I didn't get back in at the same price. And now the stock is down $10. Novavax, as usual, selling off after they get the approval because that was the free money trade throughout COVID. And once again, it's not free money because you had to withstand it going against you at the open. I didn't. Brendan at the big screen for Money Talks. Oh, man, it's just one of those days. Way to go, Neil.
Hey guys, 10 o'clock. Let's get a check here on how things are shaping up. Pretty red right across the entire board. It is. Right now, actually, the small caps, I was going to say the NASDAQ, but small caps leading here. The Russell, almost 2% right across the board for the 1,000, 2,000, and 3,000. The NASDAQ, on the other hand, about 1.5%. The Dow, 1.7, 1.67 there for the S&P 500. Here in Toronto, 1.8. Again, yeah, huge move once again today for crude oil, more than 5% already to the downside. And it's 10 a.m. JP Morgan was the big headline in the pre-market off earnings, trying to bounce right now off 106, which was that spike low from the initial report this morning, still down 4% for JPM. Morgan Stanley, same story. A little bit less volume today, a little bit less attention possibly, but that pre-market low coming into play right now for MS as well, guys. Back over to you.
All right, so Apple is at that ticking point right now. It'll be fine. We're net positive. I mean, this is not. It's going to take some heat away from us. But Apple to the downside right now. We're going to be out very, very soon here. A couple more pennies and we're out on Apple. But again, it took down that 144, and we'll wait to see, right? And this is what I mean. Like, I know the midday show, they don't want to give their outs, but like honestly, like if I tell you my out is 143.80. Like, what are you guys going to do about it? You're going to sell 1 million shares into this thing to get this thing down there just so I can get stopped out of whatever shares I have. So we're going to be out of this very, very soon. A couple more pennies lower. We're going to get stopped out. AMC did retrace back down. So I think this is a good opportunity right now. We'll take a 10. We just put a 10 out there or 11 and got that run right there. So we'll take that bid and get out of there on that name. So right now AMC does come back in to the downside on this NASDAQ flush. So, to say that this was expected, yeah, to be honest with you, I just liked Apple. There it is. Now we're out of Apple. So we will flush ourselves on the toilet, do a little face slap on that one. And I said the longs weren't going to work. That's why I was like, I didn't really want to average it into it. Yeah, like I didn't try any long. The only long I tried was this Apple long. That's it. And it didn't work. So lesson learned. We'd be up way more money now if I didn't, utilize that and need to take that lesson. But there it is to the downside. And again, quick ins and outs, man. I mean, this is not even. You want to talk about losing 20% of your net like I did on Microsoft? I just lost 2% right there. So not a big hit at all. And we are still up on the day quite nicely there, just below our one-time daily goal there. So we'll wait to see if that can get going. But there's the market cranking to the downside. Yeah. And honestly, the number one, this is why it's all good, man. It's all good up in the hood. Because if you go over here to Instagram and you could see this little sticky note reel here, Amazon has the star beside it. This is the name here on Instagram. Follow me at TraderTVSean. You'll see the star there beside Amazon. And the very first word, short, Oops, sticky note share daily. Yeah, that is correct. Well, I guess because it's a reel, so it's playing. But that was short there. The reels are kind of cool. They're actually better than the sticky note itself because you get some flow to it. There's always a music attached with it, stuff like that. So find me on Amazon. But the Amazon trade was marked down there with that note. So here it comes back into the downside. This is really the killer for me today, as Amazon now $3 in the money, and it was just almost $4 in the money down there. So let's put a bid at 10. Actually, let's not put a bid anywhere. We want to be net short this market. Let's just stay at Unity's another call that we have, man. 32 flat. Wow. That's where we are now. Unbelievable off that 33.40 call right there. And then now AMC, which I know apes aren't going to like this, but it's continuing its move to the downside as well. So we'll just take some more out at 15 flat and see if it can go down in. But so far, so good today, man. A big day for me. You can see what's happening there. We have one negative name, and that's going to be Apple. And it is what it is. And I hate that saying.
I hate that saying. It is what it is but it is what it is. A firm, I'm not going long firm.
But is it what it is?
It is what it is all the time. I'm not going long firm. I never say never. But that's just one name. I like the
pulling
level
out the
short.
Justin Bieber there. I like that.
Never say never. Okay, so I have a serious problem with people that say never, and that's a Justin Bieber thing. It is a James Bond movie. End of story. Sorry.
Yeah.
I get it. I'm old, but it's a James Bond movie, for crying out loud. And that's what it was first. And it was even a good song, too. It's one of the James Bond theme songs. And if I'm a huge James Bond person, at my wedding, the dinner music was low-key, all of the James Bond themes, and it took like a half an hour before anyone even figured it out because they're all playing throughout dinner. I'm a nerd, and I love it, and I really don't give a damn. We just broke VWAP on a firm. I'm going to keep playing this down to that $20 level, but if we continue to hold 20 here as the market flushes, I'm going to be very, very angry. I don't understand why a firm is flat, the market is breaking lows, and we're not going to test this 20 or even break it down. The only long I got left after the Neo stop out, we'll do that for the Neo stop out, is this delta play. So it bounced once in front of VWAP here at 29.90. I got it the first time, and I'm offering in front of 31s. With the market flushing like this, I don't want to be reloading delta. It's just, the longs ain't working. Like, you'll see, like, what's working. The Intel short I finally got is working. The Affirm short, that TBPH is probably at $9 and about to break that. So that'll probably give a buck. But these longs, like, they're not playing out. So reloading a long doesn't make a heck of a lot of sense to me. We're going to stay away from that and just all together. But I did want to go back to Go EV because this never popped into 4. To give a short. Yeah, it went to like 385, 390. I said if we got stopped out of the long when we reloaded it at 380, that I would be looking for the short trade. And the reason for that is the other day when we actually had the failure up at $5, the short in the afternoon was right off that $4 level. That's why I like that break. But once you're below it, now I want to establish off of these levels here, like that 380 into 390 for the short, or $4 into the short. I just didn't get anything at 4. It went to 390. Even, I think it was. So I'm going to have to start chasing this one a tiny bit, maybe up to that 380 level, because I want a piece of this trade to the short side. It was great 2 days ago short. I'd hate to have only been long if this thing just falls for the rest of the day.
Oh, man. I don't even, I'm looking to where we could possibly get out of some of these names. I mean, obviously the Go EV trade, we're just chilling on that one. That one's probably not going to go anywhere now. But we'll wait. I'm debating. We take down that 70. Let's just get out of this one. I mean, well, actually, you know what? Let's just hold on to this. I'm fine with it. AMC to the downside. I did want to take Meta on that 158 break, and I mean, it would have worked, but this market is now down that 2%. You could go back. I mean, if we drop this down to like a 20-minute chart here, or maybe even just a 60-minute on the NASDAQ, E-minis is what we're looking at right here. You could see we are getting close to some of those tipping points one more time down here. This is yesterday's bottom off the open, of course. I don't know if this is off. Yeah, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, I guess. Yeah, this is a 60-minute chart. So we tick down to, I guess, 111. What is that exact mark? 111,500, basically. But it's the very low is 11,480. We're at 11,530 right now, so we're only 50 points away from hitting that bottom yesterday. So watch out here on that play. Yeah, that's the 13th. So we're getting into some areas that could get bought up. You can go back here. There is some support down here at 11,400. So if you were looking to go long, I'll drop this back down to a 1-minute chart. This isn't a horrible spot. I mean, Meta just bottomed out there at 157.80. I think I'm going to push a little bit here on this name just in case there is that bottom there. 157.80. Can we give this one to 157.50? I don't know. I want to put on a better position, so I have to be careful with what we're doing here. But is that going to be a bottom or not? I mean, I'm waiting to see if the NASDAQ is having any kind of reaction here to this. And you know, I can't wait until we get, I could wait until 159.50. I mean, people always say patience is key, and I need to have a little bit more of it. So maybe we'll do that right now on this. But if the NASDAQ starts to bump up, I really think that this meta can get going a little bit. So let's, you know, maybe we'll test it out a little bit here at 158 on Meta. So there we are. We are now long on this name. And I don't know. You know, we did have some tick ups here in the NASDAQ. So maybe this Meta might work. This is going to be one that we have to really watch out for here. The daily chart's not really going to be much, but we are going to test this Meta long right now. What is that bottom? 157. Yeah, we can, I mean, those wicks probably don't exist. 157.50. Oh, man. Darn it. Yeah, I don't want to be in this for very long. Maybe 157.50. If that doesn't hold, we'll get out. We'll try to average into a one time. Look, we could take 50-cent hit, man. I mean, some of the wins that we have on Meta are multiple dollars. So, you know, I'm comfortable with this. We're already $3 in the money on Amazon, but we're going to test the Meta long here into this level right here, 157.50-ish down by here. So, you know, July 1st, that was nasty. We saw some of that come off as we had the end of the quarter, end of the halftime in the market was pretty bad as we make the moves down and sort of digest some of that Fed. But 157.50 in there. Like, see, and again, I'm going to feel like if I get out of it, then I'm going to say, why didn't I hold till 157? But 157.50 on a slippery slope for me on Meta.
And just going to draw a couple of channels here on Intel to go over this trade. Like that 37 level, that's where we like to break down. We said that the only chip name that I really did like to the short was going to be that. As my last long, that Delta, that just took VWAP. So I'm out of Delta as well. The long's not working. Thankfully, we took some profits. It'll be a flat trade for me or slightly up realistically. But this channel is where I like Intel too. If we continue to pop to like the 75 range, I will short in front of it. But I think it's the load zone is in front of 37. Hopefully we can retest some of those lows. Well, I mean, I don't want the market to go down, but for the trade, obviously I'd like to. Someone asked in the chat who the best bond is. That is clearly Sean Connery. That's my answer for you guys. And Aaron J, thank you for the super chat. How are we finding spikes? Do we have alarms? Or are you just placing bets and waiting for them to hit? So when we come in here, we don't just sort of pop in when the stream starts at 8:30. We go over all the stocks we usually trade, and then you'll look at the levels. I'll go to the higher time frames, and then know the prices that I want. If the market goes to this, if Intel goes to this price, or like if Invax or Tesla, whatever pops to that price, I like the shorts. Like in Alibaba, I've been looking for a level up here. At 111 to short this pretty much every single day that it's rejected 111.25. So every day I come in, we're below it, I throw offers in front, and if it spikes up, I'm just going to get the short because I know I really like that level. It just comes down to prep work. And yes, you can also set alerts. I don't do as good a job with setting them as I should, but Arun keeps bugging me about that one, that it's such an easy thing to do. Set an alert. If you like a short at 111, then set an alert for a stock when it hits 110.50. And then you're never going to miss it. So those kinds of things you do in your prep work. The other thing you got to make sure you do is ring some registers on stocks when they start to go into the money. I'm very close to getting another leg down here on a firm. But once again, we've taken another fresh low in the overall market, and it's the ES leading, by the way, to the downside. It looks like here, breaking fresh lows. Despite the fact they're both down 2%, it's the ES breaking support. And the Affirm, you just cannot get to the low of the day. So I can't completely ignore this. This means I have to be covering shares in front of the low, even though I think it should be breaking even lower. And wow, NVIDIA. I can probably cancel that offer at 153. Yeah, we're getting that, eh? Yeah, I'm getting the 153 short on NVIDIA. Again, 152, you go $1 lower, and now it's at 147.5. So it doesn't matter. Like, you either get the fill or you don't. You either get the entry or you don't. Bias only does you so much here. But the chips not really holding up their end of the bargain here for strength. And I'm, of course, in Intel, which is not nearly flushing as much as NVIDIA. It's in the money, but it's not really doing this kind of a move, down 2.5%. It's going to be an ugly day if, after the TSM guidance, we're going to have a bad day here on a stock like NVIDIA.
Oh, man, yeah, we're still in the money. TSM is still a positive stock for us, but yeah, that is one that is tipping around a little bit here for sure. TSM, Taiwan Semi. We have this long, but the long is from here, $80, 81, I guess. We were waiting for 80 to tip down, but I don't know if that's going to be the case today, but we'll see. If there's more weakness in this market, then probably yeah. Okay, Meta, we did average in down there at 66. We took an out at 90, but right now it's getting ready to get out, man. 157.50, that breaks. We'll get out of there. and then hope for the best as we try to retrace back upside in this market. It's just funny. The only two positions that I have that were negative for me today were longs, right? And so, you know, right there, sometimes you got to like, what are you doing? Holding on to some of these positions. But yeah, not good right now if you are net long in this market. Not a good way to be, not a good feeling, that's for sure. Because the only two that we've lost on are these longs. And it looks like we're going to make it 2 for 2 here on that one. And we just got out of the way on Taiwan, thank God, because it went all the way to the upside there. And we were able to get some out when it came to that 50 period. So, you know, that's where it was like, nah, not that big of a deal when we went back to the upside. But yeah, okay, here we go. Meta is starting to break down below that 157. So we're going to be out of this very, very shortly. We got to give this one a little bit more room other than just 157.50, but it's not too much more than that. One little move down here, and we will be out of that Meta. But meanwhile, Amazon, and this is why you're seeing me calm, cool, collective, right? It's like, you know, this Amazon trade was really the one that we wanted. It, like, what was it even doing up here at 111? I mean, I don't use triggers or whatever Arun was telling you about, but, not script orders. What are they called?
Alerts.
Those alerts. Yeah, I don't use alerts or anything like that, but when that Amazon came up there, I was already sitting there waiting because I knew I wanted that, but I do like that idea. I think you got to be prepared in this market, especially because you never know what's around the corner. But that Amazon to give me that 111 and then just hit this to the downside, like if that's not, you know, a picture perfect trade for me anyways, then, you know, color me purple, Brendan.
A little tiny one. Okay, sure. Saver One, SBRE, back to the upside again today. They announced a new, as a software company, they announced a new deal last week with a US-based company. This is a 5 million float, by the way, and it's done nothing but go straight up ever since. So just took out 4 on SBRE, once again on huge volume.
Just want to go, someone asked me about CLVS. SVRE, we've seen that one go a little bit before, and I like those runners because when the market's down like this, you want to make sure, if you're going to go long side, sometimes it is those small caps, it is those low floaters that'll go. I didn't see anything happening too much on CLVS here. I was asked about it. It's a pretty bearish look when it just failed at its 200 period, and this is the last move that it made to the upside. I think it just looks like you're rejecting a support level, right? Like it broke out from 240. It had support at 240 that'll dip down. Everything dipped down below yesterday, so kind of ignore that. And then it just flushed through a technical level. So all I see is a technical level break on CLVS. I don't know if there's a catalyst to it, but that's what it looks like. And you know, it's holding up at the next level you'd expect at 220. But if the market continues down, I don't see why you couldn't test $2 there. I'm kind of flying blind here because I don't know if there is some kind of a catalyst, unfortunately. So I'm going to stay away from it myself. Going to go back over to what is going right back up to my entry price, or at least close enough to it, and that's at Affirm. It just rejected 21, which means reload the short. And also, I'll get back into this one if I can around those 90s. Come on, give me a break. Where are we? There we go. Actually, it's going to go off this 88. I have to cancel my stop and then get off the offer here. So I'm going to go reload back into Affirm. We're just able to get some shares there at 90. Until we break that high, I think we're good to go, locked and loaded there. Intel, this is a situation where it's working the shorts. Like I don't have longs that I really love here. Maybe there'll be a small cap that comes into play. But Intel just bounced off a VWAP, so it's showing some signs of relative strength. Like I'm looking at NVIDIA breaking and holding its lows, and Intel made a low and is now holding a higher low. So if I see relative strength in a name I'm not expecting it in, that says do not reload at the same price. If I get back in, I want to be taking at a much, much better price, tighter to that 37 level. So I will give it some room above that high. I want to be shorting into that 37 on Intel. Going back over to TBPH, still barcoding off those lows, but a double bottom here at 9 even. So yes, this has been a good short all around and off that 10 area, but it hasn't been able to break $9. And I'll show you kind of why that's probably going to be true. This is a daily chart on this stock. Like look at the convergence of the 50 and the 200 period. You have all the support at 9 and all that at 8 and all this chop here at the top at 9 even. There's a decent chance it just sits and goes sideways off of 9. And if it does that all throughout lunch, you can get a secondary pop. And that's the case. I'm only holding the last 10% of it. If that's the case, I'm just going to roll a trailing stop sometime around 10:30. Because if it goes sideways long enough, the only thing left to do is doesn't break the low, one place to go.
All right. So Meta, bouncing pretty good there off that 157.50 area. Unfortunately, it went up to 158.20. I thought I had offers out there in the teens. I didn't. So now I'm trying to really get out of this name as it has bumped back up on some strength. But we are getting a little weaker on this name. It's a positive name for us. So Meta so far so good as we'll go like that and hit some nice little free throws there. But 150, it's having a hard time here at 158. So, we could see a lower test here of that bottom, which would suck because we didn't get anything out in the teens and we should have. We did get a bunch out though at like 158 flat there, but not going to be a winner. We were up in the money until this little flush happened there for Meta. So the market tried to get going. We missed that offer. We should have been there. We weren't. My bad on that one. Just to check back in on AMC, a couple more outs here on 90s. We didn't have anything out here at 80, but now I do. We've sort of bounced off this 80 a couple times. The short's really paying off today for AMC. So, if you're in that name, I like it. I still think it can go lower here, but it's kind of resisting this 1480 level. So, that could be something if you go back to yesterday. I mean, I don't know how far we can zoom back, but there's the bottom, and that's just what I wanted to talk to you guys about. The bottom yesterday was 1490. So, that's why we started this short, because I was really thinking we were going to break that bottom, but I don't know if that's going to happen. I mean, we've already broken it, but it seems like it wants to hold it more than use that as resistance more than support, because right now it's just, it's getting some support down there at this 1490 level. I was hoping that once we broke back down below it, we might not come back above, but no, the buyers came in on AMC, but now down 1.7%. Remember when we were trading it, we were like, AMC was up on the day when we were up here, but now it's coming back in and fading out just a little bit. Okay, Meta, again, so this one will be a losing stock. We were almost 1 for 1 on our longs, or 1 and 1, sorry, on our longs, 1 for 2 there again, but Meta doesn't look like that's going to print the long, and the long that we lost on already was Apple, as that's kind of just one of those names that you sort of got to be aware of, can move pretty strongly with the market. So our longs were there at 144 until it broke. Baseline at 143.50 there. So that could be another little name to look at. And there goes Meta. So yeah, 0 for 2 on the major cap longs right now. So yep, lesson learned on that one. Not profitable on any of these major longs. So, still hold those shorts in
Hold
which,
the shorts, man.
Yeah, I mean, Amazon is just, the one for me, man. I mean, this one continues to go down now, $3 in the money. Unity's $1.50. Like, if I just stick with what's on the sticky note, Taiwan Semi positive, Amazon positive, Unity positive, AMC positive. Sticky note is 4 for 4, baby. So if you like that one, dance it off. 4 for 4 on the sticky note. It's me sitting here in front of the computer making these random calls that doesn't seem to be working. But 4 for 4 on the sticky note. It's been a great day, and it's about to even get better as we get ready to throw over to Brendan. Oh, I think that's the same small cap that we were looking at in the pre-market. So let's go over to Brendan for the small cap recap.
Hey guys, yeah, indeed. A quiet day overall for small caps, but TBPH, the one that popped up, as we said, aftermarket yesterday, was fading right from the word go this morning, this move from the aftermarket yesterday. I mentioned 980, 10, and then 10, 50, and 11, but who cares because they're never going to come into play. I should never say never, but we'll see. Anyways, 980.10 was this area of support initially in the pre-market. It broke down through that, gave you an opportunity on a retest to get involved versus that. Actually got stopped at a half off the open, but sellers stepped up right away, so put that back on. Now we're down to 9, I guess. Struggling at 9, as Neil was saying, but volume kind of drying up as well. On TBPH, Go EV, this level was 380 from going back 2 days ago, ended up being a little bit of a support. And then in the pre-market yesterday was resistance. This worked very, very well to the downside the past couple of days. Looks like it's trying to test back to the upside here for Go EV. Those were the only two for me today, guys. Back to you.
It's so weird, man. Like I've been waiting around at VWAP on Go EV for the last 25 minutes. And then we do the small cap recap, and Brendan starts talking about the name. I literally just got filled. You just saw Go EV go to VWAP, and I just got to fill, finally getting short on it. It's almost like you can't make this stuff up. Like you can't write it any better. So a lot of people have been asking about that 3X bull biopharma, whatever, LabU. So obviously you see the pullback and inbacks and some related names. So this one has been pulling back here. It's got a nice trend to the downside. I mean, I don't really see anything crazy about it, except for the fact that it's been consolidating on the daily, and maybe there's a potential breakout eventually in this thing through like 980 if you can get some of those names getting a little bit stronger. But today we sort of showed you guys the pullback in some of the bigger names, and I think that's just following along and following suit there. I gotta respect the grind that a firm is trying to put in here, which is once again trying to retest back into those highs. So it was the third time we've reloaded at 21. At some point, this might just take out that top that we saw yesterday, right? If it does that, there's a gap to be filled. I won't disregard it, but it's been a good short, and it's a short until it's not. If you're looking for long plays, I mean, okay. Sorry, go ahead.
I have one. I mean, I'm long Apple here, and I'm getting a freaking revenge on this one, baby. I'm pissed off about Meta. Obviously, you guys saw that one. We got out at the very bottom there, but hey, I mean, it's not a big hit at all for Meta, but it sucks because, our last in was there, and that's our last out, and now you start to rip higher. But yeah, I like Apple for the long. Again, only 0.77. The market's down 1.8. So I like this name relatively strong. It's held up down here. I think we're going to hold this one all day now, honestly. If we take down this bottom, I want to be there again to average into this. So willing to sort of not die in a sword here, and this will not be a monster hit because I feel like the market's going to be pretty choppy, but we are starting to maybe baseline there. I already called that bottom, man. I already did the work down there. It's at 11,500. It was 11,400 something, right? So maybe that has held, and we probably did get. And again, I'm trying to make real money, right? Like I'm trying to put on decent shares. So when Meta starts to fall down, I tried it on Microsoft, it didn't work. We had a great day yesterday. We're positive again today. It's just like if I put on those big positions and Meta doesn't work, then it's a problem. And it's great when it works to the upside, and that's why we're going to hold on to Apple. But this is not something where for the faint of heart, if you know what I'm saying, right? So that's what we're doing. We're trying to trade the best we can. And honestly, Meta, I hate it, but at least you guys, hopefully you're still long. As there it is, man. We'd be well in the money. I don't need to tell you guys that. So thanks for the support on the chat. And yeah, that's okay, man, because honestly, it's not as okay because Apple's only at 144.50 and we're only long 30 cents in the money on Apple. But again, because we were a little bit, wondering for that long, we did take a decent position there. So let's get some more out at 54 on Apple. This one, not saving the day. This is a great trade for me here for Apple. So let's just keep on going with that. We're getting close to our high. We need a little bit of a run to go back to the upside there because of that Meta, but let's just see if our net can keep growing here on this Apple long, which so far is cash money.
So we're just looking at it was Alibaba I was going to get to in a quick second, and the only thing I remotely like about this, because you're not going to get that short at 111, obviously, maybe it happens at some point today. That would be an absolute miracle. But on the daily, on the 15-minute, you can see the triple bottom that it has in. So if we're holding support on the NASDAQ and some of these bounces come into play, this is the flush we had yesterday on the number at the open. So if we hold that support, then I like some names that can hold that. And it's relatively low risk. I'm long here in front of 107. It's like 25 cents worth of risk. And then you have some upside. I still love the short in front of 111, but you got to take the trade that is in front of you, which is a potential bounce play in this name. If we're going back, I just want to double check on Tesla for you guys that follow Tesla. Ooh, I did that stupid NZ. I hate that the fact there even is an NZ in our system, because if I hit enter without watching, then it goes to that market. So unfortunately, I can't show you the chart. Tesla's still down at 695, not even testing that 700 level. Looks like that is still relatively weak. I don't like anything long unless it was off that 685. So when the market gets to a key price, I also want to make sure the stock is at a key support level if I'm going to go long. And just because the market bounces here doesn't mean I like a Tesla long. It would have had to have been at 685. There we go, and I can show you. It bounced off 688, so it is showing some signs here, but that wasn't my entry price. Didn't quite get there. So far so good for the 85 support on Tesla, but not enough for me to jump in the long just yet.
Okay, so there goes Go EV. Let's go, Mamma Mia. A good hold for me on Go EV all the way back up to the upside there. So we just took some out, man. We took a little bit out at VWAP there. We took some more out here at 95, 94, 95 as Go EV starting to come back up to the upside a little bit. So that's going to be a good call for me on that one. Continues. We only have, well, I mean, again, it's going to be Apple position dependent, but we only have one red name again here today, and that is Meta. So Go EV trying to get back upside a little bit there. We're long at $4, so that could be another negative name possibly for us as well. AMC NEPA on the negativity today. That's going to be a great one for us as that continues to work now for us on AMC. Nice work. Thanks, Mark. Again, like a lot of this stuff means a lot to me, man. Like we're sitting here, we're hosting, we're trading, we're doing all this, and I'm trying to put food on the table for the family. So, I mean, that's why I do get passionate and everything like that. Like, not just sitting here collecting a salary or anything like that. I'm actually physically trading these markets. So yeah, it's been a good move to the upside here for me this year and last year, and it's just really glad to be able to sort of have all of you watch this, and thank you for all the subscribers, and this is a great opportunity to hit the like button, man. If you haven't done that yet, yesterday we had 3,000 likes or something by this time. It's because we asked for them. Today it's only 1.4K, so let's go, guys. If you can hit that, hit the like button right now. Over 7,000 watching, and you're now watching the best show on YouTube, so support it just by hitting the like button. That's it, man. Nothing to sell here. You want to become a member, that'd be fantastic. We'd love to have you as well. It's $5, a little small donation per month to the show. So yeah, that's that. Okay, enough talking about that. I'm in, look how many positions. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 positions here for you. So that's why sometimes it's like, got to try to focus. But the newest one right now, Face Slapper, is going to be Roblox. Let's see if that goes. It's positive today. It's more than the market, obviously. I really like this 36.50 area. We'll average in very soon on this, 37 teens. We're sitting in here right around, I don't know how, I guess the 50 period's right there. We're waiting in this kind of consolidation. So if we can come back into 37 teens, we'll do that. And then this will be a long that I'll sit on for a little bit. If it does take down 36.50, then we'll get out of it. But that's sort of what I want to do right now, 36.50 on Roblox. But as I see it, man, we're kind of bouncing off this 50 period. So let's average into this one a little bit more right now.
Yeah, so we're just thankfully able to get that one to you guys in Alibaba there after that consolidation. The market bouncing, like I said, I want a stock that's also bouncing off a solid level, and that was giving you yesterday's low as well. So 107, risk 25 cents. Into VWAP, going to take some out. You have these crazy dark pool wicks. Forget about that. Like, it didn't actually get up there. We're resisting VWAP. We have a trend to the downside. That's why you want to make sure you take some profit. And I hear you, Shakib. So was it Shakib? It might have been Shakib was been talking about a firm. The last short on a firm, at some point, it might end up being a losing trade. I get that. But since it's rejected this 21 break every single time, it's already turned into a winner. And the last one might not work. That's certainly the case. When you go back to the well with a key price level, the only way the trade sucks is if you hold through. If I hold through that top and don't get it out, or average in as it goes up through that level, then yes, I could turn it into a losing trade. But I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to get out if it takes out the high of the day, and then it will have worked 3 times, and the 4th time will have been a losing trade. And that's what you have to be able to accept when you're trading in the markets. Otherwise, you're just not going to be profitable overall. Now, Intel here did fail to get any push down to the low of the day, and as it starts to grind back higher, I said I do not like the reload at the same price at 36.75. I will look to see. I like it below 37s. So I had one entry point there. I never really got anything else. As it slid down, I wasn't able to really take advantage of the full move to the downside. I should have taken some here at VWAP. I will get on the bid at 36.50 to ensure that if it gets there again, I'm getting some out. But I'm not reloading this until I get closer to 37. Once again, there's a very interesting name on our social sentiment board. You don't usually see it there, but the last couple of days, there's been one big red there, Brendan.
Hey guys, yeah, the board overall, once again today, unfortunately, a pretty good indication of, I think, how everyone is feeling these days with what is going on with the overall economy. But yeah, very red once again right across the entire board. SPY, the biggest one jumping off the board. AMC here once again today. NVAX, yeah, negative on the, even with the approval today. Twitter's here, Mullen, BBIG, people talking about Vinco Ventures, as they normally do. Zila, pretty positive once again. GoEV, back to the upside on this Army contract today. Positive sentiment. Tesla, downside. GME on here positive as well when AMC is negative and largely negative, worth mentioning as well. There's TSM, people talking about TSM to the upside off of that pretty good earnings report. AABB on the OTC market, Pink Sheet's name being talked about today. DWAX on here as well, back to the upside today, I guess maybe with what happened to Twitter in the pre-market this morning. And yeah, I don't think I've ever seen Google on here, but Google on here, obviously ahead of what's to come tomorrow, guys. It's July 15th, tomorrow. Back to you.
Well, okay, but yeah, it's effective on Monday.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
it's just people talking about it.
Yeah. Okay. Just be clear about that. Like, you're not actually seeing a trade pull split until Monday. Here comes the high of the day on GoEV. So I got my stop set to go. And again, just like a firm, I got stopped out of a firm. So a 3 for 4 on that one. That pink sheet stock, I mean, you fooled me into pulling it up there. But it's done 1.2 million shares of volume and it's 6 cents. So might be a bit of a nothing burger on this. Asia broadband it was. I looked it up because why not? I'm going to do that every single time. I see something in there I don't know on social sentiment. Maybe there's something there and there's something that we could be trading, but I don't think there's anything to do with that stock, unfortunately.
And GoEV, guys, let's go. I mean, we were able to hold that one, take that all the way back up to the upside there on GoEV. So let's see where it goes now. 406, 407, we just got a piece out there on that one. You're going to see just one long here. We held it there. We are long at 401. We did get some 30% out here at 409, 410. Then we took another profit spot there. We took a flat spot at 4, and then we did take a piece out. These are just 10% out, so we still have some pieces on right now on GoEV. But you know, let's just see where. I mean, some of these highs, I mean, we got that Army. It's not an Army contract. I think they just sent a demo unit or whatever to the Army. So
What does that even mean?
It's obviously a great thing, but what does it mean? Yes, I do not know what it means. So I'm not sure about that. But we're going to get some more, or will we get some more? Yes, we did. We just got averaged into some Apple right there on that play. Again, just comes back into the same price we're already long. So we'll take some more Apple here on the long side of things and then just continue with this market move. I mean, we've got some big winners, man, today, like Taiwan Semi. Like, ring the Reggie on that one, man. That's going to be a good one. Some of these, we're 4 for 4 on the sticky note. Amazon out right now, I believe. Yeah, there it is. Amazon out. We just got out of Amazon. Let's freaking go. What just happened, Brendan? Let's go. Apple blowing the hell up, man. We just got this one. We in the money right now, Brendo. What's up, bud?
I'm just going to mention, guys, it is an actual order from the Army for that canoe, GoEV. The contract supports the U.S. military's focus to incorporate scalable and adaptable capabilities in operational and garrison environments. I'll take a breath. But yeah, an actual order for GoEV. It doesn't actually say how much, though.
That's what's, you know what? I just thought that's the high of the day there. I hate it when it's so ambiguous like that. Like, I would like to know, like, it's like, what's a number on there? If it's an actual order, there should be a number somewhere, and that's what you want to be able to see there. But it just put a wick off top through that high of the day. So, of course, I don't want to have my chart freeze. I wanted to talk about the TBPH. It just broke that $9 even, and I just sort of said, like, that has some chop to it. This could be back to 850. That's my ultimate target, so I'm getting my bid there. It was looking like it was going to hold throughout the entire day. It doesn't look like we're holding that level. I want to get my bids out. Alibaba was bouncing a little bit with the market there. That looks like it's subsiding. So that support level, I still like it at that 108, and we'll probably reload it. But if we just consolidate and do not break out, we might have to take this one out. The trend is still overall to that downside. And as I said there was a wick off top on GoEV. And it just took out that high and then rejected it. So, I mean, give me a break. Like, it's rejected that top now twice. If we consolidate lower, I'll jump right back over to the trade. But I don't mind taking stop outs. It just means it went to the price, and it was a good key price. But we just weren't able to hold through it. Tesla now trending back into the upside. I still like 710. That's going to be the level we have to work with. If we get it, we get it. If we don't, then I'm just going to have to be sitting out Tesla for the entire day. And if you're looking at NVAX, I mean, I'm not saying NVAX has made a bottom here, but it did do this right at 57. Wick to 50, like a break at 57 wick. Rejection goes right back to the upside, so you got a wick off bottom and now holding a higher low. So it looks like 57, an actionable level there for NVAX. You know, obviously I like the short, but it doesn't make a difference. I got stopped out of it at the open and then went $10 down. I think the next trade here is if it holds that higher low at 57, there could be a little bit of a relief rally into VWAP. And $3 is a relief rally into VWAP on NVAX. That's how far it's fallen.
All right. Yeah, I mean, welcome to the jungle, man. I mean, Roblox, boom, winner right there. No problem on that one. We'll see where it goes, though. For that Apple, we just reloaded it. It blows up there to the upside, like as if, right? Crazy move on that one. It looks like our only negative name today could actually wind up being Meta, man. I mean, we've really hit this out of the park on a lot of these names today, including AMC has been an absolute monster. Thank you again for all the support here on the show. And you guys are dead right, man. You got it on when we're talking about trading, you know, what's good and what's not, man. I mean, that GoEV, I'm still waiting. I mean, that was a beautiful move up to 420. I was going to go over some more levels there, but I mean, really, it's just, we sort of talked about this already with GoEV. Did that spike happen 2 days ago? But anyways, into this 5,
yes.
Like, so it's this $485 area right there. There was that Walmart deal with GoEV, so we're gonna wait to see where it I keep saying that. We don't care about that. But if it does come back, I'm trying to not use the word go. If it does come back up to $5, I mean, that would be a level. But, you know, it's a big move. I think you did right there by holding on to it. But, you know, again, it's right back into the same area that it was before. So that's where it's giving me a little bit of a pause for concern here, that the upside may be over with. But, hey, I'm not going to just go back and forth, in and out, short, long this name. I'm just going to stay here with it and just wait. So that's all that I'm going to do on Go EV. I don't really have – I actually just put an offer out, you know, at 425, hoping that if it does bump up there, we can get another piece out. And then I'd hope for those, like, clear – blue skies, I guess, forward here up to 480 if that can go. Let's just review some other things here. Taiwan Semi, $1 in the money. That's going to be a good one, and that's going to continue to work, I'm hoping. We did get out of Amazon on that bump up, but that was just because we broke through the 50 period, and it hadn't done that the whole way down. So, you know, we did get that out. That's going to look like that was maybe a little bit of a mistake on that play, but I'm still pretty happy with the way that that's traded out for us. So, you know, no harm on that really for Apple or for Meta, but, you know, we do have these longs. It's just ticked out higher. If you're going to look for a short, let me just see it, because I have really ignored Microsoft today. We did look at it earlier when we were talking about Netflix, and that's another name that we didn't look at, Neil, yet was Netflix. That's probably a mover. One more, or did you look at it?
I did earlier.
You did, yeah, okay. I think, what I meant by looked at it was, you know, we hadn't really, I don't think you've traded it. I don't want, no. So
I'm waiting for 177. Yeah. That was the level I liked.
Microsoft goes all the way down to 246 anyways, long story short, man. Like,
oh my God, GameStop.
That was a monster move to the downside. GameStop's starting to go back up. Oh yeah, I assume you mean go back upside. There it is. So we are now out of AMC. We have one small piece left. We just took a little dip as that came back into VWAP. Let's just get out of AMC now, close that trade as a big win for us right now. So we'll go, those were good ideas. But right now, this market, I think, wants to start heading back to the upside. So let's hold on to some of these plays and let's get out of AMC. I'm pretty happy with the way this one traded. I'm going to use this 1520 as our stop. And then from that, man, we'll just keep on these longs, including Apple, which could be the day maker for me if this one continues to go back up to the upside. No more getting out of Apple. I'm going to hold this one, I think, the rest of the day now. But one person that's ready to, not happy
before
when
we go
I
there,
see
guys,
that board. Yeah, go over to Neil.
GameStop 148 right now on a collision course with 150. This is the first time it's actually broken that 200 and actually continued through. I should have reversed it. I mean, I said to myself, I'll short it if the trend happens again because it's worked huge the last couple of times if you took that trade, and today it's reversing that. So it's an obvious breakout candidate. 153 is a bit of a level if it breaks 150. Just watch that on the daily chart. But GameStop, what an unreal move it's put on the last couple of sessions here. This is now from 110 to 150. Pretty clean here. 50 period to the 200 period. Brendo at the big screen. Look at that sector watch. Wow. Is there any green there?
Yeah, not good. Once again today, guys, I'm quite frankly getting sick of a red board. It's been a lot of red on this board this week. Let's talk about a few things here because obviously the bank's in focus, but I wanted to mention over here the energy group. Crude oil now the lowest level since February, if you can believe that. We're through the March lows, so Apache, Fang, EOG, CTRA, Halliburton leading the way right now, 5 to 7%. To the downside for all of the energy stocks, material stocks back to the downside as well. Feel like a broken record. Healthcare as well getting hit once again today. Pharmaceuticals, healthcare equipment makers, all, 2 to 5% covers the entire group right now for the healthcare group. Banks as well leading the way. I had to go and look this up. It's FRC. There's one that's positive right now in the banking group there for the financial sector. But JP Morgan, top of the list right now, 4.3% to the downside. Citigroup on here and BAC. We're yet to hear from them. Obviously, one of them tomorrow, I believe. The other one on Monday will get earnings. Tech stocks also, the entire sector here, red on the day, very, very red. It is software names that are leading once again. Semiconductors not too far behind, however, and consumer discretionary. The entire market is down, guys. That's the moral of the story. So not a lot in the way of positive right now. 1.8% for the S&P. Back to you.
I'm going to steal a line from, actually, I see Pratt over there. I don't know if it's going to be Luca or Ian on to start off, but I'll steal a line from Luca for GameStop here. We didn't come all this way to not test 150. I can't see a scenario in which we don't see 150. And that's why I was throwing out on the daily that 153 level for GameStop because, look, you're not a stock like this doesn't get to a huge option level like that and not actually get there. So I'm expecting not just a test of 150, I'm anticipating a bit of a break at that 150 level. To me, follow through is through 153 on that daily chart. So that's a humongous range, and that makes it real tricky. If you're even thinking about shorting it at that price level, I'm not sure how you can do it unless you're getting something off that 153 and not necessarily the 150. It does set up the 150 break to give you a good scalp trade potentially, right? Like there's still a couple of dollars worth of room that it could go, reject that level, but you could still get up to that 153. So it does look pretty appealing on that front. TBPH continues to work there. You said Netflix, and we did talk about Netflix. Oh, for the love of black chart coming in, guys. So anyways, we talked about Netflix, and I said I liked 177. This is going to look a heck of a lot like Novavax. I don't know if this wick is real at the open because I wasn't paying attention to the stock at the open, but it went to 177 and then dropped to 172. So count that on the long list of shorts that I didn't have this morning. Tesla 710, Novavax 67, and I guess you can call it Netflix 177, but it's coming close. Looks like it could come back up to that level. I'm not chasing. That's the level I'd want. If you don't get it, you don't get it. You don't need to force the price action. If the market wants to bounce, then you wait. In the strong market, or in this market, I should say, with volatility as it is, when the trend is going one way and you want to go against it, then jumping in early is not the way to play it. Allow the trend to work and give you the price that you like. So that's going to be 177 for me on Novavax. But I feel like GameStop 150 is going to happen first.
Yeah, GameStop.
Wow.
I think GameStop's our biggest. I mean, you had that short there.
How do I not reverse at one?
That's
it is what it
that's the thing. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 positions right now on board. Yeah, 6 positions on board. 2 shorts, 4 longs, and oh yeah, by the way. Yeah. I did get out of some Apple right there. I got out of another piece of Apple right there at 144.70. So these longs have definitely been working out for me. Today it looks like the only loser that we'll have on is going to be Meta down there, which shouldn't be a loser, but it is. We gave that one up a little bit too soon there. But again, I'm pretty happy doing that. I'm just trying to find to see if there's anything else. I was looking again to reload into Amazon now, but then I always think to myself, like, do I actually want to reload Amazon when the market kind of looks like this, and I'm already into Apple on the long side? So it's like if Apple's going to work, which I think it has a pretty good chance of doing here, then I definitely want to be able to sit here and say like, okay, I want the market to rip up. So if Amazon does continue to slide down, there could be some profit-taking opportunities here, I believe, in Amazon anyways, on that one. But my short's going to be 109. So that's kind of what I was getting at. I don't want to short it right here in case the market does take off here because I am long Apple. We are just at the 50 period here for the NASDAQ. I called this 111,500 as the bottom there live for you guys. And not that it was the bottom, but that there was some support back there. So that's why, again, we did push back into Apple, and I am sort of little excited here to think that we can get some longs going, but I'm not sure. Roblox just dumps back in again. I don't know where that just came from, so I will sit there and take that bid. And again, like I wasn't looking at Roblox. All I do have is I have pre-planned orders sitting out there, right? So if it does come into my position, obviously I wanted the long near 37, so this fill is 37.15. So, that comes in. We do take that. If I was sitting here, probably would have maybe waited for a little bit of a lower print here. Remember, my out on Roblox, and this one could get nasty as well. 36.50 is going to be my out for Roblox. So one more average in. We don't have a full position yet, not even really close. One more average in down here around 36.80 or so, and then 36.50 is going to be my out for Roblox. So that's what that is. And again, not turning this day around, man. We're net positive. Every single trade that we've made on here, you've been seeing. So I don't have anything else really here to tell you about, but there it is, Roblox to the upside. We were looking at Bitcoin earlier. Bitcoin's back to 19.7 right now, so that's holding out okay. As we always remember to look at our friend Coinbase to see where that is, because that's always a little bit of a nasty mover here. So Coinbase, back up to $50 again. Okay, that's not horrible there on the daily. It's trying to hold this out, so this is kind of interesting to me. $46, $47 here on Coin.
And I'm going to go for this. Whoops, I hit the wrong one. I wanted to hit case close, then I hit the market green. The market is absolutely not green. It's actually the other way. But we're out of that TBPH. It came right down to 650. That was the ultimate target. We held on for this when $9, and I'll go to I should just be on the 15-minute chart, guys. Show you where we sort of get these from instead of just that 3-minute where you show executions. And we had this pivot area above the 9, then you had the 9 support. And when it broke that 9 support, collision course to the ultimate bottom the last few weeks, and that was 850. That's what we're talking about. And it was just a reload in front of 10. We had it pre-market, and we had it at the open at 10, and now it gives you all the way down in. I'm just going to go back over to Alibaba because I just a second ago, I got the reload on Alibaba off that low of the day. So if it holds the bottom, fantastic. But I wasn't compromising. I wasn't chasing it higher. I'm just going to go right off that low. If the trend continues down, at least I got a bit of a better price. Now I'm risking a little bit less, but it's only giving you VWAP. The trend is downside on BABA. And you're not going to be able to get resistance levels up at 110, 111. So I'm going to take the trade that's there. And if it's a scalp long off the bottom, it's a scalp long off the bottom, and we'll work with that. I didn't reload, and I should have on Intel. It gave a wick top, and I wanted closer to 37s. It gave a wick top up here, sort of reestablishing that 36.75 is valid. But this time I am going to make sure we get some out if we get down into VWAP one more time. So Intel still relatively weak, at least for now. If you're tracking over at, and if you see me look up all the time, like I'll show you guys my show chart, but I have my other charts here up there. And every few seconds I keep checking back on GameStop because and that 150, like collision course for 150 incoming on GameStop, and not a level I think you want to miss. Whether you like the long for a scalp trade or looking for, and I like both of these things, or a rejection where we get a break of 150, don't get through 153. Any rejection at 153, and I think there could be short to be had. All I will say is if I hold on to this short from earlier on in the day, then that's how you ruin your day. Always adhere to your stop levels, guys. It's just one of those things that you have to be able to do. Sometimes you get burned. Like I got burned by having a stop on NBAX today, and I missed out on a $10 winner. But you know what? I also avoided a $10 loser on GameStop by having a stop. It works both ways. There is no way you can mitigate risk without taking your downside down. It's simply impossible. If you're mitigating your risk, you are losing some upside because you will miss some trades and you will take some trades off too quickly. But in the long run, it's what you have to be able to do to make sure you don't ruin your day. Brendan's at the big screen for Money Talks, which is always an interesting segment because last I checked, there's been a few currency moves the last little bit. There's something called the euro that's doing some things.
Yeah, I don't know what that's about.
Hey guys, brought to you by the Small Exchange once again. Check them out today. Sign up today at thesmallexchange.com. No PDT rule. There's less cash required as well. Small exchange for your futures trading. To say the least, big moves in the euro once again. The white line on that chart is parity. So we are solidly below right now for the euro. Big move down. There was a non-confidence vote in the Italian parliament today that they actually beat. So the current government, Draghi, actually won that vote, which was a bit of a surprise. It sounded like anyways. Dollar, huge move once again, back to recent highs. Top chart is the DXY. 109.01 right now, back in positive territory. Up huge, a full percent once again today. So we had Frank on yesterday talking a little bit about, he's been leaning on the short. I hate to throw him under the bus again, but he's been leaning on the short for the DXY. It continues to just move higher and higher and higher. The euro there as well, back to 99.8, Canadian dollar 75.9 today, guys. For the CAD, British pound 117.7. So huge moves all across this entire board once again today. Bitcoin and Ethereum standing out down here. Hey, they're positive. There's that. Back over to you.
Yeah, that's what I was meant to talk a little bit about Bitcoin there. Yeah, 19.8, a good little move there for Bitcoin and for anybody in Ethereum as well. I mean, they're kind of moving in tandem right now. Back to the upside there goes Bitcoin. So that's always nice to hear. And congratulations to anybody that's in that one. As Apple now 50 cents in the money, we're watching out for that. As we're getting ready to wrap up the show here, Amazon, I mean, that VWAP right there probably should have took that when we came up to this 108.60. I am waiting for like a 108.80 level or so to come through. That's where my offer's at. We talked about that already, 108.80 into there. So if you do get any sort of a bump to the high side if I'm not on the show with you guys, if it doesn't happen in the next 8 minutes. I will be into an Amazon short at that 108.80. But I also am, and I said I wouldn't get too much more out of Apple, but Apple's been ticking up here to these 80s, man. I mean, if I'm in the money, honestly, how I am now, 70 cents here. I will be in 70 cents when I get this out, hopefully in the 80s. But, you know, that's worth taking here on Apple. I mean, I have an upsized position. I did have an upsized position in it. Let's just see if we can take one more out on Apple, and then we will hold 20. There it is. So now we'll hold, yes, sir. One more time, man. Yeah, let's go. Good day for me on the market. We're almost back to the highs despite losing on Meta, which I wish we still had. Damn you, Meta. But there goes Apple now back up to the upside on a bigger position for me. I wanted to look at Alibaba or Neo or some of those names, but I just, you know, and we haven't even, I mean, we talked about this. I ignored the banks. Like, I didn't even look at the banks today, right? We talked about that.
Easy money short.
Yeah, and I said, like, I didn't want to look at these names today. And it started to tank down here off the open. You're down that 4.73%. Let's see. I mean, it's been so super choppy since that. There's been one move on the banks, and it's down early. And then after that, you probably lose money. I mean, I don't know if I lose money in there, but definitely money losing opportunities there. Morgan Stanley had the biggest move down off the open, $75, almost straight down $2, $3 to 72. But then look at that move back upside. Like, these are hard bounces to catch. So just watch out for the banks. I don't think I'll be on these. I don't really like to trade them. I don't trade them too often, but the bank name's definitely heading to the lower side here today. So those are going to be some interesting things. I don't know if the guys beside us will be looking at those either, but that's interesting for me. And we did miss the Roblox move as well, down to the downside. We were waiting at 36.80. We did almost get it, but there's Amazon. Amazon now, and sorry, it's 108.70. I thought I was at 108.80, but I'm at 108.70. So there's the new short position here for us on Amazon. Yep, so we're into it right now. Amazon short against 109, guys.
Oh my God, fresh lows
Apple
on
ripping.
NVAX. Novavax is now at $56. And someone asked in the chat, would you take a 49 break on GameStop because it's a triple top now? And my answer was, I don't like breakouts into overhead resistance. Like a 149 long into 150, I almost never like something like that. Like would I want to go long Neo 1990 breakout into a 20 level? Probably not. I'm not saying he can't give you that dollar. I just really dislike that trade. I kind of always disliked it personally. I'm not shorting that level either. Given I just think we're getting there to that 150, and but the risk to reward still has to work. You can think a stock is going to a price, but if the risk to reward isn't there, then it doesn't make sense. And for GameStop, I'm not seeing it. Like I want to play off something where I think there's a $3 to $5 move on GameStop, not a 50 to 60 cent return. Or a 70 to 80 cent return, let's call it in the best case scenario. Just to come back over to Netflix, because as the market tries to get higher, Netflix is having some trouble getting back up to that 77 level. There was a wick off top there and rejected 76. If you go back to yesterday when the news happened, the reason I like 177 was this resistance, but we did have this level. It's not an insignificant level at that 176. That's where we were when everything went haywire at 8:30. I wonder why that happened. Something called CPI. So this 176 is pretty respectable as well. If we go here barcoding long enough, yeah, would I take a tight stop short? Sure. 75, 80 into a 76 to give it one shot, reversing off of that one. But 177 is the much better price. I just think there was so much volatility and volume around that particular price. It's a nice little linchpin level. GoEV just put in a double top. So 420 is a double top. I got a 10 short here or a 9 short off that high of the day, and we'll work with that. I do like reversing some of these names, but we're relatively tight stops for all of them as the market looks like it does want to come to the upside. And with that, I'll show you that BABA. It stopped me out and then put a wick bottom and looks like it's coming right back in and reestablishing that support level. So if we can establish that through lunch and we get an upside day, then we can jump back into the long. Again, the low of the day has to be my stop out. So Alibaba could be in play, but if we're going to take it to VWAP there, I'm also going to adhere to my stop. This is a downward trending name, obviously. So you're not going to sit there digging into it. The market has made a bounce, and BABA's still at that low ultimately. NVAX, I can't even call a bottom on that thing. 55, maybe. Who knows? But that stock is absolutely dying. Rapid death today.
Whew, NVAX, yeah. I mean, I haven't looked at it. That's another thing, man. All these vaccines, I haven't really looked at any pharma in a bit. But why would I ever do that? I mean, why am I going to change up the game plan? I mean, it just continues to go, man. Just look at the board. Look at the names that I'm trading and look at the profits that's coming through. The only name that you're going to see me red on is going to be Meta. So we trade Apple today. I mean, that's just a monster right now. And GoEV's it's still, you know, we'll see. Hopefully we can get that name to get back to the upside as well. AMC, just a monster today for me, right? Amazon, we're back. I mean, look at this. We're back into the short right now. We just took a 60 bid on Amazon to get that back in. GoEV Meta, the only net negative name, but that, whatever, I'm not even going to, I mean, it's negative, so I'll talk about it. Roblox, boom, positive name on that one. Taiwan Semi, mamma mia. I mean, there's not going to be many other traders that can go through their board like this and be like, check, 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 check. So really happy to have all these on board. And then the final check, which is the real big one, which is going to be Unity as that comes back up now, but we're still in that short. We still have 20% of this. Really should have got out when it came down to 31 bucks. But Unity is going to be a good one for us as well. So yeah, man. All good. This has been a great, great day, Brendo. Let's go to see how good tomorrow is going to be. And it starts with our board of earnings. What's up?
Yeah, more to come tomorrow in the financial group, guys. As we said, both actually tomorrow morning and then Monday morning, we get Citi. I'm going to double check. I think it's Citigroup and Goldman Sachs on Monday, but here's what's coming tomorrow.
Well, Citi, and the one that we don't want to ignore. We don't really trade it, but if you're watching the healthcare group, UNH is usually a pretty good bellwether for them. That's why we're going to look at it. It's sort of similar to like TSM. Like, yeah. It's in that sort of pocket. Trading UNH, I'll tell you this right now, if you've ever called up the spread of UNH even on earnings, it's not always the most tradable name, but it's certainly worth a look there. It's been a relatively strong stock, but healthcare has shown some weak signs, obviously, today, Brendan.
A little bit of a confusion, guys. So it's Citibank is on there. There's actually supposed to be Citigroup as well. So Citigroup is actually tomorrow morning. Citibank, Citigroup are two different things.
Yes.
Yep, exactly. Okay, so yeah, thanks for that, just for you home players out there. And yeah, I know Neil and I are on opposite ends of GoEV, but I'm going to get out another point now. Shout out to you, Frank. We are positive, though, on GoEV. So we're going to take another piece out right now. If I can get this 17, man, that'd be fantastic. We'll take a piece out on GoEV. There it is. We get it. Yes, sir. Good one on that one. The pins lined up for that long. And there we go. So it doesn't really matter. We have that one negative name on our board today, and that's going to be Meta, but there goes GoEV. A nice little move for me to the upside here on that one. So, yes, 420 coming into play right now, the infamous 420 coming through there. So, yeah, shout out to you, Frank, for noticing that one. Another leg up, says Roger, on GoEV, but whatever, man. I'm almost out of this one. I didn't have as much faith in this as probably some of you did. We got out there. We're positive on it, so it's all good. Glad we traded it, but you know, it's not a huge name for me at all, but we're on the red side of it. It could still fade out. I mean, that's why we have 10% left of this. Maybe we'll get out if it takes 4, but a good trade there, good hold for me on that one. Roblox continues to make a march. I'm sitting here around 50. See if we can get a piece out on that one. But yeah, with only a minute left, I'm not too excited about that board tomorrow. I could really care less about bank stocks, to be completely honest with you. So let's just see where we go on banks tomorrow and banks today. I mean, I think the banks could get real juicy coming into the close as well. So maybe that's
I had the banks today.
Yeah, maybe that's a power hour move for later on in the day, guys. And join us back at 2 o'clock when Neil and I will take the helm one more time.
I mean, like the thing about the bank play is there was really, to me, there was only one thing to do. Like JPM was the only one that set up. It just never gave much of a trade. You had to risk $1.25.
Amazon
on games on JPM. At least I did, because I wanted that 110. So unless you caught it at 7.18, I was sitting down. I didn't like it at the time. I wanted to actually hear. I mean, the call. I want the call to go through at least. Unfortunately, but if you just took it, ignoring the fact that you had the call looming, then it would have worked for you. And I'll tell you this right now. I've done that before, and one of the worst trades I did, I think we were live on, I don't know if we were on YouTube, but we were definitely live streaming to the other offices in Day Trade the World. I was in a play that I liked off of bank earnings, and the call happened, and I got destroyed. So I'm never doing that again. So you had a good shot. It just has to also give you the entry point, and it never did at that open. But it flushed, and we have a double bottom at 106 here on JPM. So I still think it's a pretty valid short trade. It's just too far gone for any kind of an entry point. GameStop, for a 5th time, has gone to 149. It's happening today, but it's going to happen for the midday guys. So Trader Prad and I believe Luca, Good luck with GME 150.
Apple.
That should be a big one, guys. Let's go.
Apple. Are we ready or not? What do you want to do? What do you guys want to do? What do you guys want to do? Brad, you're on.
Oh, sorry. Ian still has some issues over there, so he's figuring out. I thought we were going to postpone this for a couple minutes, so I didn't know I was on. My bad. But you know what time it is. It's time for the midday show. It's time for Market Movers. Hopefully you guys are having a great day. Suddenly, the market just came in with a ton of buy volume. A couple of my shorts got taken out over here, so I was also managing that. But you know, getting right back into the shorts, as I believe on the downside today on the S&P 500. Here's my future shorts. It popped up to 37.45, and it tried to shake people out, but not me. They can't get me with these fake moves because, man, we saw how strong that 37.45 move was to the downside for multiple days. And after this pop coming in, I had to get right back into the short. Now my average is 37.45. It did drop after that pop, but now we're looking for possibly another retest off that 37.45 level. If today we get back above 37.45, especially after cracking it, I'll be pretty surprised and I'll be pretty confused as to the whole move with the market wants to go with. Same with Apple over here. Apple was my biggest short of the day that I was trying to work on, but with the market volume coming in, kind of got burnt on this. Might be trying to get back into this as the market, it did go right back into the short territories for me. So gonna get back into this Apple short here, and oh baby, 10 points in the money on the future short. My charts are a bit laggy at the moment. My computer RAM needs to be updated, so let me just quickly refresh these for us. Let's let these keep on loading. In the meantime, let me look at the charts, or sorry, let me look at the chat as to what the chat's looking at while I take some covers over here on the future shorts also. Apple shorts continue to move back up. Some other positions that I have today, as you guys can see, XLF, the financial ETF. Instead of shorting banks directly, I decided I'm going to go direct over to the ETF itself and just trade the ETF, shorting the ETF around $30.60 or so and taking profits near $30.40. Basically playing it in the range and enjoying the range that the market has been giving me so far for XLF. That's the financial ETF. And let me just quickly, now that these charts have loaded up, I can quickly refresh them for us. Crash. Come on, just please go ahead and close these. Close. In the meantime, are you good?
Yeah,
you're good. Awesome.
Yeah, no, I'm good. Guys, how's it going, everyone? Hope everyone's having a profitable day here. Just had some troubles there trying to log in and install the new version of our P Pro here. But yeah, no, I've been busy today. I trade a handful of things. I'm currently in a couple plays here. A lucid short that I've been working on here. I've been working on shorting off in 1950. The reason why, I've noticed that every time it comes up to this 20 area, it seems to like kind of fade the move, and it seems to respect it, right? So just kind of shorting off this 1950 area, which was an intraday sort of resistance or level from yesterday. Yeah, I've been working that one. Got the initial entry off the open. This was kind of sad because I didn't get my full size position here, so kind of tried to hold it for a bigger move. And then just waited there, and I was actually busy like watching other things. I was trading AMD as well, and I'm also trading AMC. But yeah, no, and then I just got stopped out for a break even, and then I was adding back into this area, and that was nice because like there was like a little market pop, so I got some good fills there, and then kind of scalping it on the way down. And I just punched into a couple more shares there just to populate my positions. But yeah, no, this seems to be working for now. Yeah, we'll keep taking profits if it keeps coming back down to VWAP. I think it's kind of holding above VWAP now, so maybe the short is not so much on if the market is going to rally too. So, but we'll see for this one. AMC, I've also been trading as well, more so to the long side. I really like this 1480 area. 1480 has been a level, it held yesterday, it held this morning in pre-market, it held right off the open. So I've been longing off that 1480, I added a couple times and kind of scalping it out as it goes up. I want to get more out in front of here, so like 1515 area, maybe 1520 area, just because that's where it seems like there was a bunch of sellers above there, right? So I don't want to get too cheeky with that. I want to take profits when they're offered there. But yeah, this has been a good position for me now. I almost got stopped out here, 1490 area, but yeah, kept working there, so that's been good. I also traded AMD, and AMD is my loser for the day. Nope, not New Zealand. There we go. I don't know why I always type New Zealand by mistake, but yeah, no, I was more bullish on AMD. You know, obviously with TSM having their good earnings, and you know, AMD being one of the few stocks that actually gapped up today. I was more bullish on it. I was trying to defend like originally the 78 level, then the 77 area. I tried to get a bounce there. I stopped out mistakenly here, I guess, because it gave a little bit of a bounce, so I missed that trade. So instead of like trying to overtrade it, you know, I just kind of took my L's on AMD. Clearly, you know, the bullish bias on it was wrong, right, this morning. So it clearly wanted to kind of sell off a bit more. That's fine, you know, take those losses and, you know, kind of reassess. If it comes back up to these levels and starts to show a little bit more bullishness above, then, you know, maybe we can try the long again. But for now, just going to leave AMD alone.
Thank you, Ian, for allowing me to manage some trades here. The market does want to come back up, apparently, so we are keeping a strong eye on this 37.45 levels. VWAP happens to be around those levels too. We know the bottoms around those levels started coming in for even yesterday when the CPI number came. We bounced off of that very same level. So breaking that level today was a little significant for me for the bear move at least. So hence I am so bearish. I guess when am I not so bearish? Right? So let's see if the market rejects off of VWAP off these same levels and goes back to the lower day at some point and then breaks the lower day for maybe an extension of the negativeness on the day so far. GOVE short opinion. Let's go check out GOEV. Yeah, this is the one that had the Walmart partnership for 4,500 cars or delivery vans, I believe is what it was. Sorry? There's the news with the Army talk,
they
another
got like
catalyst.
a new contract or something like that. So it's surprising. Yeah, you can go ahead if you want to talk about it. But yeah, another catalyst for GOEV.
Yeah,
today.
so another catalyst coming in for GOVE. Market wants to really keep on pushing up here, so I'm going to punch out on my Apple short there. I'm just going to nurse my XLF trade because XLF is the one that's working for me the most, and I'm going to manage my futures. But coming back to GOEV for the chat, viewer asking if this is the right time to short it. I'm not sure, man. The stock is taking off at the moment. There's still tons of volume. Market's going to the north side. I think being patient on this would be a very, very good thing at the moment, especially since the dislocation from VWAP is not even that far. And notice this move on the Walmart news day. We popped up from $2.50 to $5 over here. It's very easy for the stock to go towards that very same $5 level before we see any sort of rejection actually coming into play. So I'm not looking forward to short this just yet. Look at the size on the bids that keep on coming up and notice the time of sales. They're just punching the ask or mid prints. No one's really punching the bids. They're just going into ask or the mid prints. That's telling me there's still tons of buying going on here. Not interested on the short side for GOV just yet. And I guess I should not be interested on the short side for the market as the S&P 500 clears that 37.45 level and is now pushing to 37.50s.
Yeah, no, I was going to say about GOEV because I traded it pretty well yesterday to the short side when it faded below 4 and, you know, faded below 380 area. Notice today, obviously, I had a positive catalyst, you know, getting a new contract. So they get the bump, right? Up 19% now. But notice how these levels have been reclaimed. So this 380 level that was working so nicely for me to the short side yesterday has now been reclaimed and is acting more of a support level, right? Same with the 4 area that I talked about, you know, that first day when they had that big gap up, it actually closed below 4. Now also reclaiming that level, right? So I think the short is off for now. If you're not long already, you got to be patient with this. Wait for like a pullback to these areas like the 4 area, 380 maybe. But I think, you know, to the upside is going to be more so that 5 area. That 5 area is going to be a huge level, I think, just because it held as support or as resistance that first day, 2 days ago, right? So it got all the way to 5 and then just rejected and flushed off of there, right? So if it gets there, I'm expecting a similar situation potentially. But notice today it's also SSR, right? So it's going to be harder to short. You know, you got to be careful on the short side because bids can't get slammed down now. Another thing I traded today was Microsoft. Microsoft, I guess I'm more like bearish bias on it, just because it's been so weak recently. But that being said, I wanted to take this 249 breakdown. I missed it because I was trying to fumble with AMD there. But I had a couple longs actually off the 249, just kind of reclaiming that area. Let me actually change it to the 1 minute so we can actually see the fills a bit better. Yeah. So I had like one long, another long here off 249, and then I mistakenly punched short. And then that's the thing, guys. Like whenever you mistakenly get into a position, as it looks like I might get stopped out of Lucid there. Whenever you mistakenly punch into a position like the wrong direction or more size or something like that, just punch out right away. Like if you punch into something you didn't expect it, you're not expecting yourself to be able to manage that, right? You might be surprised or whatever. So just punch out right away, which is exactly what I did. Even though the short looked pretty good afterwards, it looks like it just kind of faded off that 249. Yet we're right back there and we're reclaiming that level as well. I like the 249 area just because of what the price action from yesterday. That 249, 248.50 area held as support in the morning, right? So that's my kind of thesis around Microsoft today.
Yeah, Microsoft has been really weak for a couple of days. I did want to short it. I just didn't find a good level too. But now that the market's popping up this way, I think it's getting into better areas to short it, especially this 250 price point. It's almost screaming your name at it to short this 250 area, as long as the market's weak, that is. So 37.45 did clear out. We were at 37.50 for a little while, and now it's coming back in. Let's see if we hold up at VWAP for S&P 500 and NASDAQ, or do we keep on turning back to the upside, keep on going north, which is what Apple did. Apple is now green on the day, all the way above 145 to 145.60s, and in my opinion, I thought Apple would not clear 145. We're just going to reject 145 all day, and Microsoft would probably not come back to 250, but I was wrong on both sides. Microsoft is back to 250s, giving you opportunities to load up your shorts over there if you're interested in that trade, that is. Ian already talked about Microsoft, so let's keep on moving forward here with a couple other stocks that you guys go. GeoEV go. Looks like GeoEV is still moving to the upside, maybe to that $15 level, sorry, not $15, $5 level that I was talking about, which is a way better area to short in my opinion. A new high a day coming in at $4.33 and 64 million shares on GeoEV. I'm guessing that's the #1 volume leaderboard today. Yeah, #1 volume leader, 64 million shares. Then we have AMD at 34. That's because I'm ignoring your inverse ETFs of the QQQs, which are TQs and SQs.
I'm just trying to manage some of my positions here.
I got you.
No, it's okay. I can talk about them. I took profits on AMC here. I was just waiting passively. Something that I've been trying to work on actually is when I'm trying to get into these range plays, instead of trying to cross or aggressively get out, I'll just wait passively at my targets, right? Might as well collect some fees. So I did that on AMC here. Again, just in front of the high a day. If sellers are going to start stepping up, it was like my final 10% anyways. So might as well just kind of take it in front of here. Seems like a good enough spot. If it comes back down to these 15 areas though, I think I'm going to like it a little bit more to the long side again, just because this 1480 level has held, right? This 1480 level has held all day. Maybe now it holds 15. So I like AMC to the upside today, and continue this bullish momentum. Obviously 16 overhead, is looming. But we're still a ways away from that, and I don't know if we have the momentum to kind of carry that way. Speaking of AMC, let's check out GME, which has been breaking out topside levels all day, right? So this 150 break seemed pretty decent enough. Now testing 152, right? But yeah, not sure why there's so much momentum to the upside for GME, but clearly, it's helping AMC a little bit as well. I've been managing the Lucid position as well. So I added up to these 1950 areas here. That seems to be working as well, and now I'm kind of just bidding out, trying to manage the position a little bit better, trying to get this fill here out of here and get my average back to the high 40s. I think that's a little bit better R&R wise if I'm risking off of this 50, right? I'm always trying to get better R&R trades. Why am I shorting Lucid? I already kind of talked about that. I know there's no specific catalyst or anything like that, but just look at this 20 level. This 20 level is kind of huge for Lucid. Every time it's gotten up there, it's been rejecting. So I'm basically just shorting any weakness towards like the 1950 to $20 area. And the reason being as well is it's been getting a little bit of a bump, but no real bullish catalyst or anything like that, right? So, I'm going to short this weakness into 20. When you're trading in a ranging market like we have been doing for the past few weeks, you got to kind of find these ranges and then play the resistance and play the support, and what other better resistance than this 20 level on Lucid right now.
20 level on Lucid. Yeah, we love those nice and even dollar numbers. Gets me all excited when I see nice even numbers like that. You know, those 20s, 30s, 40s. Something
It's just
about your
easy to play off,
psychological
too.
level, right?
Yeah. It's just easy to play off, and you know, that's the thing. Like, even so, I talked about this 20 level. Did you hear me talk about the 20 level on Lucid before, like this morning when we talked? No, right?
Yeah.
But like, you're already thinking about the 20 level, like, because it's
Already
just like
forming trades without even looking at the chart, just by hearing 20 level. I like
it's just
it.
like a psychological level, right? That a lot of people are thinking about.
Jimmy, GME, being talked about in the chat. Oh, look at that. Another person who happens to be with the name Neil Roberts just put in GME broke 150, but not 153. Yeah, I'm looking at it. GME went all the way to 152 today almost, and now coming back down below 150, breaking 150 to the downside now, sadly. But look at these inverse orders piling up on the downside over here, trying to protect GME from not going too much lower. We do know that GME has a positive catalyst, which is a split coming in. So people are looking to buy up as many shares as they can over here so they can be part of that split. And then after the split happens, I want to see how much more volume comes into GME and how many more apes are excited to replenish their inventory on GME, or you know, a new account holder, new account starter of GME also coming into play over there. So just time will tell. I don't remember what date the split is, but we do know that the vote went through. Let me see if I can find it over here on my secondary platform. I can. So the split's on 22nd of July for GME, the 4:1 split. So not too far from here on out. And we know, talking about splits, we might as well move on to the biggest split of the year, probably coming up soon. 15th of July and the 18th of July, you'll see Google's price change drastically. I predict Google dropping about 98% on that day.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. So there's been 3 splits in recent times. Well, I guess Google will be the third one, but you know, Amazon was the first split. That was really good. You know, we traded that a lot. The whole floor was just trading for like 2 days straight. So that was awesome. Shopify, on the other hand, was kind of a dud. You know, nothing really happened with it. Liquidity was like super bad. Not much volatility, not much volume. So it was honestly very tough to trade. But I think Google is going to be a little bit better. We'll see. Obviously, the split is tomorrow. And it's going to be kind of on all our minds, I would think. Yeah, people are just still talking about GOEV. Yeah, GOEV, it's ripping again today, pushing more volume again today. I think now I might get stopped out. So I'm not going to get, here, I'll talk about Lucid real quick just because it's close to my level. I'm probably not going to add to it this time. And I'm probably just going to let it either, you know, stop me out or bounce off this level again once more. The reason being, guys, is that now it's not pulling back as hard, right? So I got that first short, that pulled back very nicely. I probably should have shorted again here, but I was distracted, and that pulled back very nicely. And I've been shorting again, and you know, obviously scalping out to the downside, but the pullbacks have been getting you know, lighter and lighter, right? So it's slowly kind of making this wedge. Here, I'll draw like a trend line so you can kind of see it very easily. It's slowly kind of making this this trend or this wedge here. So clearly it's on a little bit of an uptrend, and this 1950 area could be the top end of this this triangle here. So if it breaks out, then I think it's going to be bullish maybe for the rest of the day. But if we continue to break down, then you know, maybe we keep shorting pops into this 50 area. That being said, you know, I'm probably going to get stopped out here, but that's okay. You know, it's my best name on the day, and I've been taking profits on it pretty nicely. It looks like AMC is continuing to rip as well. And I took a, whoops, that's not the right market there. I did, you know, I had a reasoning for taking this one out. That being said, you know, now it's kind of ripping to new highs. It just broke out that 1540. It doesn't seem like there's as many sellers like last time around this area as well. So, you know, you got a little bit of a pullback, and for a second there, I looked like a genius with this top tick, but now it's made a new top tick, right? So, again, you know, going to be patient with it and look to add closer to the 15 area, I think. I still like the long here for sure.
Yeah, this market getting ready to keep on going north. We did get a retest of VWAP to the downside, but then obviously it rejected off of that. Did not go any more to the downside over here for NASDAQ. Now only down 1%. I think I remember seeing NASDAQ being down close to 2% or so. S&P 500 pretty much doing the same thing over here. Everything's launching to the north side. Market might just become green today. I'll be absolutely in shock to see if the market goes in green today after starting the day negative, the same way we did yesterday. So just got to be patient over here to see what type of opportunities we'll get around the board. Europe market coming to close very soon in about 10 minutes or so, and how they close will also be dictating where the market might head over to. Why is Sean short on AMC again? Not sure. You might have to ask him. He's not short AMC, so never mind. You're dreaming, Pratt, to see a green. No, I don't want to see a green. I don't know why you think I want to see a green. I just got stopped out on my future short, and it's going to start turning back to the downside. So it looks like my stop was inappropriate over there on futures, and now I'll watch the market just crumble over here. At least we do have our XLF short that we can work with at the moment. Let's see what's going on with some of you guys in the chat. Thoughts on INTA, INTC. Oh, wrong box. INTC on NASDAQ. Let's head over to INTC. What are we doing today? Pretty much just heading up north as the rest of the market has been doing for the most part, but still down on the day. I do know the semiconductors have a catalyst behind it. Taiwan Semiconductors had earnings today, and I believe they beat their earnings report. Part of that was part of the catalyst. INTC said it has started informing customers of plan to raise prices for many of its chips and products due to rising costs. Overall, that catalyst still not helping them out for the upside direction because the market overall did bleed. But let's see if raising prices to battle inflation and to battle other sides of the economic situations that we're running into, maybe Intel could take advantage of that with higher prices.
I wanted to talk about one key thing here, and the market is slowly grinding up. We're down 1.5%, but now like Brad said, I don't know if we're going to turn green on the day, but clearly a strong uptrend has started here. The reason I want to talk about this is because this 3750, 3745 area on the ES. Look at this and I'll make it bigger so you guys can see it a little bit more clear. But look at this level, back in, I guess, the end of June. It held 3 times. It held 3 times here at 3745, 3750 area. And then today, it dropped below. So that's why I was like, okay, sick. Lucid short is working. Some of my other shorts are working. And then now, look, it's reclaiming this level.
Let's go.
It's reclaiming this level, and now there's bullishness and buying above this level again, right? So clearly, this is a huge level for the ES, maybe now I want to rethink some of my theses here, or thesi, or I don't know what the plural thesis is. What thesi? I don't know. Maybe Cash, you can help me with that one. But I think the bearish mentality for now I think might be done as long as it holds above this 3750 area for now.
Yeah, not sure why you looked at me or asking me. I'm the wrong person to ask for any of those questions. You guys make fun of me for all that, so not sure what the correct answer is for that one. My ear is hurting with this earpiece. This earpiece sucks. What about gold? Can anybody tell me where it goes? No, I cannot tell you where it goes because I don't know the future. But what I can do is take a look at gold maybe. We can head over to GLD right now on Amex. This is your ETF for gold. Currently trading around $159 or so, down 1.6%. With the banks losing money with raising inflation rates and so on. We do know JP Morgan came out with the earnings report and they missed. Morgan Stanley came out with the earnings report and they missed also. Not sure exactly how we're going to deal with inflation on that side over there. Obviously, gold's supposed to be the inflation hedge. We just haven't seen it play out just yet. Not sure if Bitcoin's going to be the new inflation hedge, but we haven't seen that one play out either. So Mark is just clapping no matter what market it is, no matter what your holding is, it's getting beat up. That's the sad part about it. That's the market environment we're in, the bear territory. So just got to be careful. Thankfully today, though, the relief rally started coming in on the S&P 500. For some reason, around these levels, around 3,700, I guess, but we didn't even hit 3,700. 3,723 started showing support, and according to my original guess or idea is that we were never going to get back above 3,740, at least not till next week. I guess not. We are going to get back above 3,740. We're going to go over all the way to 3,750, and maybe tomorrow sets up for a free fall Friday, and we push all the way back to 3,650. This is my target over here for Friday tomorrow for the short side. If the market doesn't give us free fall Friday tomorrow, after this horrible CPI number, after the down day that we had today, I don't even know what to say anymore after that.
Yeah, it's tough. It's
I
tough.
don't even know what to say anymore after that.
Yeah, it's tough to find out what to think. Obviously, it's funny how we're looking at the same levels too. Like we're looking at, and Pratt and I, we don't necessarily talk about these levels like together.
I don't talk to anybody when I go home.
Yeah. So it's like we're still looking at the same levels, but yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see if this like area on the ES can actually break down for real. It seems like a little bit of a fake out today. The other name I traded that was a loss for me. So right now I'm 4 for 7, having a positive day and a good day. Uh-oh. What was that? Oh.
No, you may not. Just go ahead. Just go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Man, I don't know why we do so many of these fire drills or whatever. One day it's going to be a real fire. We're all going to be sitting here and like still trying to trade or whatever. But yeah, no, I'm 4 for 7 today. The one name that one of the names that I lost on was Unity. I'm taking one trade on Unity, and it was right in front of this 32 area. And maybe I was a little late to the party here because I wasn't watching it here. I only started watching it at this point around 10 o'clock. Right, so the reason why I was watching this 32 area, because there was like 2,000 lots on the bid at 32. Also important to note, it's SSR, so that means that bid can't be slammed down, it can't be taken out. People have to, offer out and short it that way. That being said, it gave a huge bounce here. That was a money bounce, right? Like think about it like this: you can take, as Luca likes to say, like unlimited size at 32.01. Risk 1 cent plus slippage, and now you're getting a 40-cent win. That's unbelievable, right? So I tried to, I saw it here again. I was a little late to the party. I didn't get my fill, and then it bounced to like 32.13. I think that was the trade, right? Like I'm talking about a scalp front-running trade here. That's how you front-run and scalp out these kinds of trades in front of huge size like that at a key level like 32. So it gave you 10 cents off the pop. Again, like that's a 10 to 1, 5 to 1 trade, depending on where you get filled. So obviously a great trade. But then here I tried it again, bidding around like 32.03, I think my fill was. But this time didn't work. No buyers around there, just kind of faded and then slowly broke down, right? So small hit on there. Again, I was only risking about 3 cents on that trade. And it didn't work, right? I'll take that trade 10 times out of 10, and it's going to work most times, right? But this time it didn't work, so one of my losses on the day. What does front run mean? So basically, let's say on the bid here at 33, there was like 2,000 lots. And Pratt and I have traded these trades before on the show, but essentially you're just going to go long in front and then front run that huge order, right? Thinking that it's going to bounce away from that order. That's what a front run is.
You got to keep going. You got to keep going.
Oh yeah, for sure. One of the other things. No. That's all I've traded today, pretty much. But yeah, what are you guys taking a look at today? What are you guys trading? Call it out. If you guys are taking trades, we can kind of review them and think about further ideas on them. Check out some levels, right? Affirm. Yeah, let's take a quick look at Affirm. I haven't looked at it today. I know it was like kind of getting a little bit of a bump this morning. Yeah, let me consolidate my chart a bit better so we can see the full move here. So it looks like it's bounced off this 20 area very, very nicely. Look at this like little wedge, if you will. Like I guess like I'll quickly draw it out here. And then, and then like this little triangle pattern, right? So we're kind of stuck in this little area right now, but it's holding this 20 level very, very nicely. It didn't even get there this morning, like it held 2020. I mean, look at this pre-market support, right? So I think Neil said it in one of the Trader of the Day videos, like if the support isn't broken, there's only one way it can go. Not saying that it's gonna, give a huge bounce and run like 10 points in the money after that, but it might give a little bit of a bounce, right? And today in Affirm's case, it gave a pretty decent bounce. Like look off this 2020 move. Now it's testing 22.20. So 2 points in the money if you got long in front of this 20. I guess you got to risk down to $20 for sure in case that breaks down, but in case this pre-market area kind of breaks down. But yeah, solid day for Affirm. I can look up to see like in a little bit later if there was a catalyst or something like that. But man, look at this wedge now, and we're right at the top end of that resistance area. So I think like in a market, like I mentioned earlier, in a market like we're trading in right now, you really got to respect the resistance areas, and you really got to respect the support areas, right? And kind of trade off those. I want to look back at Lucid. just because like man, this 1050 area, or sorry, 1950 area, it's just kind of bouncing around now. Like, I mean, like it did break out and wicked everyone out. It wicked me out, right? So that's why I don't want to risk off this area any longer, right? Because it's already been there. It's been to the 51, 52, 53 area. So if I put my stop there, if I get short right now, basically, and put my stop there, chances are it's going to wick me out. So, I got to kind of reassess maybe the 1960, 1970 area if it pushes up there and starts, sellers start to step up there, or, this triangle thing that I drew earlier, or this trend line breaks down, right? So if that breaks down and then, now it's like creeping back towards the 40s, maybe showing a little bit more weakness to 1950, then, we can take the short again, right? And risk off that same area. But for now, I'm going to leave Lucid alone. It's my best name on the day. And, we'll take those every time. We're going to head it over to Brendan at the big screen, though, for, I think this is...
social sentiment.
Social sentiment, yeah.
Hey guys, yeah, a bit of an update on what everyone is talking about so far on social media so far today. This just gives you a visual representation of the direction for about the third or fourth day in a row. Very, very red right across the board once again. Worth noting this XELA was green earlier, now back to red. SPY as well, back to the downside again today. It is a little bit smaller today, which I don't know if that helps or not, but still negative on the day for the overall market. AMC, on the other hand, positive now, back to the upside. If you remember, this was also negative the first time we looked at this board. GoEV, GME on here, back to the upside as well. Boxed, PLRX, nice move back higher, I noticed today on that PLRX after a couple of days to the downside. But a few notable names as well. Tesla red, Twitter is on here red once again after a few more headlines coming out involving Elon and this mess of a deal, suggesting, if you missed it this morning, there was the CNBC report suggesting the judge they selected to look over this case, I guess, between Twitter and Elon may be in favor, maybe have a track record of voting more in the favor of the company, not the actual person trying to buy. SIGA, I wanted to mention as well, negative, being talked about negative today, even with more monkeypox headlines. Guys, back over to you.
All right, thank you for the social sentiment, Brando. We love seeing exactly what type of stocks, what type of sentiment is going on around those social media spaces, those Reddits, Twitter spaces, and so on. Market did make a nice pop up to 3760, but looks like we are, looks like we did find barriers again at the same pre-market areas or so, which happened to be the 100-period EMA right here, 3760 to 3755s, waiting to see if the market's going to keep on going to give us the green move that I'm looking for at this point now. I've given up on the shorts. Maybe the market keeps on going to the north side, but maybe me saying that will make the market actually not go upside anymore and go back down. So for anyone short, I might have just jinxed the market in your favor. So hold on to your shorts now. Watching the market very closely, watching it like a hawk, but more importantly, I'm interested in what this chat is trading today. Chat wants me to take a look at TSM, Taiwan Semiconductors, with the earnings report, positive earnings report, but sadly the negative move into the stock anyways, because of the market overall. So market just oh wait, TSM is now positive. It was negative when I remember pulling it up. TSM is now positive by 1 full percent. So getting back to those positive territories for TSM with that positive catalyst of the earnings report. Let's go, baby. Semiconductors back into play a little bit. I want to see if AMD is doing anything good over here for the north direction. No, AMD, which was ridiculously strong yesterday, just hanging out in yesterday's range over here. Notice the support near 76 yesterday, near the 100-period EMA, that same area coming in for buyers, and the low a day is exactly 76 for AMD. So for anyone who wanted to wait for the dip buy opportunity on AMD, you could have got it at 76, maybe risk 10 pennies and just watched it climb up $1 for you in the money. Insane moves coming in. Let's go over to NVIDIA also, since we are in the same basket of stocks. NVIDIA over here, is it in yesterday's range? 146. 147.50, 145. Yeah, pretty much still in yesterday's range. 147.50 is right here, coming down to that bottom, bouncing off of there, and now still a negative though for NVIDIA, unlike its partner in crime, AMD, and well, AMD's negative too, I believe, unlike Intel, but still looking like it wants to go up with the rest of the market to the north side.
Yeah, I was honestly really disappointed in AMD. I thought it was going to, like, really rally off that. Obviously, it's a sympathy move. It wasn't AMD earnings. It was the TSM earnings, right? But, man, the reason why, I was looking at this AMD range, and, I'm talking about these ranges. Top end of the range, you got 80. That's pretty clear. Held support here, held back here if you count that, and then holding as resistance the past few weeks, right? So, clearly this 80 level is a thing, but it was bouncing off of these lows, right? It bounced off 74, 70, 73 area so nicely the past couple days, right? And, like Pratt said, it was so bullish yesterday as well. So, I thought today with a positive, at least a sympathy play, some positivity in the sector, we were really going to get a big bounce on AMD. So that's why I was like so bullish on it. Ended up not working. And then, even now that TSM is turning green on the day, TSM is the one with the catalyst, of course. AMD is still, red on the day, not really doing nothing, still holding below VWAP and kind of consolidating below there, right? So I think the long trade idea for now on AMD is kind of wrong, unless it gets back down to the 76 and that really holds, or there's some size or something like that and you could front run that area. But for now, I'm going to leave that alone. Unless, then we'll kind of wait on that one. BABA, people going off about BABA in the chat. Let's take a quick look at BABA.
BABA.
BABA. BABA. And I'm practicing now. What happened to BABA just now?
Oh.
Yeah, something happened to BABA. Some huge selling just came into BABA and just kind of plunged just now. And now that test of 100 is definitely imminent. I don't know what's going on here with BABA. So maybe if there's some news, man, look at all the selling kind of coming in here. Okay, yeah, so some sort of negative catalyst on BABA for sure here, as it's just selling off now. Dropped from 106 to now testing 101s, right? So be careful with this one. Make sure you're managing your risk accordingly. But I think we're going to go to Brendan real quick for the news.
Yeah, here's a headline, guys. It's the Wall Street Journal that's reporting this right now. They're investigating apparently a historic, what they're calling historic data heist. I actually saw them refer to the police in this point as well when it comes to the actual data breach. So, yeah, heads up, it's not just Alibaba, it's all tech-related Chinese stocks seem to be moving lower.
Wow, that means Pinduoduo most likely, and Baidu and other stocks over there. Yeah, everything. FXI in general. You can just head over to fxi.am for those of you who are watching your Chinese ETFs. It tells you the story for the overall market, just crushing to the downside over here. Data heist. Not looking good, man. Not looking good. First, we got AMD not too long ago with about 400 GBs. And we also heard how the Chinese regulators were talking to BABA and other tech stocks, saying you're not sharing your data breach, or not data breach, you're not sharing information with the rest of the country here to properly regulate you. So it's going to be problems. And now we see what type of problems are arising. So BABA getting absolutely slapped over here. And let's see where that one moves over to, as Ian did mention, the $100 level. So I guess everyone's now waiting for the $100 level to come into play at some time today. FFIE moving up. FFIE on NASDAQ with 4 million shares traded today, trying to go still to the north side, 7.38% on this position. Insane. New high day coming into play. And looking at the dailies, look at the barriers around the $6.50 that we've been having for multiple days now, for almost a week or a little bit over than a week. If we do break that, which looks like it could be today, we could just see a bigger extension to the north side past 650 to, let's see what FFIE looks like on a bigger time scale. FFIE. Yeah, that 650 level right here. If we break this one, I think we got a nice move up to $8 or even $9 coming into play.
I'm watching three things right now, guys. I just punched into more Lucid short. I still like this short now off the 1950 area, so we're still playing that one. I'm watching BABA, of course, now. But the other thing I'm watching is GOEV. GOEV continues to push highs. There is people trying to offer out now. Like, look at this, a couple hundred lots there, a few hundred lots there on the offer. This is SSR, so you do got to offer out if you want to get short. But I don't think, it's tough because this is such a solid uptrend. It's just kind of grinding, and now I'm going to get stopped out of Lucid. Yeah, I was kind of hesitant on this one, but it is what it is. Yeah, there it goes. And then, I'm more so waiting for this 5 area on GOEV. I think that's going to be something. If it gets there, then I think I'm gonna load up on the short in front of that one. But for now, watching that one on my side screen, if it continues to grind up, I can't get long now. I'm buying a top here. I don't think that's a very good idea. I think you got to buy more of like a pullback area. But I think obviously if you missed it, don't chase it, don't FOMO into it or something like that. Just be patient and wait. Lucid, I got stopped out. That's fine. Man, look at BOBA now. BOBA off that 101. 101, obviously a little bit closer to $100 there, but that bounce, it did break briefly, but that bounce now, you're $2 in the money off that 101 long if you took it. It was a little risky because you saw all that selling coming in, obviously with a negative catalyst as well. But man, what a move off that 101 for a quick $2 scalp. That's insane.
Market taking off right now, man. S&P 500 only down 1%. NASDAQ only down 0.7%. And notice how GOEV, I did mention, don't try to be shorting GOEV at 40.20. Just let it pop up to the $455 and then think about shorting that. Look at the size on 450. There's about almost 100,000 shares on $4.50 on GOEV. And I don't see size like that anywhere else on the book so far. Not even on the downside. Maybe at $4.25, you see a little bit of a thick bid coming into action, but the book's pretty empty across the board. Let me actually filter out all the $1 or 100 share size on the book, so we don't see those trades coming into play here. But yeah, clear, pretty obvious as to what's going on. That $5 retest might just come into play if we don't reject off the 450. So far, that 450 barrier is acting as a blockade for GOEV. Microsoft days high. Let's go check out Microsoft. Wow, Microsoft now only down 0.5%. That 250 short that I was talking about, not existing or irrelevant now because it does not matter. S&P, what is going on with NASDAQ, man? Is this market's an absolute joke. Like, how do you break that bottom? How do you have 9.1 inflation percent? Like, and then you show me the move that you showed us yesterday, and you're showing the move like this today. Like, what is wrong with this market?
Yeah, I think at this point, at least for me, I want to reassess right now because I don't have any longs on the table. I'm not trying to short anymore. I tried one more short on Lucid there. Got run over super quick, right? So I'm having a positive day. I'm not trying to give it all back, trying to short tops or something like that and get run over. So now, it's about being patient, trying to pick a spot for a decent long, right? Because clearly the long is on. If this is a V-shaped recovery, I don't know what is. Prad showed it there on Microsoft. Look at Apple. This is what I want to talk about in Apple. I know a couple of you were mentioning it in the chat. Remember how I was shorting off that 146.50 area yesterday? That area was like a super resistance on Apple. It tested like 3 or 4 times and never got out of it, or never broke out. And now it's reclaiming that level, right? So even Apple now showing some strength above some resistance areas. Let's send it over to Brendan real quick.
All right, guys, just to talk about the market here a little bit. Fed's Waller speaking right now just said, and I quote, the market pricing in a 100 basis point move in July is, quote unquote, getting ahead of themselves, suggesting it might not necessarily be 100 basis points, even though it's probably needed, but it seems to be the reason the market popped there.
Not only is it a kangaroo market between ranges, but it's also kangaroo, assumptions, because yesterday they're like, oh man, like inflation's 9.1%, the world is ending, recession is imminent. We got to price in a 100 basis point raise now. And now today they're saying, oh yeah, we're getting ahead of ourselves. Let's not price it in. So what do? We rally and break out some of these resistance areas again. So tough to trade, but that's why I'm saying I got to be patient now and reassess a bit, see what levels are still intact that I like from the morning and kind of go off those ones.
Wasn't this the same guy who said we're gonna price in 100 basis point? These guys are just playing games with everybody. It's like they go long one day and they say, they go short one day and they say, oh yeah, we're gonna price it in, and they go long the next day and they say, yeah, we're not gonna price it in. The games are too strong, man, too good of a game over here. I gotta learn how to play those games. You get popular enough to play those games, I guess. DWAC over here though, popping up with the big volume candle. Look at that insane, monstrous volume candle. Brendo actually put in the news over there for our chat. DWAC popping on Trump 2024, talk by Trump Jr. So let's see if this one can have any substance behind this move. If DWAC goes crazy again, we know how much fun that can be. I don't think we're going to see a repetition of DWAC halting all the way up to 180, 190. If we do, then I'll just eat my sock, right? But I don't think we'll see that action coming into play. Right now, DWAC has a bottom or a base around this $20 to $25 range, the way it used to around 40 to 45. So let's see if this catalyst can put in this range a little bit higher than previously, which was 20 to 25. Now we see maybe 30 to 35, and then eventually, if this news actually has substance behind it, we can start seeing these 40 to 45 ranges coming back into play again, once again for DWAC. Pretty surprised to see DWAC not move around as much after the whole Twitter and Elon Musk debacle that we just went through. The whole cancellation, not cancellation. We're gonna force you to enforce you to go through with the deal, or we're gonna slap you on the wrist with $1 billion, whatever it is that's gonna happen. I thought DWAC might catch some traction on it. I also saw some posts from Trump on DWAC making fun of Elon, saying that he could have made Elon bend on his knee if he wanted to and stuff like that. So it was obviously media could be spinning that around a little bit. But it was just hilarious to see that little battle over there between Elon on Twitter and Trump on DWAC, and people were like mediating for them by posting screenshots. So we'll see where this battle goes. Obviously, we're here to keep on watching which way the battle will end up going to eventually.
We just got a super chat there from Dusty. Thank you so much for the super chat. TH is a real squeezer. AMC is a winner. Let's take a quick look at TH, and that's NQ. Okay, cool. As it loads, it's up 3% today. Man, look at this daily. What is going on with this one? I'm not too sure. Do you know what TH NQ is? Or if there's a catalyst? Because look at this daily. The past week, past
Target
5 or 6.
hospitality.
Yeah, the past 5 or 6 trading days, it's been parabolic. And now, touching this 12 area here. Today having more of a consolidation area, consolidation day rather, and less volume on this one. But yeah, interesting that that really hasn't been on our radar for now. AMC, let's take a quick look at that one again. AMC to the long side is definitely a winner. I wish I was loading up more here. And I probably would have if my P Pro was working, if I had downloaded in time there. But man, the long off this 15 was super money. I talked about how key this 1480 area was, how it held as resistance previously back on, I guess that was last week, on Friday, and then on Monday as well. And then once it broke out, it's been holding as support, right? So that's pretty basic. That's a classic, once resistance breaks out, it acts as support, and this is a very, very classic example of that.
We're gonna take some, yeah. We just posted a lot.
Yeah, but I had tried Lucid Short, that didn't work. I had the AMC long, but I closed that. We've got to wait for the 16 level now, I think. I think that's going to act as resistance on AMC for sure. GOEV still going off as well. That's around 460, kind of keeping that in mind. Why is the market green? The market is not green. The market is down 1%, but man, it's been turning green. It's on the way to green. It had a huge rally off this like 3730, 3740 area. And before I send it back to Prad, let's welcome a new member to our Trader TV family. Wiki Wang. Thank you for joining the Trader TV live family.
Keep going.
In that sense, let's look at the YouTube channel here a bit. If you guys haven't already, smash that like button. 2.2K likes. We have 4,600 people watching today, guys. But thank you, for the continued support. If you guys haven't, hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell as well, so you don't miss any videos that we do post. We do the live trading every day, or the live stream from 8:30 to 4 every single day. And then, we do post, trade of the day videos, pre-market summary videos as well. And then educational content on the weekends too, right? So if you haven't already, please subscribe and check it out. If you actually, this is something cool here. I didn't actually know this, but if you go to our actual channel and then you scroll to the right, go search. You can search up any topic that you like, and then some videos will pop up here related to that topic. So it's very convenient and very easy to learn. Before I was on the show, before I actually worked here at Day Trade the World, I was just like you guys. I would watch the show every day religiously to try and learn how to trade on my own as well, right? So I was just in your shoes as well, and I learned a lot from the show. So I suggest you guys do the same, because you never know what can happen. AMC is still climbing to these highs, right? That being said, I think I got to move up my levels now. Maybe the 1540 area for a dip buy. I don't want to buy this top just because we're getting closer to that 16 area, right? So got to be more patient with that one. AMD continues to rip as well. Look at AMD here in front of the 78 area now. Maybe the market kind of turns around here, but man, I don't know. It's breaking out to new highs. Now it's like reclaiming the 200 moving day average as well. It's kind of testing that. We got to see with this one. I want to see more sellers step up in AMD here and actually show its weakness for that. It was super weak this morning. So maybe, we do short in front of this 78 area, because that didn't hold in the morning. It was like pre-market support here, and that just flushed right down, right? So maybe starting a position on AMD here, short in front of the 78 is a decent idea.
Yeah, I already have that short on board here. I'm actually short Apple, Microsoft, AMD, and the futures at the moment. So I'm ready to get back into the short side. I wait for the market to pop, let the market do its nonsensical moves, the moves that I don't believe in. And then I'll wait for my levels to come into play, such as Ian already mentioned, this AMD near 78. Look at these tail end wicks on 78. Look at where the most of the volume was actually transacted on AMD, was actually around 74.40s, even though we did pop to this 100 period EMA here, taking this position, giving it up to that 78 period for my risk, doing the same thing almost on Apple, but better risk to reward. Position board's not updating, Lucas, so maybe you can look at your messages. He's talking to Maggie, so we'll leave him alone for now. So Apple over here, 147 breaking only up to 147.06, allowing me to look for a short opportunity over there, and Microsoft also. Microsoft heading back into the pre-market high. I got to take a shot at that. When I wanted to short at Microsoft around 248, and I said, no, it's not at your price. Just wait patiently. It came to 250. I still said, no, I waited patiently. And now pushing back to the pre-market's high, I got to take a shot at that one. So we're in these three shots. Let's see where this one moves to. And eventually, maybe we goes to make a trade and it should update. Okay. Hey, Luca. Ian.
Yeah, no, for sure, I can take over. I'm still watching this AMD trade just because I put it on just now, right? So what I'm kind of looking for is I'm looking for some sort of selling or some sort of hint of selling to pop up in this range closer to the 78 area, right? It is slowly grinding up. This is a starter position, right? I'm not going to load up my full size or something like that and get quickly run over. I have the intention to average into this if more sellers pop up, and if I see more evidence that the selling is going to start closer to the 78 area that flushed in the morning, right? I heard someone say AMD wasn't super weak. It was just flushing with the market. Yeah, you're right. That being said, though, look at this move from the ES in the market. This is a pretty bullish move right here. This is pretty strong. And then look at the move from AMD. Hasn't been that strong, right? We still haven't broken out some of these levels. We still haven't broken out the 78 level where the market has been breaking out. To new highs on the day at least, right? So that's my thesis around AMD, and that's why out of all the names right now that I'm looking at, I like that one as the short. Apple just turned around off that 147 area, right? So it just pulled back. It briefly broke out. I don't think that was a good breakout or anything like that. I don't think there was any size there at 147. Remember, these are recycle levels, right? I think the 150 will probably be bigger for a breakout potential. Yeah, no, it's kind of finding a little bit of a resistance there at 147, which in turn is going to help my my AMD short as well. But I do have the intention to add to that if it creeps back closer to 78. Yeah, now you guys got me saying a lot, and you're talking about it in the chat. Meta, I haven't looked at Meta today as well, but a couple of you guys mentioned it now. I was looking at this 162 area to see if that was going to hold. Now, here's something that's actually super weak. Meta. So flush move this morning. That 162 area didn't hold. The reason why I was looking at that because it was acting as sort of like an intraday support area yesterday. That flushed down and now it's consolidating at the low of the day pretty much. The low of the day on Meta, 157.28, right? So now it's consolidating just above there around VWAP, right? So clearly Meta super weak today, weaker in relative, to the rest of the market here. I don't know what's really going on with Meta, but yeah, it's kind of breaking down the bottom of this range. If you look at the last week or so, it's been holding the 160 area pretty cleanly, 159 maybe, and now breaking below there and consolidating below actually. So eyes going to be kept on Meta. I know that the 52-week low is actually 154.25 if I remember correctly. So let's just call it 155. That's a nice round hole number there for Meta as a 52-week low. So maybe if we get down there, maybe if Free Fall Friday or something like that comes into effect, then maybe we can take that breakdown. Lucid is ready to pop long. Let's take a quick peek at Lucid again. You guys know I was trading that one. Yeah, now look, this is why you got to respect your stops. And I think Neil mentioned on the show today, you can't remove your stops, right? Don't remove your stops just because, you got some random thoughts or something like that in your head or some FOMO or some sort of weird emotions. Because let's say I remove my stop here. Let's say I'm stubborn about this 1950 area and I really want to send it to the ground. I really want to short Lucid here because it's been working, right? It's not like it hasn't been working. It's been working for me. That being said, I had my stop here at 1952 because I don't like to put my stops at, the penny above anymore, at least for now. But yeah, I had my stop there, stopped out, and now look at it. It's 20 cents above where my stop was, right? So let's say I don't respect my stop here and a 5-cent loss. As there's size now on the offer there, check that out, 1975. There's about 2,000 lots on the offer on Lucid, right? So it's funny how I was kind of talking about that. I'm going to bring that up on my screen here because maybe we take a short in front of that actually. Oh, it just broke. Okay, so good thing I was a little bit slow there because that broke out. I'm not sure if it got taken. I just saw a bunch of 80s, so clearly there was some slippage there. But yeah, that broke out, and now it seems like it's going to test 20 for sure because I think that I've talked about that being the overhead resistance, and it seems like Lucid is relatively strong now.
Thank you, Ian. So I'm looking at my shorts still. My shorts are not really working right now. They were working for a little bit, but as the market's getting ready to push back north here, now only down 0.8% for the S&P 500 and NASDAQ down less than half a percent. Clearly, the longs are here, baby, and the longs are here to stay. Ooh, that angle, I like that angle because you get to see a little bit of my blonde action, a little bit of wave action. I like that angle a lot. Trend is your friend. Go with those strong breakouts. Yeah, pretty, very well put over there. Trend is indeed your friend, and right now your friend is saying, I'm going up, and above. It's not even a Tuesday, but the club is indeed launching right now to the north side. Let's go take a look at cryptocurrencies market. Not sure if Ian covered it already, but let's take a quick look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin now at back to 20K. Don't believe in this move anymore. The new bottom now is 17.7K and the new high is 22K. So let me just throw a couple lines over here for myself. Yeah, let's throw one right there. Let's throw one down here. All right, now as the Bitcoin plays around in this range, we're just waiting to see when Bitcoin or if Bitcoin can even get back to a lot of people's average price point, which happens to be between $30,000 to $40,000 or so. Currently, Bitcoin up 1 full percent, Ethereum up 2.2%. so on up 0.5%. But then I guess your altcoins over here are struggling. Cardano, Dogecoin, and Shiba all struggling still to the downside. No buying move coming into these stocks. These coins. Every time we do talk about cryptocurrencies, we have to take a look at Coinbase. Look at Coinbase now giving us a new high a day above $54, near $54.29. Coinbase is apparently on SSR. So this is a mechanic that triggers every time a stock goes down more than 10%. That mechanic is for, that system lasts for 2 days. So today and for tomorrow, if Coinbase was down more than 10% at some point today, which I don't think it was. I'm going to have to go confirm if the stock is actually on SSR or not by doing so. NASDAQ SSR list. Hit this download button right here and then Control F Coinbase. Notice how I can't find Coinbase. So yeah, Coinbase is not on SSR, so don't believe this this thing.
Yeah, I added to this AMD short here just because there's a little bit of weakness around the 80 area. The 80 cent area. For now, watching that one, I'll bring it up on the screen here. Watching that one closely, I don't want to continue to run over again, just building in small size to see if this actually works. If it starts to work, I want to be involved, and that's why I'm adding to it, right? For now, though, it seems like a little bit more buyers in this position. Someone said Apple keeps pushing the market up. Now it has really kind of reclaimed this 147 area. There is a little bit of a buying momentum above it, but man, look at this trend. It's just grinding up. This is the 3-minute chart, guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 3-minute candles in a row, and now you're getting a little bit of a red candle here. Let's see if it can actually flush below 147 and help out my AMD short that I am now in the money a little bit in. So I want to manage the position correctly, just because if it is going to keep grinding up, yeah, okay, there you go. So now that's a better average, right? So what I did get there, guys, is I'm trying to rework this position, right? So I realized my first entry short was a little bit premature. I think I got in 77.60. And then I added to it, right? So what I'm doing now is I'm averaging, basically I'm working my average a bit better. So now my average is 77.78, right? And I'm in the money 20 cents versus before I was only in the money, I was actually out of the money, right? So now I've reworked my average a little bit better, and I like this position a lot better as it's pushing 30 cents in the money now. So it seems like this is, I've traded this pretty well here, and we'll kind of keep going. Clearly, maybe the 78 area that I like is going to work as a resistance, as it flushed down in the morning and acted as support and then didn't work there. Actually held as resistance at 945, right? So usually in the market you get this, you get a strong move off the open, a lot of volatility, right? So that was obviously a down move in the morning. You get a little bit of a rally here. If this level holds around 10 o'clock, then that could be the level, right? So that's why I like this 78 area, and it's working for me now. 30 cents in the money. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm just looking at a couple things over here. This is it right here, man. Like, she's a 9.1, but her name's inflation. Like, I don't know what else to say on that. I've been seeing a lot of these rating jokes. I saw one recently that actually made me upset. He's a 10, but he's a day trader. I was like, oh, come on.
I saw that too, and I was like, confused. What does that mean, man?
So the way they, you know how the joke works, right?
No, actually.
So it's like you give someone a really high rating, but then you throw like a really off-putting trait about him. So you put she's a 10, but she's a smoker or something like that, right?
Okay, gotcha.
So it's like he's a 10, but he's a day trader. It's like, wow, I see how that one is. that one feels a little sticky.
Yeah, that was a little personal. I feel like it cuts a little deep.
Yeah, and I feel the same way about the market. She's a 9.1, but her name's inflation. So it's like, what am I gonna do? I don't want to date her now if your name's inflation. But yeah, let's head over to big screen with Brendo to see what money's talking.
Hey guys, an update heading into the lunch hour. We go. Still pretty ugly board here, very red across it, but we are heading in the right direction. I wanted to mention the NASDAQ 100, so the big ones. are just at 0.5% now. So trying to lead here. The composite 0.75. The Russell, you remember these were all 2% right out of the gate this morning to the downside, trying to head in the right direction. The 2,000 notably lagging the rest of the entire market. The Dow, the S&P still hovering around that 1% mark. It's been a choppy kind of back and forth day for the banks. Really no significant action. Off the report, we get the flush to the downside, and then back and forth we go. Volume basically gone. Just a almost 4% adjustment to the downside for JPM today. Netflix, wanted to mention as well. Big move up yesterday, if you remember. Not really doing a heck of a lot, down 0.5% here today. I'm not seeing yesterday's data on here at all for some reason, but yeah, not doing much, guys, for Netflix off that Microsoft news from yesterday. Back to you.
Yeah, that Netflix, Microsoft news, you know, I was talking to Sean about it when the news dropped. I don't know how Microsoft's going to help with advertisements. You know, I know Microsoft's a giant company. They can help out with whatever they want to help out with. They got the resources and the development team. They can buy a brand new team if they wanted to. So I understand Microsoft, but I think they could have just gone with Google. Google's AdSense, Google has so many ways that are already implemented into the video streaming world because of YouTube and so on, that the implementation with Google would probably be more monumental and easier for them to work around with. But maybe Netflix views YouTube/Google as a competitor, and Microsoft doesn't really have any streaming services out there. So teaming up with Microsoft is not you know, having to deal with competing issues or you know, not diminishing your own profit by letting Google track your data over there and so on, right? So maybe there is some valid reasons over there, but we do know that Bloomberg came out and said all of this news is absolutely baseless. At least that's what I remember Brendo coming out and saying that Bloomberg is mentioning this might not be any meaning behind it, or maybe Bloomberg is the one that spread it and there might not be meaning behind it. Something along those words. Netflix today, though, you know what? I started watching Parks and Recreation at night before I go to bed.
That's a solid show.
That was a solid show.
It's
I
like very
that.
like Office-esque.
Yeah. That's why,
good.
because I watch
Development-esque.
Office every night when I'm already sleeping.
Nice.
It just runs in the background. But I wanted something new to watch, so I was like, okay, I'm gonna start watch Parks and Rec. So I've been enjoying that. And Netflix, you know, I'm a big fan of Netflix. I probably won't be a big fan of it when they do introduce those advertisement tiers, and I get blasted with ads the way ESPN blasts me. Yeah, but then there's going to be different tiers of it, right? Like a lower tier grade of a payment subscription, you're going to get ads on that one. As long as you don't downgrade. Yeah, as long as you don't downgrade or so on. So, you know, as long as I don't get ad blasted the way ESPN ad blasts me through UFC, I'll be okay with that.
I'm really paying close attention to this AMD trade now because it's kind of running into trouble around the 40s area. There's not too many like sellers in the low 40s, and when it gets down there, it seems like there's more buyers around that area. Maybe it's kind of bouncing off this EMA area, but and now it looks like it might flush. If it flushes below this 40 area, I'm gonna like it a lot more. If it starts to kind of really claim this as a potential like little support area, I might cover the position and then add to it. I'm already kind of offering out in the high 60s here again to get more short, and now we're actually flushing below. So now maybe it's actually going to start working. For now, you know, keep riding this one. I'm watching Apple on my side screen. That's flushing below 147 as well. So, you know, and look at the market now too, pulling back off of this 37.65 little support too. So maybe the short now is going to really start to work. I maybe, you know, might consider taking it around 77, maybe if we get down there. What did I want to talk about as well? There was one other name that you guys mentioned. Oh no, I remember now. Someone was like in the chat here. You know, we were talking about those 10 jokes. Ian is a 10, but he can't say Baba right. Guys, you gotta give me some credit. I haven't said it like that in a while now. It's been like a couple weeks. I haven't said Baba. Now we just kind of say it as a joke. I'm pretty good at it now.
She's a 10, but she holds plug at 64.
That's
I like this one too. She's a 10, but she bought DWAC at 120.
Oh man. Yeah, these can go on and on. Someone said talk about AMC. Yeah, AMC now it's pulling back below the 16 area. You know, the 16 area is definitely a resistance, but you know, resistance areas you got to kind of count them as a zone. It's not just like a solid number or anything like that. Maybe the 16, I don't know, 75 area to 16, or 1575 to 16 is the resistance area, because now it's kind of pulling back a bit more, and you know, more people are starting to take profits on AMC. If they were long down here like I was in the morning, I should have been adding more long, I think, on this one. AMD still continues to work for me.
Yeah, buddy. How do you guys scan for stocks intraday? Well, we sit on the floor, so part of the advantage of sitting on the floor is we have people screaming dump it, which is mostly useless, but they'll also be screaming other stuff out there, which is stock. See, there you go, dump it and pump it. Which does not help us with stock screening, but sometimes they do help us with stock screening. You know, they scream out a couple stocks here or there. We also have Big B at the big desk helping us out every time some news, actual confirmed news. For example, he just updated me, letting me know that Netflix and Microsoft news is actually confirmed. It's 100% real news. So let's see how Microsoft can help them out on that end of monetization and advertisements and so on. Going back to your question, though, yeah, we have an amazing floor. We have Brandon. We also have stock scanners over here, account given to me by Sean, actually, on Christmas. So thank you, Sean, for this account. Still use it. Very, very useful tool. Allows me to see what stocks are halting, what are moving around based on relative volume, the volume leaders, biggest gainers, biggest losers. You can customize it how you want. You can even set alerts for yourself by clicking on new alert window and you know, really set it up the alert window exactly how you want it to be, so you can get notified based on when a stock is going to your price, or notified based on a stock is, you know, setting up in an ascending triangle, descending triangle, and whatever patterns that you want to set it up in. So tools like that, scanners like that, will be very useful, especially for people who are you know, trading by themselves. When you're in your office, at your home, or whatever, wherever it is, when you're trading by yourself, you don't have the advantage that we do, which is people screaming out stocks at us all day for us to flip over to. And last but not least, we have the wonderful YouTube chat over here, typing in stocks in the chat for us, telling us what they're trading, but also putting in stocks that have a news catalyst, sometimes a little bit quicker than we are able to see it ourselves. So thank you to this wonderful chat for being one of the top tier scanners in the world.
GOEV is creeping up to this $5 area now. Important to note a couple things here. It's SSR.
Didn't I say $5? Woo!
$5 held 2 days ago. $5 held exactly on the dot 2 days ago. It's creeping closer to there now. I'm seeing some people offering out here, and more people on the offer than on the bid, right?
200,000?
Yeah, that's a handful of shares there. That's a decent amount. I haven't seen the 5
mid-prints are all
level
going
yet.
into bids, by the way.
What's that?
Mid-prints are all going into bids.
Yeah, do you want to quickly touch about that?
Yeah, so the way mid-prints work, guys, you can clearly see that these guys are not taking the ask over here. The ask is thick, and they're not following it down. The size on 97 was the exact same size. Notice the size is now at 95. The size that was on 97s moved to 96s, moved to 95s, and no one's actually punching the ask. They're only punching the mids or the bids, which means the barriers are strong right now. Now the size is on 93s, 94s. They are chasing it down. Some people pay for tools that can tell you how the stock is chasing it down, that cost ridiculous amounts of money, or you can just watch the tape and learn how to do it. Now watch how the characteristics change. Now they're starting punching the bids, and now are the bids chasing it up? No, they're not really chasing it up the way they were chasing it down, so it still looks weak to me. We still have ridiculous amounts of size at $5. That being said, 5 times 200,000, I could wipe out that level myself, but you know, just understanding these basic functions in the market, allowing you to learn how to read level 2 and time of sales. That's all you need at this game, baby. And now let's see if they can take out the $5 level. They were chasing it down. They're not chasing it down anymore. There is somewhat of an iceberg over there. I'm seeing that level 2 refresh again and again and again. They're back to taking mid-prints, but they're back to taking mid-prints and bids. $5 is the level. Someone asked me, should I short GOEV at 420? I said, wait for 5. You're welcome.
Yeah, I'm trying to get more short here. But again, it's harder to short because it's SSR, right? So I can't,
you're right.
I can't cross.
You're right.
Yeah, I can't cross, so I have to offer out, right? So that's why you're probably seeing people stack up now on the offer in front of this $5 level. You know, I obviously am going to be risking off of this $5 level. I got sort of a bad fill there, 92. You know, I have to risk a little bit more, so that was a little bit smaller size on that one. I'll be adding more closer to the 90 or the high 90s if I can, right? So again, you know, having to offer out as opposed to just crossing to get short. But, you know, continue to see size following it down on the offer, right? So going to be patient with this one. This one could flush off of here like it did the other day off of this $5 area. It just flushed off of there. It gave like a 20, 30 cent move very, very quickly, right? So that's the kind of play that I'm looking for again, if it's going to work. And I think it was SSR that day as well. It was SSR that day, that first day as well. So, you know, you could get similar price action. Definitely something to be watching right now. I didn't cover this AMD short here. That seems like it was a mistake. Like, you know, this 40 area held. I was talking about the buyers in that area, the low 40s. It looks like that area kind of reclaimed now. So I think it's still kind of fluctuating around the price there. I'm watching Apple as well, like a hawk. That hasn't really reclaimed those the 147 area. If that gets reclaimed, then I might punch out of this AMD short and kind of reassess, or maybe, you know, wait for it to get a little bit higher and I'll add to it, something like that. The market is struggling with this 200 EMA here that I have on the 5-minute chart. So, you know, going to keep tabs on that as well. If that starts to break out, then I think the short might be wrong. GOEV is creeping right back to that $5 area now. So I did get more short there. Let's see where this one goes. I gotta adjust my size.
That iceberg's
there.
getting tested. Be careful. Yeah, that iceberg got wiped.
Yeah, so it's probably gonna break out here. Yeah, I am short in front of it, so I think my average is okay. Yeah, my average is kind of bad. So as it pulls back there, so see that how the higher day is 5 again. The higher day on Monday there, was it, or Tuesday? It was 5, exactly 5, and now it's 5 again. You know, you did see some executions go off on the offer at 5 there. So some people got filled short or maybe took profits there at 5. But for now, that level's holding.
Yeah, so as Luca would say, we didn't come this far to come this far, right? So maybe we do break $5.
What does that mean?
Sean's laughing.
We didn't come this far to come this far.
Yeah, exactly. We didn't come this far to come this far. So they better break $5 over there, at least by a penny, and then push back down. They gotta clean out the stops. They gotta clean out the stops. Otherwise, how are they making money, right? They gotta clean out the stops. They gotta wash out some traders, and then they're gonna pull the rugs later on. That's just my opinion. Maybe they don't. Maybe they don't, because we are seeing the characteristics of the game over here, which is every time we pop to 5, we see fat icebergs getting tested on the north side, and then size starts chasing it to the downside. Look at that, size going back on the downside on ask. Every time we go down, there's size chasing it, trying to get those shorts fills. As the Ian mentioned, you know, it's on SSR. You cannot get short. The only way you can get short is the stock is going higher. So every time the stock goes down, people are chasing down the stock and taking the fills. So there's a lot of people who are now taking short fills and kind of have wonky risk to reward ratios because they want to be short 99s, 97s, 95s, but they're chasing it all the way down to 91s and 92s, and that's where they're getting their fills at. Most likely the stock does reject $5 based on what happened, as Ian said, on Monday, I believe. Was it Monday, 12th July?
I think
Monday, yeah. Today, Wednesday?
That's Tuesday.
That's Tuesday. Sorry,
Today's Thursday,
Tuesday.
yeah.
So most likely it does reject that $5 level, but what I would like to see, just because I'm a little cynical, I want to see the $5 level break even by a couple pennies, just so some stops get burnt, and then we go back to the downside.
Not you.
Don't put your stop at 01s then. Don't be stupid. Don't put your stop at 01s. It's that easy, right?
Yeah.
Put your stops above there. Give it a little bit of a leeway room. Be willing to lose. No risk, no Rari, right? So
Yeah,
be
that's
willing
fair.
to lose a little bit. So
That's
yeah,
fair,
never
that's
put it
fair.
at 01. Even Sean's saying never put it at 01. So, you know, you got to know where to have your stops out there. I want to see this stock at least break it by a couple pennies.
Yeah, so if that works, I was trying to bid out in the low 90s there to kind of manage my position a little bit better, get my average a little bit better. But it ran away from the bids in the low 90s. It actually ticked 89. It ticked 89, but then didn't, it didn't start filling there, right? So now we're right back down to the low 90s again. Maybe I offer or I bid out just to see if it runs away or just to see if it fills, just to kind of better my average here and rework this trade a little bit better. Still risking off that 5. It's been up there. It tests like 97 there, and it didn't tick higher, right? So this is like kind of the main topic right now because we're right at that $5 level, and it's super key, right? So.
I think Neil's saying something. What was your message, Neil? $5 to $5.20 is the band on the daily? Look at the daily chart, $5. Oh, I see. This is the band you're talking about right here. Most likely the 550, from 5 to 520 or 5 to 550 areas, I guess. This band range that it could easily pop there if it breaks 5. Why not, right? So I don't want it to pop that hard because then I know Ian gets stopped out. I don't want that to happen to my boy. But based on how I've seen how market moves around and how these market makers. What did I say to Luca on the train ride? If I go to like a trading convention one day and I see a market maker, I'm probably going to jail that day, right? Like I have to punch that market maker in the face just because I have to for all the times that he probably stole money from me over these stops on ridiculous areas and so on. But just because I've seen those type of games played on the market day in and day out in my 2 years of experience, I think that is a very possible situation that could play out over here on GOEV. As the market doesn't want to go down, S&P 500 is negative, but doesn't want to go back to those 3740 bottoms that we created yesterday and last week or so. NASDAQ now only down 0.6, whereas we were down 2 full %. Market clearly metro booming to the north side. I'm expecting GOEV to do something close to that. But since I want to also do something. I want to do this real quick. Very good question coming in from the chat based on what GOEV options look like. Maybe we got to start paying for an options tracker or something. But let me go over to Yahoo Finance over here for GOEV to see if we can find anything about the options over here. Volume, open interest. These are all for ending calls on the end of the week. But based on this, we have some good amount of volume, some good amount of open interest for that $5 level. So that the option pegging, how that one works, they're not going to let the stock close above 5 tomorrow.
Yeah, and I'm getting prepared for a couple things here. I'm getting prepared in case it flushes. I want to make sure that I'm sitting there with orders, to take profits. I'm also trying to better my average. So I am offering to get more short in front of that 5 area. I'm offering at 97, right? So gonna wait patiently, see which orders happen to hit, and see where this goes. Because right now it's doing a whole lot of nothing around this $5 area. But it looks like there's still actually size on the offer, piling up there as it goes back up to those prices. So I actually did get my fill there. Okay, cool. So I'm now bettering my average a bit more. If I get these fills to the downside, then it's going to be even better. Let me actually do this real quick. Oh no, that didn't work. Again, guys, just trying to manage this position. I don't want to get too cheeky with it because if this $5 does break out, we're talking about this resistance band or whatever on the daily. It could run up a little bit more, right? So, man, I'm sitting there right on the bid. Fill me. Oh, no, it ran away from me. So for now, just going to keep an eye on that one. The AMD.
Did you pay for shorts?
Yeah, I pay for shorts. Yeah. The AMD trade is not doing too much. Here's the thing, I'm still short. I'm short in the high 70s, right? So it hasn't really tested that 77.80 area that I liked, for the short as a resistance area. Hasn't really tested that again, and now it's just kind of diddling in the middle between the 77.40 and the 77.80 area. So for now, just going to let this kind of do its thing, let it play out. If it starts to flush below the 77.40 area, I'm going to like it a lot more. If it creeps back up to the 77.80 area and, sellers start to step up, then I might add to the short again. But for now, not really doing too much to manage this one. My main focus right now is GOEV.
GOEV is for sure the main focus for everybody right now. Number one volume stock of the day. I mean, what is it? 100 million shares? Yeah, 100 million shares, 112 million shares if you want me to be accurate. And the next best after that, if you ignore the two leverage ETFs, it's AMD at 46 million shares. So GOEV, your low float stock with tons of catalysts coming in. You know, I'm actually pretty surprised how Walmart picks GOEV, and then the very next day or a day after that, a U.S. contractor picks GOEV. It's almost like they colluded and they knew that they were going to do this before everything even happened.
Here we go. It's
right?
flushing now.
Let's
it's
go.
flushing now. So I'm glad I had these orders up because I got filled 85. I got filled 90. I'm about to get filled 80. And we're going to take these profits on the way down there you go. So that was a beautiful trade there, risking off that $5 area. You know, that size wasn't getting hit, and the offer kept getting reloaded in the high 90s, right? And it wasn't getting hit. So I really like that trade, and it worked there on the flush. Let's go, man.
Let's go, baby. That's what we're talking about. Beautiful trades, amazing risk to reward opportunities. He's already at a 5:1 ratio on his
see, now my
trade.
average is even better. My average is 97. My average is 97 now.
Already a 5:1 ratio on the trade. I didn't pay for shorts. You know me. I don't really pay for shorts much. But if I did, I would have had that short at $5. Why would I mention a trade to go short at 5 and not have it? It would be ridiculous. You know, I should have paid for shorts if when I did mention just go short at 5. But what a beautiful risk to reward ratio on this trade, man. Now the rugs are getting pulled. The bids are getting smashed. The stock is going down. How low can we go, though? Now it's time to play limbo. How low can you go? Hey, how low
Shout
can you go?
out to Brankles for sure for getting me those shorts in time. He literally got them to me, and then I punched short right away.
Let's go. Yeah.
So shout out to him.
Dwight Schrute, baby. Dwight Schrute coming in clutch. We love that guy over there. We had a pretty decent golf round yesterday. You and I were pretty good. You and I were pretty exact same score. We don't got to say the score out loud, but you know who really smashed it yesterday on the front nine? Mr. Front Nine, baby. Let's go. Mr. Front Nine killed it on the front nine.
It was
over
funny
here.
because front nine, I was actually doing pretty well.
You smashed it.
I had 2 pars and a birdie the first 3 holes. And I'm sitting there like, oh, this is going to be a good round. This is going to be a good round. And then I shot 32 in the front nine. Par was like 27. So it wasn't bad. And then the back nine, it started raining. I started getting tired.
Yeah. We were raiding. We were hungry.
I didn't shoot
we didn't eat
as
enough
well.
food.
I didn't shoot as well in the back nine. I did end up, playing less than bogey golf. So I guess that's pretty good. That's usually around where I kind of shoot. So yeah, solid round. Overall, it's just fun to get out with the boys again. And,
Brankles and I were both under 100. We take that. He had a lot of DNFs though, so if he didn't have a lot of DNFs and the disqualifications, maybe he could have actually cracked a little bit better than he wanted to. He just got lazy on the back nine, man. That man always gets lazy on the back nine.
You know what? Mental is a lot like golf. Or
trading.
Mental. Golf is a lot like trading because it's so like mentally challenging. So you just talk about the war of attrition and obviously when you're trading, especially when you're learning to trade, you're going through that war of attrition. You're trying to survive essentially, right? You're trying to survive and not blow up your accounts, and you're trying to work on your game and work on your trading, right? Golf is very much the same way. When you're playing 18 holes, like in that back nine, your knees start to hurt, like your back starts to hurt, you start to get tired.
But what did I say?
You start losing
stayed
some
in the casino
concentration.
for too long. You stayed in the casino for too long, and now the house starts to win in the game, right? That's what it is.
Talking a little bit of crap here. It's a par 3 course. Yeah, it's a par 3. Oh, okay, yeah. I shot 32.
Yeah.
Par is 27 on a par 3 course, right? The front nine. So that's only 5 over. That's. Maybe I should join
St. George Canadian Open.
What I was gonna say is a lot of the golfers are joining Live Golf now. Maybe, just maybe.
Calm down, bud. You're not going to Saudi Arabia for none of that.
No, I'm not saying Saudi. I'm saying maybe there's a chance for us to make a little bit action the PGA a bit.
Oh,
the PGA, they're going to start opening up to more amateurs maybe.
Yeah. Mr. I could have gone pro basketball if it wasn't for my knee. I'm going to go pro golfing in PGA now. Someone in chat mentioned, I want to bring this up because, that mentality is a little bit wrong in my opinion. Everything is in risk to reward ratios, at least At least that's how I like to look at it, right? You were saying celebrating too early on that GOEV short. I don't think so at all. My guy was risking maybe 5 cents at the top side. Let's say his stop was at 505. I don't know where his stop is. I don't know if he wants to mention it, but I'm just guessing at this point. Let's say his stop was on the break of 505, which means 506. When the stock starts trading 506 or higher than 506, he gets stopped out. His average price probably 495. Let's say 495. He's giving it probably 10 cents of risk there, and he's instantly 30 cents in the money. That means that's a 2-to-1 trade. If that's not something to be happy about, I don't know what is. Like his AMD short's paying out right now. His Apple short's paying. Are you in an Apple short?
I'm not an Apple
you're
short.
not.
I was just kind of watching it to like add confluence to my trade. Yeah, the AMD short now is really working. It struggled above the 40 there for a little bit, but now it's flushing into the 20s. There's more sellers kind of stepping up. Maybe it runs into trouble around VWAP, but look at this price action on the market. The market is flushing quite heavily off this 37.65 area. Quickly looking at Apple to see what happened around the 147. Look at it now, it's 50 cents away from that 147 area. So clearly that's maybe an intraday resistance. Again, I'm trying to add confluence to my trades. Now that I'm short AMD, or I've been short AMD, I was waiting for these levels to kind of break on the ES and on Apple and really break down. And now my AMD trade is really starting to work on 50 cents in the money on that one, right? And as for the GOEV trade, what's that? Are you? Baba? Man, Sharif made me say it wrong, man. I'm
Good
working
job,
so
Sharif, come
hard.
here.
I've been working so hard to not say Baba, and now I've said it. So you guys caught me. But Baba, yeah, it's creeping back down towards this 103 area. Remember how I talked about this 101 area giving that huge 2-point bounce? And then 103 rejected, and it got reclaimed, and now it's holding as support. So maybe this 103 is going to act as a key level.
Yeah, man, he got you there. Sharif planned that out pretty good over there. I like that. That's my guy. So you were talking about Baba. I think I had a stock I wanted to talk about. Oh, that's right. Brendo in our work chat mentioned that the decriminalization bill. I'm probably saying that wrong already. I'm not. Okay, awesome. Bill teed up at the Senate for weed, so marijuana ETF. I like the Sean's joke, so I'm gonna steal it. Might as well just roll some plant in the stocks that that's written on and just smoke it, because we know where these stocks are going to. Even if legalization goes through in the biggest country or the most populated country in the world and the most biggest economy, all of those factors over there, none of those are. Not the but the big global economy, like the biggest global. That's what I'm trying to get down to. The biggest global economy is not going to help weed stocks at all. At least that's my opinion. I've seen legalization in Canada come into play, where weed stock prices are now at ridiculous discounts. Like the the prices that we used to pay at the black market, I guess, used to be $10 a gram, and now you walk into stores and you're looking at 30% purity buds, probably paying $6 to $7 a gram. So how are these guys making money? What is going on? There's oversupply. These buds are old sometimes. Everything is just a question mark for me when it comes to the weed market. But we are interested in the moves that the market will give us based off of that catalyst. Based off that catalyst. So Tilray popping up based off of that catalyst, now up 13%. We can quickly head over to the marijuana ETF, MJ.AM, to see if MJ is positive. MJ is indeed positive with almost 1 million shares traded. So that's a good thing. I don't really see MJ having 1 million that often. It's pretty rare that happens. Options moving weed sector. Yeah, that could be something. Options moving weed sector.
Real quick, guys, before I step off and hand the table to Luca here, I covered the AMD short because I saw size pop up on the bid. It was about 400 lots at 77.23. It ran away from it, and then it went up to 77.25, right? So someone was really chasing this one, the same size. I immediately covered after that one. It was 50 cents in the money. That's a solid win, and we'll take that one. But for now, guys, it's been a pleasure, as always, to be on the show with you and share some trades. But we're going to hand over the rest of the midday show here to Luca, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. And I think we're going to hand it over to Brendan real quick at the big screen.
Hey guys, yeah, quick update on the S&P 500 here as we head through the lunch hour. Still pretty red, but there is some good news because we're seeing a little more green popping up on this board, so heading in the right direction. Some of the consumer staples names to give you a little closer look. Anyways, Costco having a really nice day, up 3% today. For COST, LVS bouncing back as well. They're 2.8% back in positive territory. All the cruise lines, all the airlines, though, still when it comes to the travel group in negative territory, but LVS standing out to the upside today. Etsy, 4.5% in the red as well. Trying to find some positivity. There's not a lot, trust me. Financials leading still to the downside. We were mentioning this FRC was the only one in here. This morning, early on, positive, still the same story. All of the individual banks, all of the diversified, all of the insurance companies in the red. Same story for industrial stocks. There's a couple here in the commercial and production companies that are coming through on the positive side, but still the same old story. 1.17 right now to the downside. Oil trying to find a bottom possibly, but still very red for energy stocks and some of the materials group as well in negative territory. Guys, back over to you.
And I got my beautiful co-host Luca with me, or sorry, Lucinda, for those of you who have watched that, what's it, Instagram? No, TikTok video, Lucinda. No, there's a TikTok video of us, like the boys and Tony, kind of, and it's a filter that makes you look like a woman. You're in there too, Neil's in that one too. Yeah, you guys are all in that video where you look like a woman in that with the filter and so on. It's pretty hilarious. You should look at that if you haven't seen it yet. Not sure if we posted that one actually, but you remember the rooster question from yesterday?
Yeah.
I went home and I did some research on this. Right? So I went home and I spent some time on Google. Apparently, you could jet lag a rooster by putting it in a box and regulating what time the sunlight goes inside the box. They get confused. They start roosting at different times. How long does it take? Like, they'll start roosting like a normal...
How long is
Keep it in a black box, and I mean, this is animal cruelty. Don't come after me, PETA, but keep it in a black box until you want it to sound like an alarm. Then, let the sunlight in, and then you have the alarm going off. This is like the medieval alarm box, man. I think I'm on to something over here. Oh, my email is up on that screen. Thank you, Google, for once again doxing me. Thank you, Google. You didn't put up, thank you. Luke is coming in clutch over there. My email was on the screen, so he didn't put up the screen over there, so I don't get signed up to more stupid email accounts on Roku. People were signing me up for Roku accounts, man. That was pretty funny.
That's pretty dope.
You're still
I'm
logged
just,
in. We'll give you
getting
time to
everything
log
up here,
in.
yeah.
I know it's a little bit slow on the login side for some reason. Let's go over to the market. GOEV dropping. Damn right it is. And we know our buddy Ian is enjoying the move on GOEV right now to the downside. 50 cents in the money for him. Called the trade out for you guys. Sadly, I didn't pay for the shorts in time to be able to take this trade, but I hope some of you were able to take advantage over here as GOEV is now crushing all the way to VWAP. The rugs are getting pulled. The read was good. I read the tape for you. I even gave you possible scenarios. If this then scenario, if this happens, do this. If that happens, do something else. I laid out a perfect plan for you guys in order to take advantage of it. For those of you who are, congratulations. For those of you who aren't, maybe you learned something from here and then you're able to apply that somewhere on in the near future somewhere else. Pratty Daddy 420, I'm honestly guessing your email. No, that's not my email. That'd be ridiculous. That'd be ridiculous. That's a good guess. Screw you, Luke. Okay. You're the man, Pratt. Thank you. Weed plus whiskey equals GS. Not sure what GS is. Goldman Sachs, though, we can go take a look at GS Goldman Sachs as we are interested in the banks. We know banks reports are coming out tomorrow. Well, we is not Sean because Sean said he's not interested in the banks. But you saw how JP Morgan and Morgan Stanley earnings report got smacked today, right? JP Morgan said they lost about, 26% revenue? Was that right? 26% revenue. I think JP Morgan lost. They said they had to put money aside to pay for loans that could not pay back and so on. And another factor that I'm drawing a blank right now, or maybe this was a Morgan Stanley factor. Yeah, this was a Morgan Stanley one. Morgan Stanley saying that they're actually doing better than the economy and so on. And even then, they missed the revenue and they missed earnings. So banks are struggling. You guys saw me trade XLF today. That was a pretty good short to the downside. But the market ended up popping and I had to close my final few shares on the short there. Why did NASDAQ go up? It was supposed to go down. Well, that's the problem, right? In that statement, I see the problem, and now I see my problem by being able to answer this question for you. I have the same thesis coming into the day. Why is NASDAQ going up? It's got to go down. That bias is probably the reason why it's going up. A lot of people in the world are thinking this market has to go down. This market has to go down. So what does big money do? They do the opposite of what dumb money's thinking. Dumb money's thinking 9.1 inflation, 40-year high. Market's going to go to zero. Apple's going to go to zero. Everyone's thinking short. Big money goes, idiot, buys up all the shares, and we have this crazy Hail Mary long that came into the market.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Like, you got that initial flush yesterday off the open and then kind of like the violent pop back, right? And it's like, it's very easy to think, okay, the continuation will come, right? But you got to understand like the move that's kind of taking place and like, like what's priced in, what's expected move. Just always continue to manage your risk, and like Prad said, it's like if everybody's thinking the same way, then like imagine trying to get out of that side, right? It's like if everybody's one way and they all try to kind of cover at the same time, whatever, then, it kind of takes away the profitability of that trade. So, definitely good to think outside the box and, kind of on your trade ideas, always ask yourself, who's on the other side of this idea? Is big money using you to cover? If that's the case, then you kind of feel that and just like get out, right? And that's kind of how to go about it there. But yeah, I got a few positions here going. I got my Apple short going. We're like 27 cents in the money. That 47 level. So we got like the 10-minute here, right? Kind of looks like it's at the top end, close to the top end of the range. And, we had that super violent pop like towards the top of the kind of range on the ES here. And just a little bit of sideways action. And now we kind of flushed lower. And I was at my desk and I hear you guys yelling, market's flushing. And I'm just like, all right, this is good for my shorts. I actually had a meta long going, but I'm not sure where that is now. I just covered it just in case. But it just kind of feels like that barcode action at the bottom. I mean, maybe this kind of ranges and I get back into this. But, this sort of barcode action, anybody who had the 160 break off the morning, that was super clean. And now we kind of barcode, right? But maybe like potential 159 to 140 resistance area. But like my expectation on this is we could easily just continue to barcode for the rest of the afternoon. So, easily could be a nice potential, some sideways action. And I actually just caught a fill here on, I think it was IS. So you guys know the deal, IS Unity deal from yesterday. This thing kind of still in the same range. Popped up to 347-ish, but yesterday that 340 level was pretty interesting. So, after I saw this kind of sideways action, I figured, okay, maybe we get a VWAP test. And it's probably a premature cover because now we're going to keep flushing here. Okay, that was definitely a bad cover. But, it's all right. It's all right. This maybe gave ample opportunities to kind of recycle here. Definitely going to move with Unity there. So, if you're playing the range on this, just be cautious of that as well. We had that end of day sell-off yesterday on IS, right? Which makes me, I like to think like big money's trading like right off the open, kind of towards end of day. Like look at this sell-off towards end of day. The break of VWAP just kind of slammed back down towards the 325 level. So, maybe thinking we could see that kind of setup again. But, if we're now going to stay below VWAP for quite a while, then, maybe I don't get the reload on this. But I think, if we get back up to 342, 345 area, maybe it gets interesting there. And, yeah, Tesla broke 700 again. Yeah, for anybody who's trading, I didn't trade Tesla today. Anybody who's trading Tesla, just be cautious of, like when it's far away from these levels and then it breaks and it has like an extended move, then it reverses that extended move. It's going to probably gravitate back to these levels of significance, and then it's just going to dance around, right? So it's like, like 700 clearly not really clean today, like to the upside or the downside. But, if you have a bias on it, stick to it for sure. And, just make sure you kind of manage risk on that one. It's probably trading a little bit light. So the banks reported, and, it's kind of funny. Like right when I heard Sean off the open saying like, you know, like the banks don't really trade well on earnings. I don't really look at the banks. I don't really trade the banks. But as soon as I heard that, I was like, all right, let me just take this off my list. But, you know, taking a look here at JP Morgan, let's see where this is. This is down. It was down 3.5%. Kind of ranging at this point now. I mean, this is something that you could probably play the range on over here. And you know what, actually, like the fact that, see, like, you know, like when we get this kind of sideways action going, and it's just kind of like going through VWAP here, right? It's like how much more selling is actually going to come in to the banks after already down 4.5%. So you know what, this one I think based on a risk to return, now that I look at it, playing off the low, it didn't actually break 106.50. So, you know, maybe this is good for a long here going back. You know, maybe get a dip buy going here in front of 106.50. I mean, we broke it off the open, right? We broke it off the open, and then we kind of bounced back from there, and we've just been ranging all day. So, you know, maybe this is actually a good long here. But see if I could scale into this one actually. Start a position, and maybe get another little bit of an ad here. Hopefully, if we don't get the second ad, we don't get it. Is what it is. But this is kind of, I think we could easily get back to VWAP, and then you know, if we break. Like we break, and I'll kind of reevaluate. So I'll keep my eye on that one as well. And let's look at Morgan Stanley at the same time too to see where this one is. I think this one, is it down as just as much? Or just bear with me here. 3 times, yeah, how much more as long as you go long? Yeah, so, you know, I'm actually, yeah, oh yeah, this is nursing the short here. You know, this one, I think, like, I want to think that this could maybe get to 74, and that's where I was initially thinking, like, hey, take this short and, like, you know, risk off, like, the 75 level. I mean, it works out to approximately, like, a 1-to-1, so it's not something that I absolutely love. But, you know, like, this one, I mean, this one definitely way less weak than JP Morgan. It's basically flat on the day. But, you know, maybe we get back down. We'll see where that one goes. And, you know, ever since yesterday we had NEO. So I see Garrett, NEO not ready to bounce. So NEO actually pretty funny. NEO yesterday didn't break 20, and it was like very strong, moved to 21. And if you guys pull up the hourly on NEO, it's actually interesting because, you know, like the 200 period moving average, I think, is just below where it is right now. And so, you know, like the fact that it's kind of strong, I told myself, okay, let me get long here for like a potential move to 21, just like a quick scalp, right? And it was unfortunate because we didn't get there. We did not get there. So like now I'm kind of out of the money on this one. It's, I mean, down like 8 cents, but you know, like it's kind of muted today, right? And you know, like this could easily just continue to barcode. So let me actually add to this one as well. I'm going to add to this one as well. I mean, you know, I'm not sure. I'm not convinced that this is going to like sell off really hard, especially after yesterday. We had so much selling at the 2050 level, and we just went straight up after that. So, you know, today kind of playing not so much a bounce play, but just more of a range play. See if we could get back up towards VWAP and get out of this one. But I like this ad here. Maybe let me just manage the order very quickly. And yeah, make sure the order makes sense. Make sure it's in a spot that this time could potentially trigger. And yeah, guys, let me know like what else you guys are trading. I was actually looking at GOEV on the $5 level, and go figure, I thought for sure this time around we would break $5. So I took a short here, and I was basically like risking off 5. I just figured like I like the risk to return on this. You know, like we'll see. There was a kind of very strong level, you know, very, very sizable level, and like there wasn't a lot of volume. We just kind of had this barcode action right off the top. So, you know, took it, you know, like makes sense on the risk to return, and then I just figured, okay, if we flush down. I mean, with these small caps, you tend to get the run up, the break of trend, and then the flush down, and then the secondary flush. But I just said, let me just cover this. So that was solid. That worked out to like, you know, like almost like a 20-to-1 on that one. I know, you know, you're not supposed to put your stops at, you know, 0.1. It depends, right? Sometimes like they'll work, sometimes it doesn't. With this one, I was like, we'll see what happens. If it breaks, it breaks. But, you know, again, did not break 5. So second rejection, right? Second, because if we zoom out on this one and you pull up, you know, 3 days ago, like this didn't break 5 last time. Right, and I tried the long going into 5, but we literally rejected 5. So now we rejected 5 again. Like this could easily just be dead for the rest of the day, right? So, you know, I mean, probably again, premature cover, but is what it is. Take the profit on that one and run. It's all good. And looking at Apple, same kind of idea. This is looking like it's working out for me. 34 cents in the money. And, you know, I think we could get back to 146-ish. Actually, where's trend on this? This is 10-minute. Where's trend? Maybe we get back towards, like, what? Yeah, 146.20. Maybe we got a secondary leg down here if it wants to kind of consolidate. And let me actually look at this for a potential ad if we are going to flush again.
I got you for that.
Yeah.
GOEV, so some more news coming in on GOEV circulating. Military contract was for 67,000. for your information circulating. That's what Brendan put in our work chat. So I don't remember what the original number was that people were buying up the stock for, but it was for 67K. Apparently, that's what we're seeing the news for. Let's go quickly talk about some of my positions. I see people in the chat saying you guys are talking too much, not trading enough. That's because we're letting the stocks work out for me, baby. You know, I don't know what song he sampled that from, but I know it's the old school song that J. Cole sampled that. But coming back to it, you know, we're letting the stocks work out for us. 70 cents in the money for the Microsoft shorts, 39 cents in the money for Apple shorts, and 26 cents in the money for AMD. Not enough to cover my Apple or my AMD trades just yet, but Microsoft trades enough to cover that indeed. So let's start throwing some profits over here. Why did I only throw that small of a profit target? Let's throw a bigger profit target. There we go. Got wicked into that profit target right away. And actually, I did say Apple is not ready to take some profits, but that's a lie. Let's take some profits on Apple right now too. AMD is not. Okay, that's a lie too. That's because the market is indeed pushing back down here. And I do have, you know, this time we upgraded to directly the main contracts, no longer these mini middle game contracts on MES. We're on the big boy ES directly. Call me Arun 2.0 as we're shorting ES over here, riding a 2 VWAP, trading this 3750 level, first profit level coming into play. We're still holding some contracts over here, having a decent day now on the shorts compared to what I was having earlier. That's because the market, or not market, Fed, what was his name? It started with a W something. Waller. Fed Chairman Waller coming in and saying, whoever thought the... Sir? So coming in and saying, you know, the 100 basis points thing was a little over-exaggerated, so the market popped up off of that, but now coming back below VWAP. My question for the market is, does 3740 hold like we did yesterday and the week before that? We did break it today though, but on the way down now, does 3740, 3745 hold again, showing us that the buyers are still there?
Yeah, guys, you know, all my longs are not working for me right now. I think I'm going to get triggered out on this JP Morgan here. If it breaks 106.50 and then we get some follow through, I think I'm gone here. But, you know, Apple definitely working out. Look at this flush. Look at this flush. And I got my first, so I actually added here. And guys, you know, when you're kind of scaling into your shorts here, you're playing off a level like looks good, and then you want to consider the add. One of the main things to think about is timing it, right? Because, you know, you like see this sideways chop action, you know, like it's going to do this a lot, right? But you got to kind of, you know, get a feel for it, watch the tape, and you want to really like if you are adding, you want to add at the last possible second before the flush down, because then it works for you and makes your life easier as opposed to holding this.
Oh,
and I think
no.
we got an initial little pop up here before the flush too, so that classic action. But yeah, absolutely solid. You know, Apple working for me. I got my last piece. It's well, I mean, the last piece now taking this fill is like 24 cents in the money. Covered these two. That was absolutely solid. And, you know, maybe we get that move back. Now that the market's back below, you're still in your ES short. That's looking...
I covered my AMD short by mistake, the full trade. So instead of covering partial, I covered the whole trade. Big keystroke mistake on that side. But that's fine because AMD wasn't the deepest in the money for me. I want to move to a different stock here. It's actually a ETF, EWI, on Amex, on the downside watch. Italy's Prime Minister Draghi resigned. So your Prime Minister Draghi resigned from Italy over there. Maybe it's time for Luca to get into the seat now. Vote for Luca. Luca for Prime Minister. Luca for Prime Minister. No. Italy. We're talking about Italy Prime Minister. So maybe Luca can get appointed for that seat. And, you know, if Luca's in that seat, then we have some insights on that market now. Some insider help on that side.
So I think, is he still the chair of the ECB?
Is he still chair of the ECB? That's a good question. You might have to Google that question. He's actually Googling that right now, so he can answer that. Let me quickly head over to my Microsoft and cover some profits more on Microsoft. You know, we're now MSFT on NASDAQ. We're now, what is it, $1.20 in the money compared to being only 50 cents in the money. So more profits pouring into our pocket over there. 18 points in the money on the ES futures. So gotta love having these opportunities come into the market after getting beat up on it. Lucas should control the majority holding stake to Apple. What? How do you know he doesn't already? How do you know he doesn't already? Luca be trading the whole float of Apple in a day, so I don't doubt that he already owns it. Luca's a monster on that side.
I see Luca's vest for Prime Minister. Yeah, just put the vest up there and just let him make decisions. Absolutely. And has Luca ever been to Italy? Yep, I've been to Italy. Great place. Everybody should go there at least once. get a nice espresso, enjoy the scenery, and if you want a little relaxing vacation, go to the south. If you're into like fashion and more kind of modern, go to the
Milan?
north. Oh yeah, you'd be in the north. It's really nice
is that
over
north,
there.
Milan?
Yeah, it's more in the north. And
Where's
some of
Sicily?
it's in the south.
South?
The beaches down south are definitely very nice.
I think that's where Sean's from. I think he's
Yeah.
Sicilian, right?
I have no idea. You can ask him when he gets back, I think. And
Where are you?
A combination of a lot of things, but I see you look Italian. I look Italian. Yeah, it's Luca pouring big volume in Apple. Yeah, sure. I mean, the thing trades, guys, keep in mind, the thing trades like 50 to 100 million shares every day, so I'm definitely not trading that much of Apple. But looking here, like JP Morgan bounced off that 106.50 area, and like now, are we going to make a move back to 107? Like almost stopped me out there, but just kind of still holding on here. I don't really want to add to this, but if we do get a push back up here, and if the market wants to dance around a little bit, maybe manage out of this one. It's not working, but it's basically flat right now. But maybe can scalp this out for a small little winner. And Neo not really doing much either. Like just kind of sideways here. I think if I'm patient, I'll probably be able to scalp this out for a win or two. I'm not going to get. I mean, it doesn't seem to be too aggressive to the downside. Again, sort of barcoding there. And as I mentioned before, it's like you get your first covers on like whatever position you're taking. I'm like, all right, these are the covers, and I'm going to hold some for the dream. But now are we going back up? And I'm not, and I'm gonna have to cover this at a break even or a potential. I think I'll risk, like I'll still like hold for like, I have a very small size left. Maybe hold for like if we do break trend here, reevaluate. If we get over here, if the market bounces back, then I'll cover this one as well. But still in the long. So if the long start working and the short starts not working, it's like I got 2 longs, 1 short left. So we'll see what happens. Covered my Morgan Stanley short. Probably prematurely, but I just figured off that 74 level. I mean, I don't know where it goes from now, right? But it's like just in front of 74, it kind of made sense. So that was solid. That was, I think, a 40, 50 cent winner there. Not too bad. And let's actually check on, this is not back up. That's unfortunate. And GOV. Is GOV dead? Probably. Did you have any trades on GOV?
No, I called out the $5 short, though, so I'll take that as a trade.
I literally am in the back, and I overhear, like, GOV, $5, and, like, right when I heard it, you call it out, I'm like, okay, let me try this. So look at that, right? That was solid top pick right over there. And, I just covered on, like, the initial flush down, but, didn't hold any for the secondary move down, so, whatever, is what it is.
Yeah, I want to go back to that Italy conversation quick. Why didn't you resign when the market was open in Europe so that way I could have used that catalyst to short European market? But, he waited for the market to close to resign over there, so I don't like that guy. Next time, please resign. Next time, please resign when the markets are open. That way we can take advantage of such news catalysts. Where is Miss V? She's no longer working with us. Sadly, her work visa expired, so she's not with us anymore. But wherever she is, we wish her the best of luck, and we do miss her. We love her a lot, you know that. Very nice Apple short. Yeah, thank you for that Apple short. We are enjoying the Apple shorts and the Microsoft shorts right now, but the market, what did I say, 37.45, we'll find some buyers, especially after, bless you, whoever that was, especially after how the market traded yesterday off the CPI number, and then even with the, I forget if it was Bullard or maybe somebody else coming in and saying the 100 basis points are in view still, and then we still didn't break that 37.45 bottoms yesterday, I believe, at least if I remember correctly, and then today, market does break that bottom eventually, but later on climbs back up as the way it did, as you guys all saw. It climbed right back up above those levels, and now we got the other Fed coming in and saying, no, it's not on the table. It's a little over-exaggerated, so market just keeps on popping. Now, if you combine all of these variables together and are able to form a formula, right? The only formula I see is to the upside. Now, also, this formula kind of sets up in a way where it's kind of leading me into believe that we are going into a pretty good free fall Friday setup. Now, this free fall Friday for me, the only way it's going to set up is if we are under 4K, or at least 4K is pretty far above there. So maybe let's say 3850, 3800. As long as we're under 3800 on the S&P 500 futures, and we are still around this 3740 level area tomorrow, I think we might just be setting up for that fall tomorrow.
Yeah, the saying free fall Fridays, and you got a good point there. And I think, Arun mentioned it this morning, maybe we set up for a multi-day potential sell-off here. And, I'm going to do my best to not, okay, there we go. So, if we get, I'm not 100% sure. Like, I'm just kind of loosely looking at the levels here. But, we did break down through like 37.50. We bounced right off of like around 37.40. And like now we're kind of back up hovering. But, if we sell off into the close here and like kind of close below, I want to say 37.40, there's definitely a potential for a multi-day sell-off going into 3,700, and then if we break that, maybe potentially testing the lows of around like 3650 area on the overall market there. So easily could see a multi-day sell-off there, but at the same time, this market's kind of doing whatever it wants. So I'm not really making predictions, just reacting, and we'll see what happens over there. And let's check where AMC is at this point in time. Made the run towards the 16 area and just couldn't break there. So let's have a look, like looking back to yesterday, I think it had a very similar setup. No, this was a couple days ago. And we had the run, and then the high here was like 1592. Then we had just kind of the late day, like kind of sell off and then break view up and close much lower. So, kind of the same. I mean, today is like extra slow. It kind of feels slower than the past 2 days. Tried a little short here, kind of weathered the storm and, like covered around 1530 area. I actually love the cover on this one, but if we get back up, maybe kind of recycle the same idea. But the last thing I want to do is short here and have to like kind of risk a lot more than I want, just because 16 level is far away. And with this name, anything's possible, right? Anything is possible. Everything's down, but AMC obviously up almost 2%. So is what it is. But can you look at BABA again? Broke out of consolidation on tape. Sure, let's have a look here at BABA. BABA seems to be having these flushes right off the open, like multi-day flushes, eh? It's like you get these multi-day flushes like from the 120 level back down. I wonder if we get a 100 bounce area tomorrow. Or this wasn't actually the open. What am I saying? This was the open here. Yeah, this is actually the news that came out. Yeah, my mistake. I'm just looking at volume. But yeah, in terms of kind of overall levels, I mean, I'd want to say like the 100 area is like significant for sure. Maybe like in front of that. Like see how we had the sell-off on the bad news on the data breach, and we sort of bounced like just below 101. So again, it's like if you are going for sort of like a bounce play, you gotta be able to take your position like ahead of the level, because if we do get towards 100, maybe it's like a significant sell-off, and then that 100 level is going to break. So I mean, maybe if you kind of scale into the trade, 101, like 180 cents, like 75, and you kind of scale into the trade, and then you kind of have that bounce, it works out for you, right? So if you traded that, I think that was like a solid opportunity if you were there and able to capitalize on it. At this point, like maybe we start to, it kind of feels like it could go lower, but at the same time, like it might go lower and then pop back and then play a bunch of games. Like volume is very light. After you have these extreme events, just kind of map the range. This is like the high of the range, this is the low of the range, and most likely we will remain in this range for the rest of the day, right? And you got VWAP right up here around 105. So, if this gets up to 105, which I don't think it does based on the kind of negative news that came out, but level of interest would be like that 105 to 106 area. That's kind of where the sell-off began. So, it'll be surprising to see if this comes back up, and I don't really think it'll come back up and break, especially if the market wants to go lower. So, if we do get up, I think this is definitely a good short opportunity, but we'll see what happens there.
10-4, good point. Yeah, no problem, Greg. It was just an observation. You did mention QQQs did not touch VWAP. So let's actually go look at that. QQQ may not have touched VWAP. This is the ETF. Yeah, it didn't touch VWAP, and it just bounced off of that. But more importantly, you want to take a look at the NASDAQ futures, which is what, in my opinion, or at least based off of Arun's answer when I asked him the question, I still don't believe his answer is 100% accurate, but with someone with that much of experience is telling you something, you just got to listen to it. My opinion was that the ETFs are the ones that are holding the stocks. So why do futures dictate the move on QQQs? But the answer is, they're called the futures because you're betting on the future move. So the futures dictate the move inside the ETFs and inside the stocks. So I get that answer. Based off of that answer, QQQ on the futures did touch VWAP and it bounced off of that slightly. Now we're looking to get rejected off the 100-period EMA and most likely go back to VWAP for finding support again. I'm expecting the market to not go too much below VWAP here, but that's just because I don't see the S&P 500 going below 3740 today. Let's head over to Brando, though, at the big screen for, I believe, for volume leaderboard.
Hey guys, yeah, I'll show you what is moving around so far this afternoon. Bit of a quiet afternoon so far, but if you kind of zoom out and look at the entire U.S. landscape, you get a better picture of what's happening. So this is the entire U.S. listing base right now. So 10,884 on this board, of which 8,142 are lower on the day, 1,670 in positive territory, about 1,000 and change. Little changed on the day, so very one-sided once again for this board as far as what is doing the most volume so far. A lot of ETFs on here, including, I highlighted today, the SPY doing more volume than we've seen over the past little while. In fact, all the way up to about number 4 or 5 on this list, number 6, in fact, on this list, 47 million right now for the SPY, which is just definitely higher than usual for this time of day. AMD right above that, SQs and TQs on here as they typically are, about 100 million, 75 million for each. And then a bunch of these little penny stocks, once again, Zila top of the list. GoEV, not a penny stock, but a huge day, 130 million. Still to the upside, but yeah, 67,000 in value for that contract this morning. There actually wasn't a number given initially in the report, so somebody did some digging and found that 67,000 on the value for that contract is obviously not that much. Gorilla Tech, I wanted to point out, best symbol of the day, GRRR. 227,000 in volume though, guys. Back to you.
Grrr, I like that ticker indeed. Gorilla Tech though, so grrr, yeah, I'm not sure, but I do like that ticker. SNDL is at 32 cents. Damn. I mean, what do you expect? Come on. You know the answer to that, Tyrone. Every time someone tells me to take a look at SNDL, my only answer is I'll wait till it gets to a penny. This stock eventually most likely delisting off the market and going into OTC. They have about a year to I believe it's a year to get the minimum bid requirement from NASDAQ, which is $1. So they keep doing these like splits and whatnot to get back up there. Then they pull the split offer. Then they go back down. And this just keeps on recycling. So another wheat stock absolutely going into SHIT levels over here. It is popping up today though, 4% with the positive catalyst that is roaming around in this sector, which is the possible decriminalization bill which is floating in the Senate. Even if it gets voted, I know some of you in the chat are saying if you think it's getting passed, then you're smoking something. Listen, if I don't know the future, nor am I sitting in the Senate building to know exactly what they're going to vote on, all I can do is have an expectation and a theory, some if and then statements. If they do pass it, maybe I can play this. If they don't pass it, maybe I can play that. That's all I'm coming down to. Have some ideas, have some theories. Be a programming trading. Be a robot in terms of trading. You know, a robot or AI or program. They all most likely work off of a lot of if and then statements, right? So you want to be able to program your own mind state in this if this then this areas. Instead of having biases. Because example, I had a bias to the downside, I was wrong until now, and then I had bias yesterday to the downside and I was wrong until it wiped me out. So things like that could happen. You want to be careful. Just don't have a bias. Put your biases inside of a locker and throw that key out.
Yeah, I'm looking at the daily here on SNDL. It's just a fresh reminder that like this is the best stock to short. Every time this thing pops, especially like lately, has not broken that $1 level. So, I would love nothing more than, some positive news to come through for this to just pop, to make its way to $1 and provide a really good opportunity. I mean, look at this, right? This thing kind of barcode. This is the daily, guys. This thing barcodes, does absolutely nothing, and then runs towards $1 and then just kind of fades, right? Fades all the way back, like 50-cent move, right? And then, can't get up there, then kind of makes its way there again, gets up to the 90s and then fade and then makes new lows. So, nothing would be nicer than this to just kind of pop all the way. I mean, I'm not sure it's going to get to $1, but, this being 98 cents, this being 90 cents, like if this could just make its way to like 80, 85 cents, like that would be absolutely insane. But, for right now, it's at the bottom of the range here. Like, I don't know, maybe it gets a little pop towards like the 40-cent area, but, I doubt it. Most likely the delisting for these guys unless, you know, they, what was that name that like played some games like reverse split, like do a bunch of things. Yeah, you know, it's kind of interesting to see how everybody, you know, like plays. It's like, oh, we're going to get delisted. Okay, let's do a bunch of things and, you know, like hopefully stay listed there. But yeah, maybe not so lucky for these guys. And, you know, like looking at my JP Morgan position, and I'll pull back up the 1 minute for you guys. I covered some for a small win, and go figure, flushed right afterwards. Still didn't break that 106.50, so seems to be holding, but at the same time, you know, market's holding. Like this could easily break, right? And it's sort of giving me the feel that it wants to break. But at the same time, like I feel like with these bank trades, like, you know, like it's not really going to, I mean, I don't anticipate it that it's going to break and flush all the way to 106. Maybe it could potentially break and then pop back, and maybe we got to move back to 107. If this pops and goes to 107, I'm out of this, so hopefully we get out over there. But I'm going to hold on, you know, like took some off over here, so not too worried about it. And yeah, Neil's still just floating over there. Maybe going to have to get out of this one prematurely, but maybe we get a nice pop back and kind of scale out of that one. And Apple, you know, holding on, looking over here, like,
wow.
You know, market's popping, but it's going to test moving average soon, moving average that I use. So, you know, maybe this 146.80 area, we'll see how it acts around here. But if we get over 147, then I'm probably going to have to cover this one and then kind of reevaluate and then maybe go from there.
Neil, you're looking at GME? GME just cracked to the downside randomly, almost $10. Like what just happened on GME over here? Right back to the lower days and pre-market levels. I'm not sure if this candle is even legitimate, but I'm gonna guess it is based on the volume. Sorry? Looks pretty real to me based on the volume candle that we did drop to 136.40s. So we actually broke the pre-market lows. That's pretty insane. Let's go confirm that actually. You know, I want confirmation, and confirmation's right there. 136.59. So GME just cracked to the downside, turned back into negative, and now trying to get back to positive. Not sure if there's a catalyst behind it for GME to randomly drop like that, but that was pretty insane. Look at the volume candles too. These volume candles are now higher than the opening candles. Very rare that does that happen, and when that does happen, it's usually because of a catalyst, like a news catalyst just now hitting the wire, and people making executions off of that. So GME getting pushed down. I think half of this GME move to the upside is solely because Ryan Cohen tweeted in the morning saying, "I love Coke," like Coca-Cola, I'm guessing. Hopefully it's Coca-Cola. But, you know, Ryan Cohen tweets out, "I love Coke," and GME starts going crazy. I see someone in the chat today, too, spamming, "I love Coke, I love Coke." So I get it, you know, Ryan Cohen fans, Chewy and GameStop fans, where is it? Right here, 13 hours ago. I get it. Anytime he does tweet something crazy or anything funny, GME goes wild. This is why I follow this guy. As long as he's on GME and Chewy, as soon as he stops, you know, moving the market with tweets for me, that's when I stop following him.
Yeah, that candle, that's absolutely insane. And go figure, after the 150 level breaks, it's like waiting for GME to kind of get there this whole time, breaks 150, you know, then dies off. There's nothing left, and just like absolutely killed. So, you know, I actually want to pull up the daily on this to see like where we could potentially go. Kind of feels like after this type of death candle, like maybe we just sell off, like we just continue to sell off. I don't know if you want to look at it at the same time. Do you have the daily up as well?
Which one?
On GME.
Yeah, right here.
Oh, that's daily? Yeah, so like, oh yeah, we could, I mean, maybe kind of revert back to like, I feel like that 125 area is definitely interesting.
Well, we do have a split coming into this month, 4:1.
Oh, is it this month?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I didn't know it was this month. Yeah, and we got Google split tomorrow, should be exciting. And but look at this on the daily, right? It's like this thing comes towards 150, taps 150, and then reverses, right? And we had that like 1, 2, 3, now 4 times. So, you know, maybe we get back towards the bottom of the range here, and you know, maybe easily like sell off like next 2 days on this. Get towards like a 120 kind of test. And then if we break the lows, like if we go down to like 120 and then break 110, like, oh, this might be going for like a 100 test. But, you know, obviously you're getting the split coming up soon. You know, it'll be interesting to see how that trades for sure. Everybody in their accounts who's holding, you know, like they're, oh, I got more shares, let's go.
Yeah, not sure if they're going to be happy about it or they're going to be sad about it. I still know people holding GME shares from like pretty ridiculous prices, and they're just waiting for the stock to go back up there to sell out for break even. Your trade, your setup. This is why we always say trade your book. I mean, listen, I can't be knocking the guy's hustle. That's my buddy, right? First, don't make fun of your friends. Two, don't be knocking someone's hustle who actually took an attempt when you just sat there on the sidelines with water bottles and just cheering for everybody else, right? So I hope it does go back to those ridiculous prices of 200, 300. I remember actually on that halt day, we were having a lot of fun trading it to the upside. I think Luca was on the floor back then.
I don't think I was,
No,
but
okay.
I was obviously watching from home and just like, oh man, this is absolutely insane.
Yeah, so if GME goes like haywire, all crazy like that again, you know we're gonna be here live trading that for you. If any day, at any point, if those meme stock baskets, the short flow basket starts taking off again, I think we're gonna have a lot of fun in the market. But honestly, that's gonna require the market not to be bearish, the inflation not to be ridiculously high, the prices of products not to be ridiculously high. If an ape has to pay $18 for a Big Mac, that's one less share of AMC they're going to be able to buy. So things like that are not going to be good for apes in this environment. But anything is possible. So if that volume does come into play, we will be able to take advantage of that. Real quick, coming back to GME, look at this candle tail all the way at 136, but the candle bottoms are near 140 in the pre-market lows. So it looks like around 140s is where you could look for a possible going long area on GME.
You know what's wild about AMC? So I was talking to I was at my friend's house the other day, and I was talking, I think, to his aunt. And his aunt was telling me, oh, what do you think of AMC? I'm holding it from $2.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
okay.
from $2. And this is like before the run-up.
And they didn't sell at 70.
No. But like, so take this in, okay? This is somebody who doesn't trade. This is somebody who doesn't invest. This is somebody who knows absolutely nothing about markets altogether. This is somebody who is long at like $2 to $3, which is before the initial squeeze. Look at this is 2021 like January, like we're at like $2. Like look over here on the chart. This is where 2 was. So they're long at 2 and they held all the way through the squeeze to 25, watched it come all the way back, held through this all the way up to here, 75, did not sell because they believe in the company. They believe that, they believe
on Reddit and Twitter DD that it's going to $1 million. That's what they believe in.
I mean, I don't know. At this point, I asked. I was like, what is your plan with this? And the plan was to never, ever sell.
I mean, I did hear someone's price target was $1 million, and that's when I left that call. But it is great to have price targets. Watch AMC actually go to $1 million one day, and we're the one who look like idiots, and those apes are all laughing at us, driving around in yachts and Lamborghini speedboats. More power to them. I pray for my apes over there to see the stocks go back up there, just so they can rub dirt in Jim Cramer's face and everybody else's face who's been making fun of them, right? So maybe one day it is possible, right? Anything is possible. Greed, yeah, that is true. Greed does kill a lot of people. I had greed kill me today, honestly. Greed killed me in some of my trades. When I was pretty deep in the money, I didn't cover that position. Then I watched that position turn into negative for me. So greed is a big killer. Put greed out of the game. Just focus, I think greed also comes from a psychological mindset where you're always thinking about the notional value or the trade, how much monetary value of the trade you're going to get or you're going to lose. Sean had a great point about this. The money is just, what's the word he used again? The money is just a byproduct of your trading. Just focus on your trading, focus on your setups that you enjoy taking back to back all the time. Like those double bottom longs today, maybe on Apple or even Microsoft at a pretty clean level to the downside. 246 coming into play for a long area for you. Look how 248 over here also gave you a chance yesterday. So levels like these, trades like these, or even the short at pre-market highs that I have on Microsoft and also on Apple. Maybe not Apple actually. Apple's Apple's not in pre-market high, sorry. But Microsoft, which has been weak yesterday, which has been weak the day before that too, is going to give me a better risk to reward area most likely and a better short opportunity than Apple will, because Apple has been strong, and Apple, where's Apple now? Up 0.72% on Apple, whereas Microsoft's down 0.72. So taking that short in the pre-market range high area, those are the type of trades you want to be looking for, trades that have been working for you again and again and again, and then the byproduct of taking such trades is making good money.
Yeah, exactly. You know, money is a byproduct of good trading, right? So just work on good trading and the money flows. And guys, I wanted to talk about this. Tesla now has a reverse ETF, TSLQ. It's a reverse ETF. It's basically looking to give you like a 1-to-1 on the reverse move of Tesla, I guess on a percentage basis. This didn't really trade that much volume today, but this is kind of insane. It's like is there anything else that has like a reverse? You know, it's like the market has like for example, the Qs, then you have like
ETFs.
Yeah, you have the inverse Qs, right? But now you got Tesla, you got an inverse Tesla. Like why?
Is that like an ETF manager making that?
It's structured. I'm not sure who
ETF?
offers it. I can actually look at it right now. ETF TSLQ.
While you do that, I actually, oh man, I was gonna say something and I forgot. It was a conversation based on the golf course that we were having. Oh yeah, apparently Google, Apple, Tesla stocks like these are getting approved for a 3 times leverage. Is that what you're talking about? The 3 times single stock leverage? That's what you're talking about? Yeah, so that's the conversation we were having at the golf links yesterday.
So they're actually getting, see, I thought it was just like Tesla, because like, you know, like how everybody's like, oh, Tesla, like I love Tesla, like lots of volume on it. But yeah, I guess it makes sense to go with the other ones. But you know, like it's kind of funny. So people who cannot short Tesla can now buy this inverse Tesla ETF. You want to bet against it, you know, this worries me just a little bit. Oh, we're getting a nice pop here, so I guess I got to cover my Apple.
Yeah, got to cover the shorts because they're now turning negative. They're turning sour. Looks like the power hour is in a little bit earlier. Volume, I'm not really seeing a big spike in volume, but here, let me pull up the S&P 500 chart for you. No real spike in volume, but the spike in chart price for sure, as we are now pushing, what did I say, 37.45. I'm going to throw my mouse across the room for not covering all my shares over here and not going long. Why am I trying to make this trade a bigger trade for me after I explain the exact same reason why it won't be a bigger trade? That being said, let's take profits on this one right now. Don't want to be holding the short anymore. I'm out of that short on the futures on the S&P 500. Should have gone long at 37.45. I guess my brain was turned off on that side. But you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to plug out and plug it back in. Did you try plugging it out and plugging it back in? And now my internet's working again. We are rebooted. Let's turn this market to the green side. Let's start looking for some longs. I'm still short Apple and Microsoft, so let's punch ourselves out of those trades. We did make some money on those ones. Let's not give it back. Now look for longs. I should have just punched longs when they came down. I don't know what's wrong with me.
I literally saw that candle.
Sean's like shaking his head over there.
Prad's like, oh, market popping, and like right away, impulsively, let me just get out of Apple because like I don't want that to go against me, especially if this one's going to rip higher. But you know, JP Morgan working out 38 cents. 40 cents in the money on this one, and somebody in the chat asking, can you look at Novak's chart? So, you know, Neil made a good point. I think if you're dip buying that, like you're playing off the 50 level. We didn't exactly get, you know, there. I kind of was a little bit late to the party. Now we're getting some sideways consolidation. You know, I'm not sure if we're gonna. I would have loved for this to get a little bit lower. Like I think the bottom on this was around like 50, 65-ish. But like not really. I mean, down 26%. Like pretty big sell-off, right? Like considering this is the whole day. This is a 1-minute chart here. Pretty big sell-off. Now we're kind of going sideways. Like, you know, when you're playing the sort of bounce play, like you want it to go really fast into that level, and then you want it to like quickly reverse for like 1, maybe 2 points, like on a setup like this. The fact that we kind of stalled over here and now we're going a little bit sideways and it's slowing down and we're looking at the volume kind of slow down, kind of gives me the feel that yes, we could pop, but you know, I would be surprised if this like pops all the way back to like 55. Like the only way that you kind of get these like very, very parabolic moves, whether up or down, is if you get if you get a parabolic move into the level. So like would have been nice to have this kind of flush even lower so that you could have popped back towards where it is right now. And that's like an in and out, you know, you make $1.50, maybe sets it up to be like a 4-to-1, 5-to-1. At this point, you know, like it slows down. It kind of gives me the feel that I don't really want to get long here, but at the same time, it's already come so far. Like I don't want to really get short. Maybe if we flush down to 50, it gives somewhat of an opportunity. I mean, I got my bids out there, so like we'll see what happens. I'll get the alert if I get the fill there. But other than that, I mean, this could easily, you know, kind of stay in this range, dance around, maybe try to make a high, then sell off a little bit more. But could easily like kind of inch back down very, very slowly. So, it is SSR, so like, their shorts can aggressively sell that. But, you had the kind of run up overall, right, in the bio sector. And, I want to see where this one went to, because this is a pretty big, and there goes the chart. This is a pretty big, Pfizer, Novavax, Moderna, like these names all like were very, very strong for like the past like week or two. So you're gonna get that kind of sell off, and I'm not sure if there was a catalyst actually, like just off the top of my head.
Novavax?
But yeah, was there?
Yesterday the drug got approved.
Okay, there you go.
COVID-19 yesterday got approved.
Yes. As a trader, lots of information. I easily forget things and then move on to the next day. This is a classic sell the news, right? This is a classic sell the news. It's like, you get the run up into like, okay, this is going to get approved and the government's buying more vaccines from them. And then, everybody's kind of buying into that strength. And then the news comes out and it's like, okay, like everybody's taking profits at the same time. So, but this is actually like a wild move, like down 26%. That's kind of crazy. I want to see this on the daily scale too. So we'll have a look here. And while I do that, actually, let me just quickly take a look at NEO, see where we are here. Maybe this support area starts to act as a resistance. So that would be like 2081. So let me just see if I can get some out here for a potential break even on some of it, and then maybe hold some for another move. And there we go. Okay, perfect. And let's have a look here at Novavax.
This stock has me feeling like Pop Smoke right now, man. It's got me singing all Pop Smoke lyrics in my head. Is it Woo's Day today? No, it's not Woo's Day. That's Wednesday, right? Is it Woo's Day Wednesdays or Thursdays? I forget. No, Woo Wednesday. I think that's what it is. I forget. Rest in peace, Pop Smoke, man. What a legendary artist. Gone too quick. But coming back to this market, coming back to the stock, only 114,000 shares traded. I believe I heard Brendo saying this is a new IPO, right, Brendo? Oh, SPAC. It's a SPAC. Man, look at this one taking off, though. It's halted right now at $30, I believe. I only see one share printed at $30. The rest of them... How is the stock even halted? Anyways, it's halted at $30 right now with one share printing above the band, I guess, and triggering that limit. Where does the theoretical auction price? I can't see it, so maybe I can add it to my imbalance locator, pull up my imbalance locator to see if I can find it in this one. I most likely won't. Yeah, it won't show up in there just yet. But I don't see the theoretical auction price. Maybe you can see it on your side for GRRR, currently halted to the upside. The stock has been halted all day from the looks of it, and it wants to go back to those $34 range. So brand new SPAC. It should be trading around $10, but nope, we're at 30.
So just quickly pulling up Novavax one more time. This is the daily here, right? And you had that very strong move from 52 running to 80, then a sell the news, and then more sell the news. Like this is a wild move down, right? And like, I mean, it kind of looks like it was breaking out of this range, right? Of like 62, 65 area. You had the breakout going in towards 80. And I guess like, at this point, like if I like pull it, if I like drag this, right, and this is what you see, like this looks very, very strong. And it's like, okay, this is probably, like this could easily run to maybe 90, maybe get some resistance at 100, bang, slam down back into this range. So where is this going to find support? Maybe around like the 40 area, like 40 to 38. Maybe I'll go for a test, maybe get a multi-day sell-off. So yeah, definitely something to look at. But again, SSR, I mean, maybe you play the 50 bounce, but again, we covered that. Like it's probably not going to be like as good. Like it already kind of halted, stalled from there. So yeah, covered some of that NEO. Now looking like it's going a little bit lower. Covered around where did I cover? Like just in front of 80 there. Just kind of being responsible, taking some out like in front of what could be resistance. If we want to go up, we go up. I got a little bit less size, just kind of holding. Not really too worried. If this like breaks lows or gets to like 2050, then like whatever, I'll cover. I'll get out of that.
Is this your watch list or your topics to talk about on the show?
Both.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, guys. I got the napkin going. Got the napkin going. Got the watch list, and got everything going. And I just quickly glanced back at this, and I'm like, oh yes, what else was I talking about today? Oh yeah, we had Barrick Gold earnings. And obviously you got kind of the huge gold sell-off. I mean, it's crazy. Like $13 trillion worth of gold to be found, and you get hashtag napkin. I like that.
Yeah, I got that. We have like books. Like Greg buys books and pencils and pens for the floor for free. You know that, right?
Yeah, always bother him for a pill.
But my man over here rather use a tissue. I get it. You know, in case he does lose on that trade, he can wipe off that tear right away.
So guys, I'm over here. I got obviously the napkin, you know, and I'm like, okay, like this one, okay, this one, and then I'm just like, and then like sometimes like everything doesn't go to plan, and I'm just like, yeah, I'm just gonna toss this behind me. Let's forget about that one, you know, whatever. The life of trading, right? It is what it is. But yeah, JP Morgan in the money, 53 cents on the last portion of this position that I'm holding. Let's see where this is right now. And it's trying to load the daily. That's not what I want here. Let's pull up the 1 minute. Are we back above? I guess we're back above VWAP. See, I covered in front of 107 because I just wasn't 100% sure. But yeah, now we're at 107.30. And, you know, at this point, like, it's holding trend. Like we could go for a 108 test easily, especially if the market keeps going here. You know, that was solid. It did not break 106.50. So, that, you know, I'm kind of beating myself up that I didn't reload more in front of it. But at the time, you know, it could have easily broke, and I didn't really want to use a stop order over there. But, you know, maybe we continue. I think we'll get some resistance at, like, 107.60 to 107.80 area. Maybe we get some consolidation, and if we break back through towards VWAP, if we get back towards 107, I think I'll just cover this for like the winner that it is. But you know, like maybe hold on here. Maybe we get a push towards 107.70, like 75 area, and you know, then we get probably like that range play. And you know, like did not break that 106.50 area. Took some out, just kind of being cautious. Had the bounce again, then took some out in front of VWAP, and now holding the last portion. I mean, I'm not convinced we're getting to above 108. That would be amazing, but it'll go without me if it does go there. So is what it is. And yeah, Neo looking like down, basically break even here. But you know, again, guys, it's like you had this kind of channel for so long, then we broke down. So now you get a potential short-term resistance if like everybody who is playing the range here is now offering out for like a break even, kind of like the same way that I'm doing. So you know, if it's strong enough, maybe it gets back up to here. Got a very light position on it, so I'm willing to kind of hold if we can get back up to like VWAP area and then potentially cover that. And Alibaba still no fills. I have my order scaled on that one towards 104, but I'm not really sure we're going to get there. I mean, you know, it's below 103 now. Maybe we trend down towards 102. Probably get a 102 test before 104 area. So, I mean, if it keeps going down, then I'll just have to cancel those orders and, you know, let it go without me.
Yeah, it's time to find out what those money be saying right now. Money Talks with Brendo.
Hey guys, yeah, big moves once again today on the currency markets. I put the euro big screen here so we could see white line again. If you missed it this morning, white line is parity. So we're back on the positive side. Back and forth we go, though. It's been a very choppy session. If you missed it again, the Italy's Prime Minister Draghi resigning, that caused a big spike once again in the euro, but extreme volatility here today. Down 0.5% right now. It was down a heck of a lot more than that early on. Dollar index, 0.75 to the upside today. We broke 109 this morning. Back below it right now, 108.7. There's an interesting note here from the Canadian government, a report suggesting global recessionary fears, I know it's tough to see, but global recessionary fears may deteriorate the Canadian dollar versus the USD going into 2023 further. We're already down 1 full percent here for the CAD on the day, 76.2, got down to 75 and change early on this morning. So big move down for the CAD once again as the dollar continues to rip. 118 flat for the pound today. Another move to the downside as well. Bitcoin and Ethereum down here. A bit of a bounce back, worth noting. 20,500 once again for BTC, guys. Back to you.
BTC, send BTC to 100K, please, by the end of the year. That's my only saving grace at this point. If not, then I don't know what to do after that one.
That's yeah, you know, I'm not a holder, guys. You know, make fun of me all you want. I'm holding Pulse. I have not received anything yet. Did this person run away with my money? I have no idea, but you know, it sounds.
Did you trade it in Quadriga?
No, it was like an IPO. What's it called? Like a CIO, like a coin initial offering. ICO, yes, initial coin offering. Yeah, can't even think straight because I think this guy ran off with all my money. I'm like, you know, like, listen, my friend came to me and he was like, "You're gonna have Lambos if you buy this," and I was like, I can't watch everybody get rich without me. So got a little bit of skin in the game. You know, it sounds like a good project, but you know, now that Bitcoin's absolutely collapsed, it's like, you know, I think my money's gone. I think it's all gone, and you know, I'm not
Isn't that what
receiving
you
anything.
said to me when you told me to buy FLT.VN?
I thought
I'm
that
joking.
was going to
You
be.
never told me to buy FLT.
I literally thought, I'm like, yo, drones are looking amazing. Like as an investment, you know, like Amazon's investing in drones. Like it kind of like, it makes sense, right? Drones for medicine, drones to deliver to remote communities. But this is like, you know, like it's tough, right? Like if you're in the wrong names, or like if it's just like the float structure doesn't work, like it's terrible, right? It doesn't work. So, you know, that's why people say to diversify, so that at the end of the day, you got some winners, you got some losers, and you're like, oh, okay.
Now
or
you're broke even.
yeah, now you're broke even, but you know, you're smoothing the variance of your returns, and over the long run, if you're correct, you make money, right? That's why everybody says, you know, buy ETFs, buy mutual funds, and tried a little bit of a cheeky long here in front of size on Apple that now got taken, so I'm gonna have to punch out of this one. Take the loss, you know, is what it is. If we bounce back, we bounce back. There was actually some size on the bid, front running, and it was popping up, you know, breaking high of day. I thought maybe we continue, but you know, this is a very risky setup, right? It's like I'm definitely chasing, and I looked over at Pratt. I like Pratt, like a little cheeky long here. Let's see what happens. But you know, you get that flush down, and I don't wanna hold this. This could keep flushing, right? So. Actually, this, you know, maybe missed the opportunity to take a good short at a decent position.
Yeah, no, I was watching the NASDAQ market. It looked like NASDAQ wanted to take out the double top high over there, but NASDAQ just simply double tops and pushes back down. So I think, you know, I do like your long thesis over there because I don't believe the market's going to go back under VWAP today unless there's some big negative catalyst coming in at this point. So with NASDAQ trying to take out the high day, maybe we can get a retest off that same level, allowing you to maybe get into a better price level for that long trade if that's what you're thinking about. Or if it pushes right back to those highs, maybe you can rely on this double top to stick at a double top and not go make a new high a day on NASDAQ. S&P 500 did kind of the same thing, but not true to high a day. We popped up to 37.65, and now we're seeing a little bit of a rejection. I'm expecting buyers to come in above VWAP all day for the rest of the day unless there's actual negative catalyst that comes in over here. I already mentioned that, bro. I already mentioned that. Okay. So S&P 500 coming back to the downside now slightly. Let's see if the market still wants to be negative on the day. You know, it's down 1% on ES. It's down 0.5% on the NASDAQ market. So if it's still going to be negative, nothing to complain about. That just means the perfect free fall Friday setup tomorrow. If it does get into positive, then there might be something to complain about and some computers to throw out the window.
I'm just reading the comments here. They're making me laugh. So Luca went from pulse to flatline. That's a good one, Michael Travis. And somebody else saying, where was it
Real
here?
quick, didn't that company file for bankruptcy protection?
Which one?
Celsius or something?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So the crypto
firm.
They
They filed for another one along with them filed for bankruptcy protection.
Yeah,
that was a long time ago. No, it was recently. There was was Celsius and another company that filed for bankruptcy protection recently, and Voyager, I think, or something like that. Voyager. Yeah, a long time ago. Yeah.
Three arrows. For anybody that doesn't know, the hedge fund, that crypto hedge fund, that, you know, like just the owners disappeared, and they're just filed for. Did they I think they disappeared.
No.
Or no,
that was the other one. The lady.
Okay,
I think you're thinking about the lady who just ran the Ponzi scheme and ran away with it.
Yes.
Oh, from Celsius? No. Oh, from a different company.
So basically, in the crypto space, everyone's disappearing with all the money, and so it's safe to say. And there's another comment here. It's Richard Heartless, if you don't know. Absolutely savage if he ran away with the money. You know, he had a couple successful runs, but you know, if he's gone, he's gone. My money's gone. Look, when I invest into crypto, I know that 100% is at risk. It's the same way when I trade options. 100% is at risk. Whereas, you know, when you're trading stock, when you're day trading shares, 100% is not at risk, and you're managing, you know, the risk accordingly. So, you know, it's a little bit less stressful, I want to say, because, you know, when you're kind of like, it's like, yes, I'm going to put some money and this could go to zero. So I guess I'm only going to put in what I'm willing to lose, you know. But and I see Neil mentioning Novavax heading towards 50. So let's have a look at this very quickly. Novavax on the NASDAQ. Heading towards, maybe I catch my bid here, and, you know, like, maybe we get that bounce. See, this is, I mean, I don't know. We'll see what happens. You know, okay, so I took the fill on this one. Well, I mean, maybe we get the back, because this is the thing. When you had that, Yeah, it's like you had the move down, and this is what I'm showing you guys. You had the move down, then we had the sideways action. Now if we bounce, maybe we bounce to 51, but if we really sold off and we didn't do the sideways action, we could have bounced to 52, 53. So it would have been an even nicer bounce. But at this point, it's maybe going to be a slower bounce. So I'm already 11 cents is basically break even. But I'm going to hold on to this. I think if we break 50, I gotta if we get below 49.80, 49.60, then it's a dud and I'm out. But if this bounces back towards 51, scale out of this. So yeah, let me just make sure I got my orders ready for this one.
Yeah, in the meantime, I'm going to answer a question from Leroy Jenkins. What's a good day? We're to you versus your shutdown. You don't even know where that's from.
Is it?
It's like a video game thing.
Oh,
it's like
okay,
a gamer's thing.
That sounds like Bruce Buffer.
No, it's
this corner.
It's time.
It's time.
No. So Leroy Jenkins asking a pretty good question over here. What is a good day for you compared to your shutdown level? Is it the amount of shutdown you're up, less, more? So the real answer, how I want to structure my mindset eventually is there is no real cutoff level for me. As long as I find trades, I want to keep on trading. This is the way I see Neil and Sean going about every single day. Sean goes, I've already hit my level, my daily goal, or 2 times my daily goal, 3 times my daily goal. One credit to Neil, I've never heard Neil say that. Neil constantly trades throughout the day as long as he's sitting at his desk, obviously during lunchtime, maybe not during lunchtime, right? But the idea is as long as there's a trade for Neil, he will be there trying to take advantage of it. Not that he wants to add to his P&L or not that he's scared about giving away from his P&L. It's just Neil's getting in those reps day after day, minute after minute, second by second. And the idea about the statement is don't have a line in sand that says once I make $100 today, I'm gonna quit trading. Because what if there's another opportunity out there comes out that's gonna be the trade that's gonna give you $1 million in that trade? You just don't know, right? Or the opportunity that makes you lose $1 million too. You just don't know. You got to be able to be at Neil's level, manage risk per trade, be able to classify the trade as an A+ trade, B+ trade, or an F trade, and then know that you don't want to touch that stock. Don't be trying to force stocks in the middle of ranges and so on. Obviously you got to be 72 years old to have that type of experience, but Luca's already ducking over here. Luca's already ducking. But, it's that type of level you want to get to. Coming back to answering that question for myself, though, yes, anytime I do make my shutdown, I am pretty happy with my trading, and I kind of do want to stop trading from there on out. That's because I'm not at that level that those amazing A-team guys are at.
Yeah, you got to definitely trade your own book and work your way towards that. Everybody's kind of got a different angle on that. And, somebody asking, Luca, what watch am I rocking? Tag, Tag a nice, I think they sold me their, yes, this is a nice starter watch, work your way up. And, I really want to get a Rolex. I love Rolex. But some can be pricey, and at this point, it's very hard to get, right? You try to find yourself a nice watch, very difficult to get. A lot of them are selling way over retail, and a lot of the times, it could easily, we're selling so high above retail that, are we reverting? Are we going to go back to the mean? Are these you got these kind of, I think the price on some of these names, it's they retail for 15, but now they're trading at 28,000, and we could easily get back down towards 28. Maybe 18 levels. So, I'll be patient. I'm in no rush. It doesn't matter the watch that you have, they all tell the same time, right? That's the saying. But, definitely a huge watch guy, so hopefully I get a couple more for my collection in the future.
Pratt straight jinxing this right now. No,
yeah, this bounce I had my order scaled, no fill. Now we're back down. We didn't break 50, but I mean, now it's the bounce is dead. This is dead.
Yeah.
But we'll see what happens here. I'll just keep my eye on this for the next second.
NASDAQ looks like it wants to just go from that higher day, man. Notice how we touched higher day, we come back down, we go back to it. Now we're playing around it. NASDAQ is gonna turn green today. I'm gonna throw this wild statement out there. NASDAQ is gonna turn green today, ladies and gentlemen. You don't think so? Oh, you were talking to someone else. 0.4, yeah, it's gonna turn green today. Man,
okay.
Bold call.
I was looking at,
He's making fun of me. This guy, man. Sean's always making fun of me. I'm gonna go cry now in a corner.
When it's down 3% and I go, it's going green.
Listen, let me take my small victories, okay? It's down 0.4%. Nasdaq's turned to green, guys. I am Nostradamus right now.
I literally pulled up the NASDAQ. I'm like, okay, like this is like towards high. I mean, I don't know. Is it going to close green? Yeah, it's...
That's a good question. Now you're asking the real questions like Tyrone always does. Does the market close green? If it doesn't close green, if it does close green, I'm going to be crying because that means Free Fall Friday might not be here tomorrow. But we got lots of time for tomorrow. Sadly, not enough time over here with us. We only have 20 more minutes with Luca the Great and Prad. So make sure that you're putting some stocks in the chat for us to take a look at for you and any positions that you want us to talk about. Man, I'm so happy closing that AMD and Microsoft short now. Sorry, wrong box. Here we go. AMD and Microsoft short as they push right back to the high of day. And even Apple making new high of day at 147.50 now on Apple. What a monster move in the market, man. I know you were talking about PayPal earlier, Sean. I didn't get to show people that picture. Here's Sean's PayPal short from the $70 area, and he wrote it to VWAP or so, and I'm guessing he's out of that trade now as PayPal slowly trying to get back to that 70 area, which also happens to be the 100 period EMA. That's a neat little short on PayPal. Hey, man, leave my PayPal alone. Here's the full trade about PayPal for anyone wondering. My mouse is lagging. Here we go. Bang, bang, bang. Nice little exits on the downside. Even under VWAP, some good little exits over there as it comes back to the 70-20s. I'll say 70% chance that he takes the shorts again at those levels.
Yeah, everything looking extra strong, so just picking up a little bit more longs for a potential scalp play here. So, yeah, we'll see what happens with this one. Maybe after that Apple flush, maybe now we get the final push towards, 148 sort of a potential resistance area. And basically what I'm looking at here is, you got Apple on the 10-minute, it kind of topped out around like 148, 148.50. So, maybe we get that test of 148, but, obviously very cautious punching the top here. If it flushes again, maybe, get out of there very quickly. But, at this point, the flush already happened. So maybe, new high, now we continue to go. So add it to Apple, add it to Amazon for a potential 110 test. Maybe we get a 110 test. If I get the fill, I'm getting out in front of 110 here. There's some size, not too much size, but I'll probably get the fill right now. Solid little, 10, 20 cent winner on that one. And, Novavax, let's actually have a look where Novavax is. Did it break yet? No. Okay, so maybe I get the bounce. Maybe the delayed bounce, the very slow, non-existent bounce. See, this was my worry. It's like, if you had the very sharp move in, then you get the bounce. Now it's like this is not a bounce. This is just a new range that's being put in. It's unfortunate, but it's obviously worth the try. I'm in the money, and you could have gotten out at 50-50 area. So you could have had a nice 30-cent win, risk 20 cents, 15 cents on that. So you're still the odds are in your favor, and you take the trade. It's SSR, so not really people are selling, but it's not gonna tank as much if there was people who are able to smash the bids there. But maybe we slowly get back up. And it's not really a bounce play anymore, but whatever this is now, hold on and see what happens. Didn't break 50, so if we break, we break, and I'll be out of that trade. I think what just filled here for me, Amazon. So Amazon filled. That was quick little scalp play. Prad mentioned it 2-3 times today. We didn't come all this way not to take the size.
We didn't come here to come here.
I'm literally, we didn't come here to come here. Guys, I'm gonna put that on a shirt. We didn't come all this way to not take the size, and everybody's going to be like, what does that even mean? What does that even mean? But this is what I'm talking about. We did not come all this way to 110 to not take the size. So we took the size. Now we're back below. The trade is done. Low scalp play, in and out is what it is. Going for the same ideology on Apple, but we're a little bit more far away, so less of a magnet effect in my own mind that I've created. And, if we break down here, then I'm just going to get out of this. If we break below 47.40 area and we can't hold, then, I'll get out of this one. And, still holding on to NEO, which now is kind of going, let's cover NEO. This is a break-even trade. I'm not really confident in this one. This one's super slow. I just thought maybe we'd go back up. Maybe we do, but, not too much size there, not too worried. And JP Morgan, still kind of holding that 107. Maybe this is one that potentially hold and it kind of rallies into the close. But again, if this now makes another low, I'm probably getting out here for a break even or a 10-cent win, which is basically a break even.
Yeah, I want to quickly touch on Novavax because 2 days ago is when the rumors started showing up into all the news wires that there is going to be a possible acceptance of their vaccination from the FDA. And this is a perfect example of buying the rumors, selling the news. So when the rumors were floating around, we were watching Novavax just take off to the north side every single day ever since that catalyst came in. Yesterday, they said today we're going to be hearing something about it. So yesterday they traded sideways, and then at the end of the market hours, around 4:30 or so, I got the push notification saying Novavax is now accepted by the FDA. So sell the sell the news action started playing out, and hence we're now down 28% because most of that rumor was already priced in. It pushed up to $72 from what, $40-ish or so. The rumors got priced in, and now those people who were able to take some longs in those areas are just offloading their shares on the news, as the news will be giving them some liquidity, some buyers, right? The news will start bringing in new traders who don't know about the rumors before, are going to be like, oh, it got accepted, I'm going to go buy some shares. They go buy some shares, but realistically, they're just getting offloaded on by insiders or by other traders who already know the rumors and are just smashing the news to the downside. So they are creating the liquidity over there, sadly, to the retail traders.
Yeah, it's a common phenomenon. It's like markets are essentially like people's behaviors demonstrated in price, right? And it's like, when you have like a positive catalyst coming up, the price is going up because people are feeling good. Oh, there's going to be positive news, like buy. And then, as the news comes out, everybody's like smart money is definitely selling using that volume of people who are buying, like, oh, the news just came out, this is going to go up, this is good for the company. And, that is liquidity for the offsetting trade. So, I mean, it's unfortunate for anybody on the other side, but just keep that in mind. Buy the rumor, sell the news. It's been around for 100 years. It'll be around for 100 more. Apple's still around break even here. Maybe we're finally getting that push up. I feel like my offer is like just maybe a little too high for this like very quick push that I'm looking for. But it kind of feels like, I mean, the market, like NASDAQ making its way to green. Could you imagine? This closes negative.
I already told you my mind's exploded, man. My mind has exploded.
-5 basis points.
Tomorrow?
No, I'm saying if it closes today, -5 basis points.
No shot.
Yeah, well, there's a chance.
No shot.
Yeah, there's a potential chance.
No shot. -5 today for the NASDAQ. If that happens, I am actually going to go lose my mind.
Yeah, well, so Prad's calling up. No, -5 beeps. So like basically flat, but not flat, like under flat.
Okay,
oh, not 5%. No,
I thought you meant like -5%. I was like, there's no chance.
No, that would be that's impossible. That's not even possible.
Yeah.
I shouldn't say that. I mean, there's one outcome that I think can make that possible, but let's hope that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Okay, Apple going a little bit sideways here. If this does break trend, and basically what I'm looking at here, you got the moving average kind of holding trend here. If it breaks below 147.40 at this point, then I'm out of this scalp trade. It didn't work. A little 10-15 cent risk on that one. And NVIDIA ripping to the upside. Yeah, everything kind of ripping to the upside here. Let's have a look here at NVIDIA. NVIDIA, like that 150 level solid. I think Neil mentioned that 154 level, interesting, area of resistance. And let me just pull this up on 10 or pull up 5 minute. Maybe this will bring up both days. Yeah. So basically, what we're like, kind of the ideology behind this one. You have that 154 level, kind of making lower highs over here, then kind of failed. Now didn't really test it off the morning, but making its way back. Yeah, this is definitely ripping. Everything's sort of ripping here.
Qualcomm.
But maybe this 154 level rejects. That's actually a potential good scalp short there.
Qualcomm right now taking out 140 to the upside. We're looking at 140.34 on Qualcomm. If you guys remember that catalyst that Apple is going to go back to Qualcomm for a little bit while they figure out their problems on their chips, most likely. Apple, they're going to reverse engineer Qualcomm and then call it their own chip afterwards. But Qualcomm also extending their partnership with Samsung, and that catalyst coming in, and we saw a big spike in Qualcomm move that day. Qualcomm now continuing to take off. Semiconductors once again back on the dinner play. All you can eat buffet in semiconductor sector, baby. Here goes AMD at a new high a day at 79 bones. Ooh-wee, what a day to be alive for you semiconductor traders. Here's SOXX on on NASDAQ, which was negative at one point. Now we're looking at $358, up 1.28%. Only 480,000 shares traded so far on SOXX. Most likely you guys are on SOXL on AMEX, which is your 3 times leverage ETF for semiconductors, up 3% also with 51 million shares traded instead.
Okay, so I got out of Apple here because it had that one final push. It looked really good. I had my offer scaled. We couldn't get there, and now we're getting a little bit of selling. So, you know, the last thing I want to see is this kind of wick off top near the high a day push, and then we get the sell off. So I don't know how low this could flush. Last time it flushed down to 147. So I'm out of this. Took the fill, basically 10-cent loser, and now it's another 10 cents lower. So that was actually a good fill there. And yeah, JP Morgan sideways still, and basically flat. Basically Novavax flat. JP Morgan 30 cents in the money, holding that one. And you know, 10 minutes left on the show. I'm chilling.
Even though the NASDAQ made a new high, S&P 500 just double top. So maybe we don't really go green on NASDAQ. I think SPYs, even though NASDAQ is its own separate market, SPY is its own separate market also, and NASDAQ has 100 stocks in them, SPYs are 500 stocks in them. But, you know, I'm just throwing out some theories out there, some if-then statements, right? And we're going to see which if-then statements gets triggered at the end of the day. This if-then statement that I'm throwing out right now is if this double top on the S&P 500 doesn't get taken out, maybe NASDAQ doesn't really have that power to go green on the day.
I'm just laughing because Prad called, he's like, NASDAQ is going to close green. And it was like getting there, you know, it's getting there. And I'm like, could you imagine it gets there and then it turns around and literally, look at this, guys. Gets there, you know, goes for the high of day push and instantly flatlines. Now we're back down. Watch this thing go back down and close down like 1%.
At VWAP?
You know, it's a double top on the overall market. I think, you know, that 3770 area, like rejecting, right? And it's like we could easily get back down to VWAP. But again, you know, it's, I mean, whatever. I mean, after the overall bad news, the fact that it's not really like selling off, you know, if we break the lows, then you get the potential multi-day sell-off, like Arun mentioned. But for now, you know, like this is just kind of blow off top, but it could easily kind of stall, or like, for example, NASDAQ, like 1170 area, 11 kind of like this area here that we sort of kind of consolidated before the run up. Maybe we catch a bid over there for like a short-term bid, but you know, we'll see what happens. Not really looking to initiate any new positions. I see people saying TSM moving. Yep, TSM, you know, solid earnings. You know, flushed off the open, kind of interesting, right? Like this 80 bounce was actually solid for anybody that had that. Like that was like super solid. Like this came down to like 80.51. Could have had a 50-cent risk on this if you wanted to risk off of 80 for a move back to 82. Like $1.50, 50-cent risk works out to like a 3-to-1. And then you could say to yourself, I'm going to hold some or like recalibrate and build a position for a potential move up. But I think you got some resistance. The last I checked on the daily, like 84 to 85 area. So, you know, this could push 84, but just be cautious that like maybe you get some people taking profits, a little potential resistance area over there. You know, but maybe we'll see now if that high of day break is good and it holds. I mean, we're seeing the common theme where things drop down, but positive news now breaks the high day. Maybe you get that continuation. And you know what? I'll actually keep my eye on this. If we don't break back below 83, we could definitely go for an 84 test. But you know, it's a 1-to-1, and you know, you're kind of at the top of the range. So you know, just be wary if you're taking that trade. And I see LK asking Sean, how long are you holding that Amazon
How many stocks are in the NASDAQ
short?
100? You think?
99.
102. 102, actually. You know, the answer is supposed to be 100. It's called NASDAQ 100, not NASDAQ 102.
Oh, there's actually 102?
It's 102
Oh, wow.
equity securities in NASDAQ 100. And the reason why I'm Googling this is because one of the viewers in the chat said there's 2,000 stocks in the NASDAQ. If you're talking about the overall NASDAQ market, then yeah, it could be possible. When I'm talking about NASDAQ, I mean NASDAQ 100. When I'm talking about SPY, I'm talking about the S&P 500. That number beside them equals to the amount of stocks that the ETF holds. So for example, how many stocks does the Dow Jones hold? It's called Dow 30, right? IWM Russell 2000. Why is it called IWM 2000? Because it holds 2,000 stocks. So when I'm comparing NASDAQ 100 to S&P 500, I'm talking about the number of stocks inside NASDAQ that move that market overall, and the number of stocks inside S&P 500 that move that market overall. But the futures is a whole different thing. We're talking about NASDAQ 100 over here in general. If NASDAQ can take out those highs, then maybe we see S&P 500 doing something similar too. That is a whole different thing. We're not talking about NASDAQ versus New York. We're talking about ETF versus ETF.
I'm waiting for this Novavax to bounce. Like, it's like now created this range. So I got some out over here just to kind of be responsible with that. And if we now bounce towards 51, if we break, I guess if we break above like 50, 60, you know, maybe we get the bounce that I was initially looking for, or the move up. I shouldn't even say bounce anymore because it's not bouncing. But yeah, okay, so go figure. You know, I cover, and now it's like, let's go straight to the moon. You know, so yeah, you know, maybe offer out in front of 51 on that one. You know, if it's going to go back down, it's probably not going to test 51. We're getting some offers here, so actually maybe take some more out over here. Is what it is. This didn't give me the move that I thought that we could. Okay, that was an awesome fill. Actually,
Market didn't
84.
really go too far to the downside.
Okay, so beautiful. So now, you know, okay, there's the move. Look at that. Like, literally, like, I don't know if, Neil, if you're still holding that Novavax, that there's the pop that you were looking for. And I don't deserve, you know, like, you know, people don't deserve a lot of things, but, you know, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, is what it is. But yeah, you know, very patient, did not break 50. Now you finally, I mean, go figure. I offer out on this thing, and then it pops. And then it pops. It's like, okay, whatever, is what it is. But I'm still holding the last piece, 80 cents in the money. Maybe we get, you know, maybe we get to, I don't know. I have a small position left, so I'll just hold this. Maybe we get towards 52. I mean, easily could get towards 52. I'll have my orders out there, and we'll see what happens. If we can get to the top end of like this kind of range that's been created. I mean, at this point, like if it's going to fill me up here, it's probably going to go even higher than that. But, you know, is what it is. I'll take the profit if we can get there. And, yeah, JP Morgan still working. Looking now 46 cents in the money. This thing wants to move higher. Got my orders out on this, and we'll see if we can actually get to target on that. And I want to just quickly take a look. Where's Apple right now? Because I got out of that one. Yeah, you know, these are the kind of days. It's like, look, like Apple's strong. You know, Apple's strong, moving up. You get those flushes down, but still holds, right? Catches a bit and then kind of makes that move back up. So, you know, I get myself into these bad habits of like chasing tops, and then it just doesn't work. Very short-term trade, but you know, like whatever, the risk kind of makes sense sometimes. But maybe better on a dip buy. Like, did not work out the way that kind of Amazon that I wanted this to work out. You know, we got a little short-term top at the 110 area. So, you know, it took a while to break 110. And now, like, you had the flush down. So, like, I mean, at this point now, 110 probably that resistance area, and looking like a little bit of, you know, like a double top resistance. You know, if the market turns lower, you could probably play off that 110 area. I'm not sure if Sean's holding any positions on Amazon short, but short 110, yeah, so solid 110 area. I mean, you know, this is the best part of trading, right? Everybody's got their own ideas. I'm like, yes, long into 110 to take the size. Sean's like short off 110. That's probably the better trade because we're going, I mean, if we go lower, we're going to 109, whereas this is just like a little scalp idea.
Look,
but,
real quick, as we only have 2 minutes, there's something that I absolutely forgot to do today. Smash that like button, ladies and gentlemen. I have not mentioned this at all today. Only 2 minutes left for Luca and I over here. You guys will be going on to the closing show with Neil, Sean, and Brendan, the A team, as you guys keep typing in the chat. You guys keep calling us the B team, so I guess they're the A team. Stay tuned as the A team will go live again in the next 2 minutes over here. For those of you who have not smashed the like button, very happy seeing 2.4K likes today, baby. Let's go. 2.4K likes so far with 3.6 people watching, 3.6K people watching already. Hit the subscribe button. About 40% of you are not subscribed. Smash that subscribe button. The more people that do that, our channel gets pushed out to more and more people. There's a couple ways over here that you can support us instead of just by smashing like and subscribe. You can become a member in the chat. Notice how we have some names in the green color in the chat with some special badges next to it. Those badges indicate how long they've been supporting us for. For example, 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, 9, 1 year. So anyone with the green badge, for example, Loan should be somewhere in here with the green badge, been supporting us for over a year and so on. That's one way to support us. You can also send us super chats or gift memberships to other people. We have a couple traders come in and do that for us. Last but not least, our YouTube store. What? These are back again? Like, I think this is like a Teespring problem now because the iPhone was missing, the coffee was missing, the T-shirt was missing yesterday, and now all of them are back. So I think Teesprings is having some sort of a stock inventory problem over there. So they keep pulling off of things off the menu and they put them back as soon as they get it. Anyways, if you want to support us using our merchandise, make sure you go over to the YouTube homepage, buy some merchandise, post that picture on Twitter, post that picture on Instagram, and let all of us know so we can share it with our wonderful community that we have so far. 320K subscribers. I believe we hit that number yesterday. Can we hit 330K by the end of the month?
Absolutely. I want to say yes, we can. You know, we got a great community. So guys, hit that like button, get us out there, and you know, That's about it for us. So stay profitable for the rest of the day. Stay disciplined, and we're going to pass you guys over to the A team.
Ciao.
Ciao.
Hey guys, welcome back. Yeah, a couple hours left in a pretty, well, shaping up to be a decent afternoon. We're back to basically session highs here on all three markets, including the S&P here, 0.9 now to the downside. Much better than the last time we looked at this, that's for sure. 1.14 for the Dow lagging. It's been lagging all day long. Yeah, only 0.28 now for the NASDAQ has definitely let us